Yeah, let me go ahead and put these
Poor Fudd. He got to see something naughty on the hangout, and it's shocked him so bad he's fallen over dead. Fudd, where you at? Come back to us, Fudd.
on.
So when are you going on your weed crusade?
What do you mean?
You said you had to spray your weeds. When are you going to go on your weed crusade?
Oh, probably right around noon, so it warms up real nicely, and it'll dry quickly. Maybe a little sooner. When you said weed crusade, I'm like, I'm not that big on smoking pot, so that's why I was. And yesterday was 420, so I was like, I didn't smoke weed on 420.
I had no idea what 420 was.
Why did I
Somebody
call it
was
that?
I don't know. Somebody was saying that because I was Canadian, I should know what 420. I'm like, we don't all smoke pot up here. That is not why we're calm.
Good health care. Although your cities are as expensive as I don't know what to live in.
They are expensive. That's true.
They didn't used to be so bad, but oh, like 20 years ago, you could get a great place for a great deal, and now it's like, oh,
Well, you understand the exchange rate between your dollar and our dollar used to favor you guys an awful lot more, right?
yeah,
Like my grandfather, who used to live in upstate New York, would send us like $10, but for years and years and years, we'd look at that and we'd take it to the bank, and it was like $12. So it was like score. So, but now I think I'm not so sure, but now I think the American greenback and the Canadian dollar is roughly on parity.
wow. Yeah, because I remember you used to buy books, and it was always like $3.95 in the United States, $4.95 in Canada, and I was like,
Yeah, we have a lot more value-added taxes up here, I think,
oh,
than you
Oh,
guys
that's
do.
terrible. Regressive piece of shit.
I
Oh,
know.
why did you tolerate it? I mean, Harper, I guess, having trouble getting rid of.
I guess everyone's sleeping in the old hangout. This is why I do like new hangout starts, because people can get in, and when people are sleeping, it's just like,
Yeah, no, well, as I was saying a couple of days ago, there should be a way that you can nudge somebody out without enforcing like a
permanent.
long-term
I agree.
ban on them.
I agree. We've been talking about
Because
that.
I know like me, sometimes I do fall asleep. I don't know what it is. Like when I was a kid, it used to take me like time to fall asleep, and now I close my eyes for nothing, and then I wake up, I open them 2 hours later, and I'm like, what the hell happened? And in situations like that, I should just be pushed out of the hangout. That's it. I mean, I've got nothing to contribute when I'm sleeping.
Yeah, if we
You know?
eject you, no one wants to eject because then you can't come back in. So yeah.
Yeah. And I wish there was some sort of mechanism to allow a soft ejection.
Right. Who is the Scott character? Anyone know him?
He's a great
Yeah,
guy. Scott
yeah,
Gurton?
yeah,
Oh,
Scott
he's a
Gurton.
great dude.
Okay.
Yeah,
This
he's
guy's
clean.
great. He's
He's on
he's
camera
he's,
too.
he's level-headed. He's good looking too, by the way, even though he's got a beard.
All I see is a kitty.
Well, he'll
Yeah.
probably show.
So I'll judge that when I see him. Oh, Pom Jam. Where'd Pom go? That was really cool to see him on camera. I'm like, oh, Pop Tart.
Pop Tart.
Yeah, he's big into Pop Tarts. Okay, that's as long as I can do it. Ice pack. Ugh.
Yeah. I think I better make cameraman a sort of permanent type of thing. I don't know. It's not a very.
I'm sorry, what does that mean?
What?
Well, I'm sorry, what does that mean, making cameraman a permanent thing?
That's where people are unbroadcast when they first join.
No, Scott, we can't see your hands and face. Well, that sucks. So I think I think we're coming up on tomato season. Do you like a nice tomato sandwich, Nadia?
Um, by and large, I'm not that much into tomatoes.
Tomato sandwich.
I'm not that much into either one.
You don't like tomatoes?
Yeah, I can kind of get over it, but
You can get over it. That's damnation by faint praise. What do you like to eat, anyways? I get the impression that you're eating frozen pizza and stuff because you that's kind of what you have. But what do you like to eat?
um, eating is kind of not really a form of entertainment.
Well, that doesn't preclude you having a favorite food.
I don't know. Um, hard to say.
Well, that's fair.
Oh, good to see you on, Simon. Or at least the top of your head.
All right then, Simon. Can't hear you, mate. Even though you're unmuted, we can't hear you, mate.
Sorry, I was just about to rage quit. Yeah. Nice to see everybody. I've just watched a couple of things on atheism.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's that CNN documentary.
I saw
Anybody
that.
seen that?
Yeah, I saw that.
Wow. Way to go. What a bit of reporting that is.
A CNN documentary on atheism? What?
Yeah. I'll link it. Let me get that for you.
What do they say about us?
Oh, it's just terrible. I mean, they start off. Let me just get the link first, and then everyone can catch up and see what I mean. Oh, no,
Can
I
you
copied the
post the
wrong.
link in the external chat?
Sure, no
Because I'm
problem.
on my phone.
Yeah, no problem. Let me just do it internal, and then I'll come outside. There you go, Jackie.
Thank you.
So yeah, they basically start off going, what was the phrase they used? Most people give up God, most atheists give up God by the time they're 30 or something, which basically presupposes God.
Right.
So the whole documentary is done from a position of, it's titled, as you can see there, Inside the World of Non-Believers. And all they talk about all they talk about is how atheists give up God, basically.
Do they have any? Do
Which,
they have any prominent atheists on?
oh yeah, David Silverman and Dawkins.
David Silverman,
Uh,
yeah.
and
Those are
Richard Dawkins.
What's that, Nadia?
I don't feel either one really speaks for me. Like, I'm
Well,
lifelong, so I mean, frankly,
they're
I
both.
kind of end up at loggerheads with various bits of the community that I think I don't know could be described as I don't know less. I'll make a no true atheist argument. Yeah, basically the atheist people who basically kind of like mad at God. And, like, what the hell are you on about? You don't believe it. Make a different argument from what you do.
Uh-huh. Just before that, I'm going to link you in, Nadia, with another thing, which was a when is it wrong to be an atheist?
Oh wow.
Yeah, you're going to love the shit I've been looking at this morning.
Oh.
But I really respect this professor that's done this, and she's making some really good points, I think, about atheism and kind of militant atheism, really.
Why is it wrong? Well, of course, when judgments are incorrect, when the justification is, um, insufficient to provide warrants for it. Like any other belief. Not that belief is really a valid concession.
So yeah, this particular, the last documentary there, that was the professor, the woman that's doing it. She's a professor of divinity, and she's an atheist. So there's kind of quite a lot of knowledge to what she's, although she's just talking about atheism here. Clearly she understands biblical history and the Bible. Anyway, bit of pastime. The CNN one is just, I was cringing all the way through it virtually. They're called Dawkins, the father of atheism.
Wow. Way not to have a memory at all.
Wouldn't that be Thales, not Dawkins?
You know.
Well, I mean, to these, this is what happens when you put teenagers in a newsroom. I mean, to these people, before Dawkins, there was no atheism. Wow. You're actually vacuuming the floor? We can't hear a thing.
Hi, Bob.
Bob.
All hail, Bob.
Hello, Bob. Hello, Bob.
He'll be here. And Scott, I was watching you on Nadia's Hangout last night for a little while.
Isn't he a good-looking man? Isn't he a
He's
fine
good.
man?
Good. He's got the moves. He's got the moves. I declare him to be a true atheist.
He is indeed.
Well, this week anyway. Come in. Who was that? I mean. You all right, Bob? We can't hear you if you're speaking.
Bob's all right.
Uh-oh.
Right. He's more than all right. Bob's God.
The vacuum isn't vacuum. Uh-oh. What do I do now?
You must check the vacuum. You must inspect the vacuum.
Oh,
You must.
right. You got to check the bag and the seal of the bag specifically. So if the bag is full, it'll lose suction, or if the bag isn't properly located on the hose, then it'll also lose suction.
Be careful. Be careful when you're
Probably,
checking the bag. Be careful when you're
probably
checking
best to
the.
open. Sorry, go on,
Be
Gus.
careful
I
when you're
think we're going to
checking
say
the
the same
bag,
thing.
Nadia, because if you pop that open and it's full, you could get dust all up your snoot.
Yeah, it's probably best to do it outside, Nadia. So actually take the vacuum outside before you open it. Otherwise, that happens.
Oh dear.
I don't think that actually opened it.
I don't think so either. It usually is best to do it outside, though. I've had experience with vacuum cleaners with bags.
I owned a bagless duster.
There should be a switch around the bottom below those cooling vents.
There's what?
There should be a switch. Can you hold it up a little bit further?
Yeah.
I bet you it's that big. I bet you it's that big switch there. I
Yeah.
bet you it's that one.
Yeah, but I couldn't figure out how to make it do anything.
Well, you should. I'm telling you, you should go outside because if you've got a full bag, you could end up with all that shit on your floor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just as a precaution.
That can be arranged.
Take your outside. Take us outside.
Outside, nah.
Take us out in the fresh air. It's a lovely view of your chest, by the way.
What chest? It's all padding.
Well, you know, I don't judge.
I'm a man. Doesn't make any difference to me. As long as it's shaped right.
Yeah, I guess I might object to they were trying to take it off, but anyway. All right.
All right. Now that you're outside, you can. Now that you're outside, you can fiddle with things a little bit. And I suspect that great big black button there is the key to opening up your vacuum cleaner. That one,
sometimes,
yeah.
Sometimes it can just be a latch. And the
yeah.
There
it is. There we go. There we go. There we go.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
I have.
What the fuck is that?
You're coming through really choppy, Nadia.
I said I've had vacuums before, but unfortunately they were of very different models.
Yeah. Okay, so the bit you're holding in your right hand, is that the bit with all the dust in?
Oh. She's been snatched by a bear.
Yeah, even bears need vacuum cleaners.
That's right.
And now I gotta figure out what's back. So of course we have someone here to remind me. Or I don't know, it doesn't have a bag.
Looks like there's some sort of filter stuck on the end of the motor. It's tough to tell. The video is really low res.
That's...
Yeah, just give that a quick brush. I have a feeling I have a feeling that
That's
the. Sorry, go Nadia.
that's because the phone that's doing the Wi-Fi hotspotting is inside the aluminum.
Uh-huh.
Have you dumped out the dust and dirt from the vacuum? Over.
Yeah.
Okay, so that little white bit with the dirty end, that's the filter. So you got to be careful, but you can just kind of brush it down with your hand to try and get some of the excess dust out of it.
Yeah.
Well, usually that filter slides off of there.
Oh, okay.
Do you know where the replacements are?
No, there's no replacements. It's just it'll have a little rubber ring on one end of it, and it usually just slides off, and you can just shake it clean.
Yeah.
That's just to keep all the dust out of the motor.
In that
It
case, I'll
doesn't.
just brush it off, and here we go.
It
Yeah,
doesn't have.
yeah. I'm on my way out there anyways. I should be there in about an hour, a half hour somewhere.
There you go. God will fix it. Yeah, it doesn't have to be perfect anyway. Doesn't have to be very.
It reminds me of this, Simon. This reminds me of that song. We got a house, a very fine house in the country.
Park life.
So how are my children doing today?
Fine, Uncle Bob.
Uncle Bob.
It's God, Bob.
God Bob, yes. Uncle Bob's, that reminds me of the uncle you had who used to play hide and seek with your nose, and he'd hide it in his pocket, so you'd have to dig for it.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Yeah, I got an uncle that did something similar.
Are we going to want to hear this, Simon, or is this one of those?
Wow, porn. Nice. Yeah, that looks cool. Right there. Just nice. Oh, there. Nicely out of focus. Yeah, that's a bit better, actually. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, oh, that's moody.
Moody? What, you mean it's stolen?
No, porn's camera shot.
Oh.
It's kind of, you know, 60s black and white. Paul Newman looking smooth, all that stuff.
Huh.
How'd you do that with your camera anyway? Where's my Paul Newman button on my camera?
You don't get one, because you're British.
Alright, I've got a Michael Caine.
It's right, you got Michael Caine.
My name is Michael Caine. Did I send you that link, Gus, on the guys doing the Michael Caine impression?
You did? You did? I found it amusing at the time, and I thank you for it.
It's a funny one. Those guys are brilliant. One of them, Steve Coogan, did a program called Spitting Image.
Steve Coogan, yeah, I know Steve Coogan. He's been in a few movies over here.
Oh, is he? Wow.
He was in the first Percy Jackson movie.
Hey, fuck, I didn't know that.
He played Hades, he did. So, have you got your suck and go sucking or what? She
Looks
can't
like
hear us
it.
because the vacuum.
Right.
'Cause
Yeah, it looks like it.
she can't hear us because the vacuum's a goer.
You wouldn't be moving your arm back and forwards like that if you didn't have some suction.
Yeah, it's not a great vacuum, but you know it's only for a camper. It's just a little dust buster on a stick, so.
Yeah, yeah, they're good actually. Really handy. I got one of those.
The vacuum's a goer. It goes.
It's working a lot better now that I've Well, dust it off the filter.
Excellent.
Surely good, what?
About. It's about time it worked, Gus.
How come if I can clean it does no work? Me couldn't, Kent.
I heard you say a boot the other day, Gus.
You didn't hear me say a boot. You people are out of your fucking mind. I don't know what you're taught. You guys have got this mass psychosis. Like, don't say a boot.
Yeah, you got
You've
the.
hypnotized all the other people in the hangout to think I'd say a boot.
No. You came out the closet and said the boot.
Or didn't he come out the closet?
And he came out the closet.
Didn't he come out the closet?
Well, to be fair, Gus, you did say a boot just a few times.
Oh, or you don't know what you're talking about. Go back to sleep.
But hey, guys, I have some interesting news for you. Fudd already knows it. Oh, Fudd is not here. Okay, so you probably didn't hear it. But do you guys know the Times Magazine top 100 most influential list that they do?
Yes.
And you do know that Anita Sarkeesian was proposed as one of the candidates.
Uh-huh.
And they selected her. The Times Magazine selected her as one of the most influential people. 100 most influential people. And you know how many votes she actually got? 20%. The other 80% were all against it. And she was still selected. It's like,
That's a strange selection process.
Yeah,
You know who wrote the article on her, don't you?
Oh yeah, Will Wheaton. I was like,
Will we?
Oh. That sounds odd. That sounds oddly incestuous.
well, he is her fan, apparently. He made a flattering article about her. I was surprised that he's actually pro-feminism.
Why would you be surprised that he's pro-feminism?
I don't know.
You get funny ideas, you, as to what feminism is, and I'm not always sure they're accurate.
Well, by feminism, I mean like Anita Sarkeesian feminism, or Brianna Wu feminism, or what's this atheist chick name? Elevator Gate.
Rebecca Watson.
Yeah, Rebecca Watson. Yeah, that kind of a feminist.
Can I break out a no true feminist argument?
Go ahead. No true feminist.
Yeah, feminism's just for equality, dude. I don't know why people beat up on feminism.
Well, no, it's not. That's the thing. Modern third wave feminism, even though it's defined as that, most people who subscribe to it and are actually most popular, and you see them the most, and they're sort of, keyboard warriors that you see, are not doing just that. They're not just saying, hey, let's all be equal, kumbaya, No, they hate on games. They say games are completely absurdly misogynistic. Everything is patriarchy. They will claim that it's all fault of men. So this is not just about equality. They obviously add something much more to that.
Well,
I am for equality, but I don't want to associate it with feminists exactly because feminists are known to be doing these things.
Okay, so yes, I agree, but the point I think they're really making is that positive discrimination is needed to break the cycle of patriarchy.
yes, that's what the people don't understand. Is you can't just all of a sudden say, okay, let's everybody be equal now. It's like saying you got two plots of land, okay? One plot has a perfectly even soil grade, and the other plot has a 20-foot pit. And you look at both sides and you can say, okay, well, whatever's happened before, I want you to build a 2-story house on your plot of land. Well, until you fill the pit in, you can't even hope to build that 2-story house.
Well, that's kind of crazy because when you get to the feminism thing, if you're really like anti, you go hard, strong feminism, that's okay. But if but if you go hard, strong atheist, then now you're radical and you're militant.
Well, there's always, but I know, Bob, but there's always going to be like a group of people out there who think that no matter what you say, you're saying it too long, hard, and strong. I could put a soapbox in a public square, stand up on it, and say, I like pie. And if there were enough people there, there'd be some people that would point at me and say, you know what, I really find that offensive. I mean, past a certain point, there is this notion that you simply cannot please everybody. And the people who are not pleased, you have to shake their hand and go your own way with it.
Yeah, but what Anita does is she calls these people, she categorizes them in the group. Basically she says everybody who criticizes her is like this, right? Is like these people who violently and rudely disagree with her and calling her names for the stupid bullshit that she's doing. And she's like, yes, look, this is my opposition. Right? This is the level of the opposition that is against me. My argument is so awesome. If you disagree with me, you're a part of Gamergate and you're just a hater. Which is bullshit. Just utter.
Yeah,
bullshit.
yeah. I don't think if you're gonna make a position that you want something, the calm position is the best. The attacking position, I think, leads nowhere.
Well, I mean, for all that Anita Sarkeesian may be overreacting and may even indeed be trying to weaponize her own opposition into her favor, that woman does have to put up with a lot of shit.
Yeah, shit that she caused herself, dude.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not so sure about that.
Okay, shit, sure. Okay, surely there are trolls, right, who genuinely hate her, right? But we're talking probably people who, have nothing better to do than, to try and provoke responses, or fucking 13, 15-year-olds who, just don't have self-control and they're pissed off that this woman is criticizing something that they like, right? But that's going to happen to anybody. Dude, this is not a sign of, a martyr or anything. No, like you said, if you're going to go up in public and you're going to say, I like pie, there's going to be some assholes who will be like, hey, fuck you, I hate pie. Fuck you, you piece of shit.
Yeah, but the funny thing about the internet, okay, is that it protects an awful lot of people who say the kind of things that if you set out in the street, you get your head kicked in. Sure. And there's a lot of people out there who frankly do stuff just for the lulz, and I don't know, it's just there's this implication that, oh well, the internet's a rough, tough place and you just got to suck it up. I'm not so sure that follows. And I'm not so sure that, frankly, it isn't time that we started trying to see through us as a culture, rather than trying to do it from the top down, whether or not, the response to something you don't like on the internet, maybe it's time that the response to something you don't like on the internet is no longer, you fucking cunt, I want to stick my cock in your face. Like, maybe.
Of course, dude, I agree. Yeah, that's not an appropriate response.
Okay, but you know what, Art, you're hiding behind your own concession, and that bugs me. Okay.
What do you mean?
It's not enough to.
No, I mean, because Gus, I've heard you say to people like Hillbilly and stuff, you go off on them, and I've heard you threaten violence too. So you can't sit there and preach about it if you don't do it yourself.
I think that truth can exist despite hypocrisy. I mean, if you're right, if I've threatened to bang Hillbilly's head in, then obviously that's wrong. But it doesn't make me saying that it being done in general isn't also wrong.
Sure, yeah, it makes you a hypocrite, but everybody's a hypocrite. I will concede to that, no problem. But I'm not actually sure about
on a long enough timeline, we all become hypocritical about something.
Sure.
I don't call him a hypocrite. I call him duplicitous. It's a little nicer.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, Ermine, on a long enough timeline, we all become hypocritical about something.
And if there is enough time, Ermine would eventually moon us on cam.
And I think there's a difference between being a straight-out hypocrite and simply forgetting your own better nature once in a while.
Right, but okay, I don't get the point of what you're making. Is you kind of agree? Yes, they are. Okay, it's not okay for people to have this reaction.
My point, Art, is that you say, okay, well, yes, it's rough on the internet, but deal. And my
Huh?
response to that is that's not good enough.
Wait, what do you mean? What is my response again?
Yes, it's rough on the internet, but well, deal with it. And my response is no, that's not good
Oh
enough.
no no no. Okay, it's we'll deal with it. Because okay, Anita's shtick and the sort of feminazi shtick is that look, I'm being criticized, I'm being told these horrible things by these people on the internet. Therefore, there's patriarchy. Therefore, our society hates women, right? And I'm saying no, that's not evidence for that.
Well,
What you're
what kind
seeing
of
is evidence.
culture?
Wait. What you're seeing is evidence for trolls, internet balls. It's people being dicks. People are dicks to everybody, whether you're black, white, woman, man, alien, anybody, really. It's really evidence for human nature. Yeah, we should improve that, but it's not because of patriarchy. There is no such thing, and it's not in games. It's not in movies. It's never. It's nowhere that I've seen in any, you know, noticeable sense at least.
Well, I mean, I ultimately don't know what to tell you. If you can't see the marks of patriarchy on society, then I don't know what to tell you. To say that, well, it's not in games, it's not in movies, it's not in anything. I mean, you know, there's been a gender centric bent to a lot of popular culture for a long time. And I mean, you know, if I have to sit here and line up, you know, some of the casts of movies, some of the stars of TV shows, you know, and how it's been, and not just male, but a white male for the longest time. I mean, I don't even know what to tell you. You know,
Sure,
like it's
that's not a balanced representation of uh, demographics. But how is that a patriarchy? How is that
But look,
something?
Anita Sarkeesian came on the scene and she said, "Listen, there is a vast majority of video games out there that essentially present." it's hard to hold a serious. It's hard to hold a conversation about matters of gravitas when Nadia's throwing her garbage away.
Eh,
There's a very zen point to that, though. It's like, you know, before enlightenment one must carry water and cut wood. After enlightenment one must carry water and cut wood.
But so back to the point, Gus, what you were saying.
No, I just you know, there's been so much hysterical hysterical backlash and forelash on both sides. And I mean, I just I'm really not so sure that she did not have an initial point. Whether or not she sought to capitalize or to you know to make her bones on that initial point, I'm not so sure that that doesn't denude the initial point. Whether she has reacted poorly to criticism, I'm not so sure that somehow denudes the initial point. And it's tough, you know, because it's the Scott says she cherry picks her data. I don't know. I mean, you
She
know,
does. There is evidence for that. I can show you a few videos if you want. She's inconsistent. Her arguments refute herself often enough. One of the, is she's all over the fucking place, really. But besides the point, what's her main point? Okay, what's her main beginning first point that you're talking about that is
I
still
think you
valid?
know her main beginning first point, or you would if you weren't so busy criticizing her.
So is it what? Is it that there's imbalance of representation of demographics in media?
Yeah,
Sure. So what?
there's a consistent marginalization of females from main character roles and from agency.
Okay, so what? How is this patriarchy? How is this hatred of women?
I don't know if personally if I'd call it hatred of women, but when you have for the longest time you have an industry that's not friendly to women for one thing. And I mean, regardless of what we may see in actual video games, and maybe may you know, I'm sure we can go. I'm sure we can find 10,000 instances where Nita Sarkeesian is wrong. Let's say, but I'm not so sure that that doesn't mean that there aren't at least 10,000 where she's right, or maybe more. But it's difficult to say if you don't go through video game by video game by video game. And if somebody
Well,
ever
that's the
wanted
thing.
to
She
do that,
doesn't do that.
I would definitely, I would definitely, you know, if somebody was willing to do that, I'd definitely listen to what they had to say.
Right, and the thing
May
is,
I-
she doesn't
may
do
I-
that, actually. She doesn't go through every game that she claims to have criticized. She actually takes video footage from other people, or she actually violates the mechanics of the games, or the fuck, what is...
Could I-
okay, go ahead, Simon.
could Yeah, could I just point out, I really think this is not about hate, it's about objectification of women. And the point is that the strong female roles in the games all objectify the woman's body. And those are the strong ones.
Okay, by
The
which
weak
means
ones,
everything
the weak
that...
ones are even worse because not only are they objectified, they're also put in a subservient position.
Well,
That
so are guys in some
reinforces,
games.
and that reinforces the
Yeah,
societal stereotype. That's
But-
kind of what patriarchy is about, really.
But
Okay,
did you hear what you said though? Did you hear what you said though, Archer? You said, well, so are guys in some games. This is
Yes.
part of the problem. As soon as you criticize an aspect of pop culture, particularly the gaming industry, you get people saying, well, you know, because it sometimes happens to guys, then that means that you get to sort of shrug your shoulders and say, so what?
Well,
I mean-
I'm actually okay. So I would contend that any standard you would give me for recognizing, you know, this misogyny, this patriarchy in games, using that standard and flipping it towards males, I can find about just as much.
No, you
No,
can't.
No,
you can't.
Okay, so
okay.
give me your
uh,
best one. Let's
the
go
difference
through a
here,
few games.
the difference here is that when men objectify, or when the men are objectified, they're objectified from a male point of view, not a female point of view. Okay, so you get things like strong uniforms for soldiers. You get things like, you know, big guns, holding lots of big guns. Just think of, you know, Hollywood movies.
Right. So okay.
They're objectified for men. They're not objectified for women. Now, some are, because things have been changing in the last 10, 15 years.
Yeah,
Okay?
but okay. How can you? Okay,
The point
imagine-
is, the point, hang on, no, there's a more subtle point. The more subtle point being is that men aren't always objectified that way, because men recognize that some of our characters don't wish to be stereotypical men. So we get characters like Kojak, and we get characters like, you know, men which aren't the fit ones, but have just got a lot of what we get nerd characters. We get all this, you know, Wesley in Star Trek. We get those type of characters. What we don't get is equivalent female characters.
You mean like okay? What type of a female character would you like to see?
I'm not a woman. I can't say that. I'm
but-
part
yeah,
of the
if you-
problem, not
okay,
the solution.
Okay, wait. If you don't know what's the perfect male or a good female character that's supposed to be anti-patriarchy, right? If you don't know that, then how do you know that it doesn't exist?
Arthur,
And it's
I
lacking
can
in
answer.
games.
You know what? Simon may not want to answer
Good
the
point.
question, but I will. I will. I mean, I was introduced to a strong female character with agency very early in my life in the movie of Aliens, where Ripley takes charge. You know, where she's not sexually objectified at any time in the movie. She's not
she is.
robbed of.
Well,
She's
she
not
kinda
robbed of.
is.
No, Arthur.
I'm
Hello.
actually gonna agree with you.
Arthur. Stop.
Good.
She's not objectified at any time in the movie. She has agency in almost all parts of the movie. The only time that she's robbed of agency is because of her own internal psychological struggle. And at the end of the movie, she's the one who basically steps in and saves Newt. You know, I mean, that to me,
Right, but-
that's she doesn't need a guy to rescue her. She doesn't need a Reese to take her to. You know, all the guys in that movie do
Gus,
is they compliment her.
Gus, point made. You do see her in her knickers, though.
Yeah, you do. I was about to say that as well. Yeah.
But there's no. Oh God, Simon, seriously?
Seriously.
Yeah, you can see it. Yeah.
But so
Even,
what though?
even,
She's about as
even in the
attractive as a bologna
strongest,
sandwich.
even in the
She's
strongest
hot.
female
She's
character, they
back then she was
still
hot.
perpetuate the
I mean,
patriarchal thing
and
of
by the way, you're
objectifying the
talking.
woman's body. They
By the
didn't
way,
have
you're
to
talking.
include that scene. They didn't have to include that scene. They could have shown her getting into the spacesuit without any knickers at
You're,
all.
you're mixing up. It's a different. That's a different movie, Simon. I'm saying Alienza,
Right.
Alienza, not the
Don't
first
know.
Alien
Aliens.
movie.
Yeah, but in
Not the
the
first one.
Aliens,
Right.
wait, in Aliens, you have like a scene where the whole fucking Marine Corps, with 20 naked guys,
They're not
are
naked.
showering.
They're
They are
not
naked.
naked.
They
They're
are
not
naked.
naked.
They
They're
are
not
naked.
naked.
Dude,
They're not naked.
I have the video on my computer. I watched it a few months
They're
ago.
not naked.
Are
What
you
movie is
serious?
this? It's naked, John.
They're not naked. Arthur, come on, man. They're not naked. They're not naked. Naked
Okay,
means you have absolutely no clothing on. They're not
okay,
naked.
well, okay, they might not be showing the full. Right, okay, if you define nakedness as that, okay, I made
But
like.
that's the definition of nakedness, for
Okay, fine.
Christ's sake.
Okay, fine.
Not in
So
movies.
they do show a lot of skin on both males and females,
Oh,
and they
for
show
crying out
mostly
loud.
males.
But
So
but the thing is, everybody. That's not my point. That's not my point. And now you're really now you're just being obtuse at this point. You're just being obtuse.
Okay, how? What's you? Okay. Okay,
You're just being obtuse
I
at this
don't,
point.
before I've heard about Anita Sarkeesian and this whole bullshit, of objectification and, agenicity and how I just watched interesting plots and interesting fantasies created by other humans, and I found all of them interesting. Never did it occur to me, oh, look, this is patriarchy, this is objectification, this woman has no agenicity, so she's a piece of shit, and so is every other woman, and I should treat them like that. I think this is a made-up contraption from the extreme feminists who are trying to, I don't know what they're trying to do actually, but you just don't see this. You guys have to make it up, put it in there, cherry pick all the instances, ignore the other instances that disproves you, and then you have a case. Okay, show me your best argument.
Okay, I
for
can
why
show you.
movies or
I can
games
show
are
you.
patriarchal.
I can show you specific examples. Okay, where these female characters do exist that we're talking about. Okay, Miss Marple. They even stereotype the women that are in that position.
Wait, who is she called again? Sorry, I'm not familiar with the character.
Okay, well, just think of some female detective.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Benson. Benson from Law and Order, Special Victims Unit.
Oh, right, that sounds a bit new
Yeah,
to me.
Simon, you've
That's
really
not new,
you've,
that's
you've
funny.
really got to pick somebody that pop culture might have found significant in the last 15 years or so, or we're going to lose a lot of people.
Well, this is significant. This is a show that is running for, what is it, 16 years now? It's one of the longest running shows ever.
I haven't watched TV for 25 years
like,
plus.
All throughout the series, there's like, in total, maybe 8 female detectives. So what's the point?
Well, again, I'm just trying to say that when we see strong female types, again, they tend to be stereotyped towards the male perspective. And that's all I'm kind of trying to point out. Things are biased. It's like this. To me, it seems like this, okay? Is that's what sells, and that's the justification they use for doing it. Sex sells, so we want to see naked female bodies. That's what we want to see because that's what we're going to buy. We have the power in our pocket to buy. Now, this is the traditional space that we're coming from. We're coming from that space of men completely dominating. Okay, now in the transition, we're just saying that we need to readjust things in a more positive female way in order to allow things to neutralize in time.
Okay, Simon, let's say that I agree with you. Let's say that I agree.
Hang on, I need to get you to agree to the prime thing, which is that it's clear from films and from media that women's bodies are objectified because that's what men do. We're very visual. I'm not saying this is a terrible thing that men do. Men should be hated for it.
Sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's the
Okay.
difference.
Sure. I would even
I'm
agree
just
to that. No.
pointing out that we shouldn't have that as the main policy in media because it's a man-driven policy.
It's not a man. Okay.
It is
People.
a man.
Okay. Humans like sex. We are attracted to sex. We're attracted to the opposite sex or the same sex, depending on our sexual proclivities, gender identity. The thing is, there has been actually misconception for a long time that women are not attracted to men. They don't want to have sex so much, and that's why you see a
No,
lot of movies in those times,
no,
and today even to an
by
extent.
different things. They're
They're, no,
attracted by
no, they're
different
actually
things.
not that much. Actually, no. Ask Jackie, right? For example, women do like to see naked guys.
Yes.
They also like to see connection,
Yeah.
emotional connection.
Big muscles.
So do guys.
Big muscles. Big
Right.
muscles,
Well,
naked, skin
right.
tight stuff, but not totally revealing. They don't like the total reveal like guys
Well,
do.
I'm not sure about that. I haven't actually seen any statistics, but from what I've told from my friends,
Mhm.
female friends, yeah, they're for nudity. Sure, let's show. Yeah, I like to see a hot dude. Sure, yeah, I like to see
Time and
some
a place.
connection. And so do
But
I.
yeah.
I'm a guy. I like to see a connection between the characters. I don't want to just see gonzo fucking sex. I actually don't like gonzo porn. By the way, I like
No.
more softcore. So we're talking a plethora of views and styles and arts, and I don't see, even if it's a fact that there is an imbalance, that this is some kind of evidence for this evil patriarchy, that they are like, yes, let's oppress the woman, let's force all the characters to be like
Don't
that.
straw man it. Don't use the word evil. Don't use the word.
Okay,
That's
okay,
just
sure,
straw
sure.
manning it.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
I took
I
a bit
take
of
your
dramatic
point.
license.
It isn't.
I
The
mean,
problem
I
isn't.
take
The
your
problem
point.
isn't so much objectification. The problem is power imbalances and perceived power imbalances. I mean,
Yeah,
it's the whole notion isn't that you dress a woman up in skimpy. It's that you where a man will go into combat in a fantasy game wearing full armor, a full padded
Uh,
gambeson, full chainmail, full plate
uh,
mail,
dude,
full
we've been through
helmet.
this.
Archer, like honestly,
Dude, we've been through this.
Archer,
Conan,
honestly,
Conan Barbarian.
Archer. We'll go into full, with a full coverage of armor, and a woman will go in with a chainmail bikini. And I've seen this over and over and over and over again.
Okay, show me
And I'm sorry,
last
and
two.
I'm really sorry, Arthur, if you don't see it or if you don't notice it or if it doesn't register with you. But that's,
Sure. No, I do see
There-
those examples definitely, but there's also
okay, but
the
how can you
opposite
see those
examples.
examples and then go? How can you see those examples and then go? Oh well, whatever. That's just the way it is. Like it just.
Because there are also examples of the exact fucking opposite. God of War, Conan the Barbarian. Dude, listen, people like to see skin. Yes, we
It's
are
not
social
about
beings.
seeing skin. It
What's
is
it about?
It's not about whether or not you see. It's not just about whether or not you see skin. It's about whether or not It's about whether or not you see a degree of agency without sexualizing. Kratos is not rendered an object of sexual desire, but through that game, he just isn't.
Wait, how are you defining
That's
sexual desire?
okay. You know what? Like, I'm sorry, I'm not going to let you pull a Dan Barker thing. When in doubt, pull back and try to focus on definitions.
No. I want to know how you're identifying this, if you're claiming that this exists, because when I look at God of War or Conan, which are dudes that are basically dressed in a fucking, mankini, or, they just have a small piece of cloth there, and they're supposed to be fighting gods and demons and shit, and you're telling me this is not a sexual
That
oriented.
is the reason that it's done with them is to portray a degree of transcendent virility and power. These people are so
but why is it not? Why is it? Wait. Why is it not the?
Archer? These people are so physically powerful that they don't need the armor in those cases. But
Sure,
when women, but more often than not, when it's done with women, it's because it's to emphasize their sexuality, not their power.
How do you know? Prove it.
Right. I'd like
Prove
to
it.
say
No, I'm
something
sorry.
here again,
Prove it.
just
I could
before
say
you.
I was actually hold just a
Okay.
second. I was thinking of the exact same thing actually, Gus. Before you said this about the guys, I was about to say, hey, you know what, dude? How do you know that the fact that they're not wearing any clothes is a sign of them being so skillful and so agile at combat that you don't need armor? I'm talking about the females, of course. So how do you know this is not a case?
I agree.
because most of these
How do you
because
even
most
go
of
with
these games
yeah, go ahead.
because most of
Right.
these games most of these games most of these movies most of these books most of these comics up until very recently were written by men.
So what? That doesn't mean they're misogynistic just
Okay.
because they're
Okay.
That's
No,
written by men.
obtuse.
guys,
I'm
guys,
sorry.
guys.
I'm sorry,
You
but
both
that's
made the
a
same
willful.
point,
That's a
both sides
willful.
twice now.
Ah,
I'm
that is a
sorry, Gus.
willful.
That's how it
That's
goes.
Gus,
that's
I'd
it's
like to
live.
just
You know this
return
is
to
live,
the,
Gus.
the actual point about it, which is, again, what I'm advocating is that this kind of feminism is about a positive discrimination, not about a negative discrimination towards men.
What's a
Okay, and
positive
that seems to be the inference you're taking from it. And I'm saying that we need the positive discrimination because the system for a long time has been set up for the benefits of men's entertainment, not necessarily women's entertainment. Okay, so that's the reason I would say that we need positive discrimination in this case for a short period of time until things balance out. When you think about the number of action movies compared to the number of what's called chick flicks that are produced and the amount of money spent on them, okay, there is no comparison. We're still in that society which prefers entertainment to be directed towards men because that makes most money.
Well, okay, if it makes most money, is it because maybe men prefer these movies and women prefer actual contact rather than,
No,
a
or is
visual
it
media?
because
or
the
is it
choice of movies for women aren't wide enough that they want to spend their money to go and see them?
Okay, and how does it work with men? Why is there so many movies? I mean, there's supposed to be a balance. So, okay, how
So,
does a film producer determine this, right? They
sure.
determine it based on, I'm guessing,
Hmm.
previous sales, right?
Right. You're
Right.
going into specifics here, okay? And the point I'm really making is that we're coming from a place where it's been male dominated. It doesn't matter specifically how it's done or what it looks like, or those choices are done through the market that we're doing. We're just saying let's positively discriminate in favor of women for a period of time in order to get that choice out there. Once that choice is out there, we can then make it equal.
But there is
Scott?
already choice in games, for
Scott
example.
asked Scott asked me a question. Okay, Scott, I don't exalt the exception. I mean, I'm sorry, I just won't exalt the exception to and then use that as a bulwark against what I believe is a salient point. I mean, I don't understand. I mean, if somebody tells me that they cannot see that much of the video game entertainment world, much of the movie world, in terms of action, the action genre, the drama genre, the horror genre, is written by men for men, generally speaking, by and large, usually, that despite any and all exceptions that you can find, and that's why we call them exceptions. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not I'm and part of the problem here is that Arthur wants it's the whole notion of focusing on the focusing on the rocks and ignoring that you're staring at a pyramid, and that's great and all, but past a certain point, I'm not willing to allow uh, the vagaries of specific detail to derail what I can see with my own two eyes.
And what is it that you're seeing?
What I just explained to you.
Yeah, I don't see it.
It's unfortunate, Arthur. I guess you and I are just going to have to go our own separate ways with that. And whatever we may think of Anita Sarkeesian's dishonesty, I think that her initial point is more correct than it is incorrect. And I think even if she's one of the most dishonest people in the world, I think her initial point is more correct than it's incorrect.
Well, I haven't seen any evidence for any point so far. So yeah,
I understand. It is my opinion that you are incorrect in that matter.
okay, fair enough. And by the way, like I said, I am for equal rights. I will, if I'm actually going to be game designer in the future, hopefully, and I'm going to allow for choices. I'm going to allow for as much choices as possible, actually, which includes, choose your character, maybe even choose your plot, and maybe even choose the gender of people that you meet. So, hey, I'm all for it, but I don't even see any kind of problem with somebody with some artist, right, making a story that is completely made out of men, right, male characters who are even abusing women, who are beating women, who are enslaving women, and that being a story. And you know why? Because it's a fantasy. It's a story. It's not a manual. It's not saying, hey, you know what, guys, we should treat women like that. No, it's a story. It's an art form. Art form. Get it?
Oh,
Oh,
well, you may have noticed that some of the stuff I talk about, all the stables of studs and all that, are a little bit over the top. They are. I mean, granted, yeah, I am getting a slut, but still, the whole visual thing. Well, is actually not how I go. I go for largely the written word, uh, and there's a little bit of reinforcement to that because, well, every time a little bit of visual media goes by, I get Clockwork Orange with the bodies of women I could never have. I was essentially, women I could never be. Yeah, I can stand to look at that. No.
well, just to add back to what I was saying, I don't mind if a female or a male artist makes a story that has men enslaved and beaten by women. I don't care really. It's not a manual. It's just a story. I think it's overblown. And even if, because I've heard actually this argument that we humans gonna take our notions of what is right from the media somehow. Even if that is the case, trying to change our notions through this media is just as bad because you're basically just you're not solving the issue. You're just treating the bad symptoms. Surely we should try and change the whole behavior
People
of
get bad ideas from someplace, and
well,
often
only if they're not using.
these bad ideas start early.
Uh,
Often these bad ideas are reinforced through stuff that we sort of push to one side and we say that's not the big issue.
Yeah, I seem to run into a few kids who got a few bad ideas from penitentiary and deliverance.
oh, okay, Gus. Yeah, okay. You can say this. What you said right now, you could say about anything, right? Essentially, just use your what you said. Just replace it with anything.
If I was willfully obfuscatory about it, yeah, sure, I could.
Huh? Okay.
Sorry about that. Everything gets sorted then?
Oh yeah, we've proven that there is no patriarchy.
There is none. Oh, really?
And they say Russians have no dreams.
Yeah, maybe in Russia it's a bit different. You never know. I mean, Russian women are a bit more masculine, aren't they?
Well, they have to be when because their men because their men are drinking all over the place, right?
I
Also, it's about
remember those East
strength.
German
Okay,
shot
fair enough.
putters. I remember those East German shot putters.
I know, right? The East German swimming team on what was it, the 1976 or the 1978 Olympics? Wow. Talk
I
about
mean,
power back.
it is
Talk about
it is a
power
really
back
good
into steroids.
it is a really good point that we have come a long way in 30 years, and we're really all we're arguing is that we just need to go further. That's all, and I don't think that's a huge issue, and I don't think it should be denied by men.
But I don't think, particularly the video game business, the kind of images that you're shown in the video game business should be trivialized, because those are images that often are shown to younger people. And what you see out there, even often, even if it is in a fantasy setting, what you see out there, you tend to internalize. Now,
And is this a
does
good
that
thing?
does that mean does that mean that you internalize it 100%? No. Does that mean that it becomes an overt manifestation of how you approach life? No. Does that mean that just because you see violence in video games, you're going to do violence? We've proven no. But that doesn't
Oh,
mean
funny.
that doesn't mean that if you're not soaked in imagery, that imagery isn't going to rub off. That's just not how human psychology works.
Right, and that's problem of the human nature, and we should change that. Instead of trying to censorship our media and limit our imagination, limit our arts, limit our creativity.
Right, I see. Yeah, I see your point, Art. And again, I agree with this point. In making us equal, okay, we shouldn't be diminishing either side.
Yeah. Well,
Okay, so we're not.
well, yeah.
Your argument, hang on a minute. Your argument is correct in that if equality is mediocrity, we don't want it in art for sure.
Exactly.
Okay, but I don't believe that's the case, or I don't believe that's the case that. Hang on a second. I don't believe that's the case that's being argued for by most of the feminist arguments I hear.
Right.
And I don't
you're
know
right.
about this
Wait,
particular woman.
Ermine, what did you want to say?
I just don't think that's the case, and I think that's a stretch. Art, I think you're better than that with your arguments.
Oh, no. Okay, I'm not saying that this is what feminists are saying. Not at all. My point is that if indeed the social media is the reflection of what we will become, then surely we should project the social media to be a perfect utopian society, pretty much what North Koreans are showing to those people today. Why not? Why not? Tell me, if that's the case, if this is indeed the case, if indeed social media is forming our society, then
that's so absurd. That's so absurdium.
How?
I won't even tag it with the dignity of reducto.
Okay,
I
how?
mean that's absurdium on globalis.
Then you just have incredulity, sir, and you're welcome to it, but it's not an argument or refutation against.
I'm sorry, you've been beating me about the face, neck, and crotch with your incredulity for the whole argument. So you'll pardon me if I have a spoonful of my own.
No, I was asking for evidence. If I was appealing to incredulity, you should have pointed it out. I would have corrected myself and presented some argument and evidence against your point instead of incredulity.
Well,
but hey, if
you're not going to pin me against the corner using rhetorical procedure here. I won't have it happen. I believe that despite the fact that I can't put the basketball in the hoop from the 3-point line, I still think that there is a degree of merit in what I've been saying. So, and I think Ermine, I don't know, I don't want to speak for Ermine, but I have a funny feeling that she's getting a whiff of this too.
Well, again, can somebody please refute my point? Why should we not project a perfect utopian society in our media if indeed our media is shaping what we are going to be?
I'm not because the Greek translation of utopia is no place. So what's the point, anyways?
Who is now using semantics and debate tactics? Because really, you're gonna harp on definitions and
the reason I brought that definition forward is because you know damn well when you said utopia that you were automatically strawmanning the argument, that you were pulling it into the realm of the absurd. So that's why you knew that when you said that word.
I'm not saying feminists are arguing this.
In what you said, there's a basic. Oh well, then why can't we just make all social media perfect? You know that's not going to happen. You know that this is the slow boring of hard boards, and you know that in most cases what we're asking for is for things to be done one step at a time.
Oh, well,
you know that. So why would you automatically want to act as though what we want is some sterile, totally confrontational?
No, I'm not saying.
Yeah, every time I say yeah, you go no. So I mean, what the hell?
That's because because you
It's like
misunderstand me,
trying to
dude.
carry water in your hands,
Man,
man.
if
Crazy.
you misunderstand me, Gus. I specifically said that I am not saying that this is what feminists are actually saying.
Mhm.
I know that feminists are not arguing that we should have a North Korea type of utopian
Well, then why did you
imaginary.
bring it up?
Wait, let me explain it. Because I'm making a reductio ad absurdum. I'm saying,
Yeah.
okay, wait. I'm saying, okay,
Mhm.
if we are
Right.
supposed to change our perception of women through the media by changing the media itself to portray women as, awesome in the way you like it, then
Mhm.
why not do it about other issues, social issues,
We
justice
do.
issues,
We do.
military issues, government
We
issues,
do. We
political
did it.
issues,
We
like
did
what they're
it.
doing?
We did it,
Wait.
dude.
Like what they're doing in
You
North Korea.
made the
Look
point.
at their media. They're
You
just
know what, Art?
Dude,
Maybe
hang
maybe
on,
rather
Gus,
than
Gus. Wait for it. I was
he
interrupting.
he kind of
Okay.
was talking
So
to
what
me
I'm
for a
saying
second
here,
there.
we do it with other things. That is how we, in some respect, overcame the initial momentum against racism in this country was by positive discrimination. The point of positive discrimination is to do exactly what you're saying, Art, not so it will lead to inevitably to the absurdum that you're talking about, but so it will change the momentum. You do it for a short period of time. You don't do it for very long periods of time. Okay? That's the point about it.
The
You
problem
need
with
that to
I
change
might
the
I might be
momentum
getting
and
my
the
just
direction, because the
okay.
direction is patriarchy.
Okay,
the
I
pro,
might be actually getting to what you're saying, and I might be even jumping on board. I just need a little bit more. Okay, I'm thinking of, for example, Lieutenant Uhura, right? Okay, that was that kind of thing. Sure,
Hmm.
okay,
Indeed.
okay, all right.
and how
Strongly
many
in your
years?
position.
And that's a great example. That is a Star Trek is a fantastic example.
Hmm.
How many years was it between when we saw a woman of color as a department head, a bridge officer on a starship of the line in the United Federation of Planets? How long was it between then and when we saw a woman either as a first officer or sitting in a captain's chair? Because I can tell you right now, I can answer the question for you. We didn't see a woman take the center chair on a Federation starship until at least 30 years later, maybe more.
Yeah, but how do you know it was caused by that? How do you know it wasn't a actual
Because I
internal
can I can
change in the
tell you I
society
can tell you
itself?
yeah, I know, I can tell you because the networks wouldn't have allowed it. The networks were barely able to allow Avery Brooks to take on the job of Commander Cisco. The networks were barely able to accept that.
Wait, Commander Cisco? Oh, you're talking about the Deep Space Nine. Oh, right. Okay.
Yes.
Right. Well, okay. So that kind of helps my point because for them to allow this, there has to have been an internal change in the society itself, rather than a cause of change by the media, by the.
No, no, that's not true.
Okay. Then how do we
It
establish the
happens
cause?
both ways. It happens both ways.
Ah, there we go. Okay. So why not do that? Why not change our perception internally through argument and reason, rather than stomping and our arts and our creativity and
Hmm.
saying you cannot show this, you cannot do that, you cannot do this,
Well, that's not it. What
character.
happens with the arts is that they,
You ready?
regardless what you say, they're not a rational appeal. Nobody looks at art rationally. It's actually an emotional
Yeah, they
appeal.
do.
Oh,
Oh, they
thank you,
do.
Ermi. Thank
Yeah,
you,
I know.
Ermi.
No,
I know.
I kind of disagree.
No,
A bit.
absolutely not. Nobody looks at the Star of David or any famous painting and goes rationally.
Okay.
What
Yeah.
painting, what art does is it
Hey, I
creates
do
some sort of
nothing. Okay.
feeling
No.
internal, and that's what
Hmm.
changes society as a whole. It's not
Yeah.
this like rational, like, oh, it's perfectly symmetrical instead, because it never is.
Hmm. I kind of agree with that in terms of the response to art, but when you create art, you don't necessarily have to be emotional. The
Hey,
actual
nobody creates
process
it. Okay.
of
I
art
existed
No,
for a
no,
reason.
doesn't.
you don't necessarily have to be emotional when you're creating it. I find that the best art is.
Sure.
I like how you all talking about me essentially.
No. Oh yes. Right. Anyway,
It's all
again,
about you, man. It's all about
the
you.
point being is that I would like you, Art, to recognise that we come from a patriarchal society.
I don't know.
Okay.
There have been matriarchal societies, weren't there?
I'm sorry, where have been those matriarchal societies exactly?
You don't know about matriarchal society? Okay, let me just
Yeah,
look.
Egypt. Yeah.
Mm.
Ancient Egypt.
Art, and we're talking about the time period that, golly, at least our grandfathers lived in, right? If you want to go back to, heck, the time when we were split from, an evolutionary scale or 5,000 years ago, I think you might
We just need to go back to the 70s, okay, where the little lady housewife was referred to in adverts. All right, we don't have to go back very far. Sexism was rife when I was a child.
And the problem with sexism is not necessarily that. Yeah, one of the big problems with a lot of these isms is that they've begun to camouflage themselves, and it's become an awful lot more difficult because it's a lot less overt. But it's there. I mean, you have to. It's kind of like how sometimes astronomers can discover the existence of a celestial body, not by finding its own existence, but by sort of looking at the effects that it has on gravity or something like that. Like I know that at least one planet was discovered. Can't remember which one it was. At least one planet was discovered because there was a gravitational shadow or some such. I mean, sometimes you have to gauge this by not by what you can see but by the effects that are brought about.
And just to finish up the point finally is to say, again, it's not about being fair or equal, okay? The initial stage is not about being equal. The initial stage is about changing the momentum in order to create an area where equality can become existent. We need to give women the power to make blockbuster movies. If they can't make the blockbuster movies in the first place, they can't express themselves through that. Okay, and if only if the system only allows big money to be spent on action movies, because in the past that's what's proven to have sold, that's not going to change the system in any way. That's going to perpetuate it. That's why positive discrimination is needed.
Here, 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 here.
But again, I'd like to see an example of what you envision as a, for example, a well-balanced, let's say, game.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's kind of difficult. I mean, I think
I don't think I'm going to follow.
I think I'm excited by things which appeal to men because I'm a man. I'm not excited by things which specifically and only appeal to women. And I agree with your point that we need not to diminish those things. Okay, we need to have a space where women's bodies can be objectified for men, because that's what some men want. Okay, but if women aren't prepared to do that for themselves, then men shouldn't insist upon it. If women wish to objectify their bodies themselves, then that's up to them to do, and men can take advantage of that, sure. Just like the other way around. If we want to make Conan Barbarian films, that's fine. We need a 6-foot guy with muscles like nobody's seen, like nobody has. All right, that's not realistic in any way, and it's an expectation for boys to become Hulks. That's not good for the same reason that it's not good for women to grow up to be princesses. Okay, so there are parts about it that do need to change.
Okay.
And we're
Well,
not
as
going
long
to
as
do
we're
that by continuing the system. We're only going to do that by giving equality. Giving, which means taking some of our power and giving it.
well, I really don't care as long as there's a choice, and as long as I'm okay. As long as feminists are not enforcing that certain artistic titles like movies and games are not allowed to have this plot, and they're not allowed to have a, let's say, a damsel in distress plot or a trope or
Yeah.
whatever.
I agree with this, but the point being is that in order to allow us to have that, we need to then provide finance and a space in which they can express themselves the same way.
But they kind of do. I mean, where is this wall that a female
Because
developer
it's the
cannot
wall.
develop a game because?
Yeah, no, it's the wall of what sells. Who's going to give you money to make a game if it hasn't previously proven to sell? And if
Women,
everything previously proven to sell is from a male perspective, then that
women,
system's never going to change. That's the point
women
of
will give you
positive
money.
discrimination.
Half the population of Earth will give you money if your game is indeed for females.
Yeah, not much of it
How much
compared to
money?
men.
How much money do we have?
Huh?
Does that?
Well, you're half the population.
At least
Well,
20% less than men, straight on. And
but
Okay,
that doesn't even
let's
include
say
the
that's
women that
true.
don't. That doesn't include women that don't work and receive their money from men.
Right, let's say that's true. You still have quite a huge, budget there being, let's say the equivalent of, 40% or 30% of the human population.
But that's not equal.
I know it's not equal, but okay, so you have a few less
And that's
titles
what
than
we'll
the
find.
male.
Can I rewind things a little bit, because Art, you asked me for an example of a positively balanced game. Are you
Mhm.
still interested in my thoughts on that?
Totally.
Portal.
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 Okay.
Yeah,
Which
Portal
one,
has
first or second?
the first one, because the second one is more about those two dingbat robots. But the first one is, I mean, that's a female character. The female character has all the agency in that game. Now, granted, it's only a one-player game, so the minute you make the character female, you automatically stack the deck. I get that, but Portal is a prime example in my mind. There is there's sort of a cute cartoonish sci-fi semi RPG out there. I think it's called Beyond Good and Evil, where the protagonist is a female and she's a photojournalist. That's very well balanced.
How is it balanced if you have just a female character in the game?
She's surrounded by it. I mean, part of when you say balance, it isn't just a question of balancing within a single video game. It's helping to provide balance to the industry as a whole.
Oh, so you're basically advocating for completely fully female-oriented games, and that's your idea of a balanced media?
I am saying that when you have a media as a whole that is imbalanced, sometimes achieving balance within a module or pod of the media is not always the best thing to do and does not always assist in helping to balance the media as a whole.
Okay, why not make a game that I was, kind of like what I'm proposing, to have a choice? You have the choice to play as a male or a female. You have a choice to either interact with mostly males or females, if you like. Why not that? Why does it have to be strictly female? Everything for female.
Right.
Why?
It doesn't have to be strictly female. The point is that it should be positively female.
Okay, positively. Well, okay, because positive
So by
is
positive, listen, Spec, by positive, I mean promoting the values of the woman above that of the man.
okay, but can it be both? Because that's what I'm worried about, right?
It can't
Because
be both. It can't be both because that's not positive discrimination.
oh, so
We are
you
looking to discriminate against men in the positive favor of women.
okay. How does this? Why?
Because the momentum. Hang on. Because the momentum of the society has been patriarchal, and by using positive discrimination, we can reverse the momentum. Then we can find equality.
Okay, so you're positive is good. Okay.
So in this example that you used earlier, where you say, well, say 30% of the games are female, well, we need to positively discriminate for another 20%
Right.
for a
So
period of time until we have equality, and then we
Right.
stop discriminating against men.
right, but you do know that in essence you are discriminating.
Yes, of course, but you
Called
have
positive
Good job, guys.
discrimination.
You're doing exactly the same thing that you're accusing us of doing.
Yeah,
Yes.
except that
Positively.
in this case
Except in
context
right.
in this
Except
case
in the
context
direction
is
that you
king.
wanted to go.
In this case, context is king. Okay, there's a reason why we're doing this. We're not just doing this because we want all the marbles now. We're trying to correct a course. In order to correct a course, if you're headed, at a certain speed in one direction, then an amount of force directly in the opposite direction has to be applied to get you to slow down or stop going in the direction that you don't want to go in. And it's the same. It's the same thing with matters of social justice.
Yeah.
Um,
Effectively, yeah. That's it. In a
well,
nutshell.
Okay, so now you are proposing a equal system of fully discriminatory media against men and fully discriminatory media against women.
What?
No.
Well,
No,
that's what's
we are
going to
saying
happen.
we are saying we should positively discriminate in favor of women for a period of time in order to reverse the momentum that the patriarchal society has put on everything. Just about. We demean pregnant women. We say that we say it's an illness. We say there's
Where?
so many things come from our from history. That I
Wait,
know
there might be histories
you're not
happening today.
I know you're not born. I know you're not born into that period of time. Maybe, and that's probably a good thing that you're arguing
you're
where
talking
you are.
about. Wait,
And it's
I
probably a
haven't
good.
heard about it at all. Could you give me an example of where in media pregnant women are being shamed?
Yeah. In history, I'm saying this has been the typical. This has been the typical case. All right, you give up your seat to pregnant women always.
Like, how is this
Because
discrimination?
they're not able to manage themselves.
Are you serious?
I'm serious. This was the attitude when I was
Oh
a
yeah,
child.
I know, dude. This is the kind of
This is where we're
confusion.
coming from. This
Yeah,
is where
I
we're
know,
coming
but
from.
dude, Simon, listen. You're reading too much into these signals, and I see this quite often from many
You
sides
gave the
actually.
statistics.
Wait.
I was using
Did you consider? Hold on a second. Did you consider that by these people giving a seat to pregnant women, they're not thinking, oh, this is such a weakling, I'm going to be pitying her and I'm going to allow her to seat thanks to my grace. No, it's maybe me being a nice guy and knowing that this
Sure.
woman is in a tough
Exactly.
situation and I'm going to
Exactly.
help her out. That doesn't mean that I think she's a weakling.
Right, and
That I-
that's called positive discrimination. You are removing your power and giving it to somebody else, okay?
I'm not
That's
removing empowerment.
exactly what we're talking about. And what I'm saying is that when it's put as that, the way you're putting it, that's great. But when it's put in ways which demean the woman, that's bad.
When has
And
that
what's-
happened? I've never seen this.
Let me finish.
Go ahead, sir.
So, yeah, when it's put in that way, it's bad. This is the place we've come from, art. I'm not saying that right now things are, as bad as they were 20 or 30 years ago. They're not, okay? Women definitely have more rights and more power and more ability to create their own destinies. But still, I see, okay, within society and by your own figures, a glass ceiling by which women do not earn the same as men for doing the same job. I see glass ceilings in terms of the inability of men, even on the other side, the negative discrimination, to be able to look after their children the same way women do. All right, these are things which are current in society. And your figures were 30%. Your figures were 30%, 70%.
I'm not following in a moment. I have to
And
be
that's
FK for
now.
a moment.
And
Okay,
that's
so
now.
sorry, Simon. I have to be FK for a moment, so I'll be back.
Okay.
Just a second.
Okay.
Sorry, dude.
Anyway, I think we've beaten it to death.
And beyond. What's that, Ermine?
I think we've beaten it to death too. I just don't think we're going to change his opinion.
Well, we got close. We got close.
He doesn't get it.
No, we got close. He said he almost saw the fact that we were calling for discrimination against men. So I don't think he's too far off where the position is. I mean, the only way you can claim not, as far as I can see, the only way you can claim not to see positive discrimination as a benefit is when things are equal. So in order to have a position where positive discrimination should not be enacted would be to claim that the situation was equal. And I don't see statistics in society for that. I still see women as a minority or a second-class citizen in terms of potential earning powers and ranges of actions that they can do within society, which are
And
acceptable.
Simon, Archer's opinion is an aspect of Archer's opinion is prevalent amongst an awful lot of people who don't understand that you can't just sort of go, okay, well, let's start today with everything being equal, and then from that
Yeah.
point, from that point onwards, everything will be fine. It's like my initial
Yeah.
analogy of if you have two plots of land, and one has like a 20-foot crater, and then the other one has a level grade. You can't expect both to be equally suitable for building the same 10-story house.
Sure. So, that's fine. As I say, unless you can claim that it is an equal situation now. There is one other point that he made, which I think is a very relevant point, which is this point about objectification of women's bodies. And now I don't see this as always a bad thing, all right, male or female. I see it as a positive thing for both sexes. Okay, if some women prefer a specific type of male body, and when I've been with those kind of men walking down the street, it seems perfectly obvious to me that women of all ages will turn to look. Right? If we go down the route of men objectifying women's bodies as a bad thing, I think that's wrong, because I see women doing that as well. And so that to me seems to me human nature, and I agree with Art on this particular point. So I don't think it's as straightforward as, and that's why the feminism side can be mischaracterized so easily, because I don't think all feminists are saying that women should not be objectified sexually. It just shouldn't be done for the benefit of the man's patriarchal society. It should be done for the benefit of an equal society.
Yeah, if a woman wants to look, sexy or whatever, it's not because she automatically wants to be selected for immediate mating. You know what I mean?
Oh, really? Is that the point I was making?
Like they're not packets of sweeties at a candy shop. They're people. And yeah, so
Yeah, and if I wish to, treat a woman as an object and dress her up in tiny little things that I like, okay, I don't see anything wrong with that, provided it's consensual. All right? Really?
I
don't fucking see it as a problem.
No,
Right?
I glanced over at Nadia's cam, and just at that time, Bob was bending over.
Cool.
I was like, "Oi, baby."
Oh dear. Well,
That's all right,
I wonder. Sorry?
What was it? What was that, Nadia?
Well, whereas the mass media tilted toward me, I don't think it's in terms of things like, well, television movies. I think I'm going to have trouble with, or not have trouble so much as not be as inclined toward things that are, well, visual at all in most sense. But also, they don't matter to it. I mean, for instance, the phrasing and interpersonal interaction, and so on, are a bit shallow, a bit too unsophisticated. Like, that was probably the wrong word to use, but yeah, they don't have kind of like the, I don't know, I mean, complexity or other sort of insight that actually gives the connection to me. And why don't my dollars matter? Why don't the dollars of anyone like me matter? Well, we get less of them. Right? It's not one person, one vote. It's $1 one vote. Who's got the dollars?
Yeah, well, ever since Citizens United, that's the case. It's like that a lot here in Canada too. Although in Canada, we elect when we elect.
For sexist mass media, right? Yeah, sex sells, but who's buying? Who has the money to buy?
It's an interesting question.
Okay.
That's my, oh, that wasn't my Skype. Sorry.
Somebody trying to Skype you, I mean, it's tough when you're popular.
No, it wasn't me.
Okay.
That was the
Okay, but you're still popular though, I just want to say. I love those glasses, by the way, Nadia. I love those glasses on you. On anybody else, it'd be like, holy bug eyes, Batman, but it really works on you. Are you going on a trip? Are you going on a jaunt? Apparently so. Well, let's try her doctor's appointment. Whew.
Why is it that the printer is always the dustiest thing in the office?
The printer?
Yeah.
Because it uses a lot of it tends
Good
to
luck,
build up a lot
Nadia.
of static electricity.
Bye, Nadia.
Thank you, Nadia.
Good luck. Good luck.
Okay.
So wait, are you leaving like the hangout? So we're gonna go off air?
Sounds like it.
We'll keep it warm for you.
So are we gonna go off air? Or?
No, we'll be here.
Okay.
Don't worry, Airbeam will run things.
We'll go off air though, but that's okay.
I place my trust in Airbeam. Or Simon. I can place my trust in Simon too. Just because he's a git doesn't mean I don't like him.
Yeah.
All right, how do I get rid of Sean? Let's see. Don't use this.
Yeah. Having the time. What's going on here then?
Yeah, I was wondering exactly what you were singing, Simon.
Yeah, I was trying to get to Flash Dance or something, maybe. I don't know.
No, please not Flashdance, please.
What was it?
Please
I don't
not
even know what I was
Flashdance,
singing.
please. I don't know. I don't know.
Hey, Scott, dude, can you go to Mike? You're
Can't
kind
go
of
on
doing
Mike.
you're
He's
kind of doing a
Mikeless.
Seamus here. Pulling out
He
a
can't.
Seamus.
He can't. He's limited by his technology, not by his attitude.
Well, yeah, okay.
He wants to. He wants to. Scott wants to talk to us. I know he does, but he can't. So instead, we just get to see the cat.
What's wrong with the cat?
Fud.
What's right? What's right with the cat?
Fud. 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 Fud.
He says as he caresses her breast.
Fud. 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 Fud.
Yeah, that's something I've been thinking about recently, Scott.
Bud?
What did I do to become the center of attention all of a sudden?
You showed up in an otherwise quiet hangout, so it was like, hey, look, it's brand new. It's fun. It's fun. It's
Yeah.
fun.
It's all good.
Although it seems to be quite strange that women themselves prefer to hire men.
To what, man?
Prefer to
Hire
hire men and
them.
give men
Hire
higher wages than women, other women.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that. Interesting.
Yeah, that's
Patriarchy.
bizarre. That's
Yeah, it's fucking fucked up.
It's
Just like
matriarchy.
men prefer, for the lower positions, prefer to employ women. They like their secretaries to be women. They like... dot, dot, dot. I mean, there's some fucked up shit going on. There's no doubt about it.
It's a true
Well,
myth.
is there maybe a real biological notion behind this? I mean, aren't women by nature less assertive, more diplomatic?
I think
yeah,
the difference is the different. No, this is a good point he's making here. Yeah, I think the differences come down to linguistic skills versus spatial skills.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would say.
I don't know. Does anybody here see Ermine as less assertive?
Well, she's maybe a unique,
yes,
right?
I do. Yeah, I do. Yeah.
I can also find you a guy who is like a complete sub.
Wait, Simon, you find me less assertive?
I do. Yeah, than Christian Hillbilly or than a lot of men
Well,
that will
everybody's
come
less
in.
assertive.
I also
Hang
find
on,
Christian Hillbilly
hang
to be less of a
on,
woman.
don't interrupt. Thank you very much. Just because I mentioned his name. Fuck you.
Go ahead, Simon.
Right.
Easy now.
Then, yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, fuck you. Yeah, then I do find it less assertive than the theists, which are patriarchal. Okay, so no, you're not less assertive against men who aren't patriarchal. But the men that are patriarchal, they don't hear you.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, who did that one? Who did the last one?
That was Arthur.
That was Ermine.
Do you have mod powers, Thor? Do you have mod powers? Really?
Yes, I do have mod powers.
Really?
Yes, I do. Son of a bitch.
All right.
Revenge.
Remember, Canadians and Russians come from the same latitude, eh? So, just remember that.
And so it begins. No, seriously. But seriously, no. I've heard this this said many times. That women are get paid less, and I've heard actually that there's some problems with that. I don't know what specifically, but I have a different objection, and that is what I said before. That women might be just less suited for certain jobs. Like I don't know, let's say hand-to-hand combat than men, right? That's an obvious no-brainer.
No,
I'm sorry, no, I don't buy that.
I don't buy that
I
either.
don't buy that. I point you to Wing Chun.
Who?
Have you ever heard of a martial art called Wing Chun Do?
Can beat up a 200-pound guy?
Yes.
How?
With hands and feet, usually.
And does the other guy have hands and feet?
What the hell kind of question is that? Like, how? Well,
I think I'm on Art's side on this particular point.
Huh?
I understand that, but believe me, listen, you can, barring the outlying excesses of physics, you can easily train a woman to be every bit as efficacious, every bit as aggressive, every bit as capable in hand-to-hand combat as you can a man.
Capable. Okay, is she gonna be as strong as a man?
It doesn't matter. Strength
Okay.
doesn't matter in hand-to-hand combat. That's what you defined it as. Widths matter, agility, other things, but strength can easily be overcome.
Okay, so why don't boxers box with guys that are 200 pounds heavier than them?
You're talking about boxing and weight. That's completely different.
I'm talking about muscle strength. There's a reason why there are weight categories. It's because they're correlated to muscle weight and thus strength.
Well, the reason there are weight categories is because having a 300-pound boxer take on a flyweight is at best a comedy routine.
Right.
And that's the same thing with male and female.
When you look at
hand-to-hand combat, if you take that same skinny guy, put him in hand-to-hand combat, and it's to survive with the 300-pounder, they're going to beat him in other areas: speed, agility.
What's going to be?
Right, he gets a punch in, and it might be a tough day.
Archer, you can't do a groin strike in a boxing match that's run by Queensberry rules. You can't do an ankle strike. You can't do a throat punch. You can't do an eye gouge. You can't do joint locks. You can't do a sleeper. You can't do a sleeper move. All you can do in Queensberry rules boxing is punch. That's it. That's all you can do.
The only thing I know is that when my female friends, we're kind of, fooling around, pretending or, when she's trying to catch me in a lock or something, or actually it was a situation, I was actually fighting a girl, but it's a different situation. I don't think she will have the strength to hold me in any kind of a lock.
She doesn't need to. You're not talking about who's going to beat who in an arm wrestle. You're not talking about who's going to beat who in an arm wrestle, Archer. You're talking about who's more efficacious, who can get the job done. If the Israeli Defense Force didn't think that women were every bit as capable in infantry and ground combat as men, they wouldn't teach them Krav Maga. But the fact is that in the Israeli Defense Force, it doesn't matter what you've got between your legs. It only matters what you've got between your ears.
Sure. It also matters what kind of muscle you have, what kind of endurance you have, and many other factors.
Well, if you want to get into endurance, that's a very interesting topic you're bringing up. As a matter of fact, there have been numerous studies that say that women are capable of withstanding pain for longer periods of time and on greater proportion than men are.
Okay, pain is a different. I don't mean like pain endurance. I mean like doing physically exertive.
But when you exert yourself for long enough, yourself for long enough, that translates into physical discomfort and physical pain. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. Women are actually able to endure more of that for a longer period of time than men are.
But because I know there's a point at which your muscles will just simply not work because they're broken down essentially. And as far as I know, men have an advantage on that. That's why I would prefer. That's why I would prefer a battalion of guys.
I'm sorry,
against the battalion of
I wish Tommy was here to tell us about evolution, because really this is an evolutionary issue, not a sex issue as such.
Well, it's kind of is a sex. Well, okay. Can we agree on the simple point that men are stronger?
No.
Physically.
No. Yeah. Pound for pound.
Gus, are you saying no, really?
No.
Gus?
Pound for pound, they have the added advantage of getting testosterone in fucking huge quantities, which develop their body to a much higher precision than a
Simon,
woman's
all
body.
Testosterone does is it promote?
Level.
Okay, all right. Well, I guess I can't argue if it's just going to be, no. I guess I can't do anything about that, except that what we know about testosterone is that it has a much greater impact on aggressiveness than it does on whether or not you're going to have a lot of muscle.
Then why are bodybuilders shooting testosterone in their fucking muscles?
That's not my point.
It's not just testosterone that they're putting in there.
Steroids?
First of all, most steroids are a concoction. They're a cocktail. The old-fashioned days of what used to be called bangers and mash, no offense, Simon, but that's what they used to call it. They used to call bangers and mash. Those old days are over. Those old days are Russian fucking, horse tranquilizer fucking, the steroid shit. That's gone. Yeah, Pommy. They used to call them bangers and mash. It was a two-chemical cocktail. One of them was testosterone, but there was another cocktail, and I don't know. I wasn't a fucking roider anyway, so I can't remember. But it's
okay, Gus. Can we agree on the simple fact again, please? Holy shit, are men more physically strong than women? Not. So I don't know what kind of woman you know there, and because the women I know, they're not physically strong.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
am.
Well, can we? Okay, I'm gonna arm wrestle you. I mean, if we ever meet, I'm gonna test that. I'm kidding. But come on, is this such a fucking controversial issue?
I'm
Men
not
are
saying it's a
physically stronger.
controversial issue. I'm saying I don't agree with you, Arthur. I'm not
I'm not.
saying
sa- I'm not.
I'm not
Wait,
saying that because I don't agree with you. Let's go out and refight the battle of the plains of Abraham. I'm saying I don't agree with you. I'm
Okay,
saying that
just let
strength
me
is not
finish.
an automatic feature of gender.
Well,
Right, no, the
gender or
point, hang on, Thor, I think the real point is it's not the amount of strength necessarily, okay, but it's the propensity to fine-tune the body for athletic performance. That's what testosterone does for the human body,
If that's
okay?
that being
Women
the
live
case, Simon,
longer, women live longer because they don't stress their bodies like men do. They can't stress their bodies like men do unless they take extreme action within their lives to do so. Most
and,
women aren't
and,
prepared to do.
but
and
that's a
even
very different set of statements, Simon, than can we just agree that men are stronger than women?
Well,
because
because
they
it's an
would
average.
do.
Thor's trying to get you to say on average, and you're trying to
Yes.
say specifically in this case it's not the case. So I hear you arguing over each other, not towards each other.
Yes, I'm saying on
Well,
average. I'm not saying.
It's a
because
I'm not
there's
general
saying every
point.
guy is stronger than
It,
any woman. No,
it's a
I'm saying in
general
general.
point.
Yes.
this is
And
the,
testosterone does that. Us for that in evolution. That's what it's there for. That's why we're the hunters and they're the gatherers as such, although that's a misnomer.
yes,
In actual reality, both sexes do both, but just men happen to be better at it because they have more spatial awareness on average.
You know, if
Okay?
they are really physically
It's
equal, then
evolution.
why are there female and male, what is it, Olympic Games? Fucking cat. Sorry about that. Why are there two categories in Olympic Games? Why are there male and female?
Yeah. I mean, this is the real point. There is no
okay.
area where women outperform men at the peak.
Well,
Okay?
I think if you're talking physically,
Yeah. That's
I would
literally
agree.
what we're talking.
Yes,
Look,
we're talking physical.
here's the fact, okay? Here's the
And I'm not
fact.
saying we're
Well,
better
you
because
can trade.
I'd like to know, one of the things I'd like to note is that if you look at the Olympic Games from decades ago until now, women could beat men 50 years ago. Well, not 50, 80 years ago. So I just find that profound.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's probably fair. But that
Part of
might
the
be to do
reason,
with height
part of the
increases in
part
population
of the
over the
reason that
years.
there
So,
have been there have been female and male Olympics, part of a very big part of the reason has stemmed all the way back to Greek pride. Okay, because all the way back in the days of ancient Greece, it was believed that women simply were a different form of life. They were not as good as men, and gender politics has stayed with the Olympic Games through,
no,
and I'm going to
no,
say that
Gus,
nasty word that nobody likes, patriarchy, all the way through
Gus,
the existence of the Olympics, and that
Gus,
has as much to do with it than anything else. The
Well,
simple
Gus.
fact,
Is there
the
any
simple fact, no,
sport?
no,
Is there any sport where
the simple fact of the matter is that if you take a woman, okay, and you take a man who are both in beginning relative shape, and this all began with combat, by the way. This all began with combat, and Arthur has very
make the point?
skillfully pulled the point off
Make
of
the point.
combat.
Make the
If you take,
point.
I am making my points. If you take both of these people, okay, you give them an equal amount of physical conditioning and an equal amount of training, and you will have two people on the battlefield who can equally serve the role of combat infantry. That's my point.
yeah, they could. Granted,
Right.
they could.
So,
But
is there any sports where women outperform men on the physical basis? So,
How do we know? How do we
well, we
know?
know because women
We've never
dude,
allowed cross-gender competition. We
dude,
don't allow
listen,
cross-gender
we
competition.
do. Yes, we
records of
do.
Olympic
Yes, we do.
performances.
Hang on, Art. Yes, we do. The marathon, for instance, run men and women. They run at different times, okay? Because they can't compete. If we were to have men and women competing in the 100 meters dash, all right, in the 100 meters sprint in the Olympic Games, there wouldn't be any women there.
Besides,
Wait a
guys,
minute, wait. 1 minute you say the marathon, and then the next minute you say the sprint. Which one are you
Both
talking
are
about?
the same. Both are the
A
same.
marathon's not
Men
the same as a
outperform
sprint.
men outperform the women in the marathon by having, what is it, about 40 minutes less time. as their
Yeah,
fastest
right.
times.
I'll,
Right.
I'll ex- I will
Men
ex- I will
outperform
ex-
women on sprints by having, what is it, about 2 seconds difference or 1.5 seconds difference?
Well, it depends on the sprint. But my point is with
100
this
meters was the one I
guy,
specifically pointed to.
the only place where I see that there's like some similarities are in events that require more than just physical strength. So when we look at gymnastics and we look at figure skating, whether that is grace, balance, all these other attributes that women have strength in, I've seen it even in some cases different diving technique. Synchronized swimming, all sorts of things. When you look at it as more than just physical prowess or how fast you can run, um, there's no reason that women can't compete on the same stage.
Oh, I'm not saying that they cannot. My point is about military. And by the way, Gus, I didn't, bring it back away from military. I was actually trying to, again, boil it down to the basics, and then I was trying to get back to the military because I would prefer a battalion of men over a battalion of women, even in modern warfare. You know why? Because even though you don't need to be a 200-pound gorilla to push a trigger, in these regards, they're equal. So we basically have more or less the same performance where you have a sort of a skirmish, but in the event of a close encounter, hand-to-hand combat, the males will have an advantage, right?
Yes,
They have
but
one
the
advantage over the
advantage isn't
women.
significant.
Ah, but it still is an advantage,
You know
right?
what,
So
Archer? I would go the other route. If I would put an all-female battalion together, and there are a number of reasons for that. One, you don't have to work as hard to get females to bond with each other. It's been proven psychologically that women will often bond with each other simply because they're women, whereas for men there often has to be an additional exterior stimulus to get them to bond. First of all. Second, women tend to be more cooperative once they have decided to be cooperative. They tend to be more cooperative at a single goal. They tend to have greater cognitive faculties on the norm, on the main, thinking in the abstract, which means they tend to be greater battle strategists. You can train them to be every bit as effective in a fight. Strength in combat is not, it can be negated by any number of factors that women are bright enough to exploit. Often cases brighter. If you want women to carry more tactical data around, it's probably quite likely that you can pack more of it into their heads through seat study than you can with men. As far as the Israeli Defense Force is a prime example where women and men serve in equal roles side by side with no difference.
yeah, you know why
So
there are females in the Israeli force, right? Because there are not a lot of population there in the first place, so
That
they kind of
doesn't
have
matter,
to.
but they're still, he's proving the
No, yeah, I know. No, I don't have. I'm not saying that you cannot have a cooperation between male and female in the military. Not at all.
Here's the additional aspect that I want to add to it, is that really the reason I like women in military is because they're smart enough to realize when not to fight.
yeah, there we go.
You don't want that in
No,
military.
no, they're driven more to. They're not looking for resolution. They're not looking for back trails. They're not looking for seduction. Other ways of getting the job done, as these
Well,
equate to.
it's not the job of the military commander to be a diplomat. A diplomat does diplomacy. The military, an
No, I don't
officer,
care what.
a
Even when
general.
you're fighting, when you're in the trenches, there's times where you know when to hold and when to fold. Or I'm sorry, that's not it. Yes, that's exactly it. That is the statement. I had to think about that one.
You had it right. You had it right.
So my point is that there's other aspects of fighting. When you're talking about military combat, you cannot tell me that women are not as equally capable. They're just going to use different skill sets. But
I
I
would
see
say
it every single time.
I would say that men have an advantage purely because of their physical strength and
Right.
endurance.
I
But
respect
but
Okay,
that
so for example, take a tank loader, right? He has to lift up, especially in the Western tanks. He has to lift up. Sometimes what is it, 10 pounds, maybe even 20 fucking pounds worth of ammunition
over and
and
over.
load it into a gun breech.
If you train yourself for your body to do that job, a woman can do that job too.
But can
Simple.
the guy do it better because he has
No,
more
he
physical
can't.
strength?
No, not under the same sense. If you put women through the boot camp, if you put guys through the boot camp in the same training regimen, the woman is every bit as capable of doing that as the man as the
No, no,
man
no.
is. There
Okay,
is no
okay,
inherent
okay.
advantage. There is no inherent
Okay,
advantage.
I'm not okay. Okay.
Men like you are the reason women
I,
could not become
I agree with
firefighter.
that.
They're the reason women had such a hard time
No, no,
getting
no. I'm not saying. No,
men
Armin.
like you.
I'm actually.
And,
Armin.
That
I'm
are
not.
capable women
Hold on.
are
that's
the
Hold on a second.
mischaracterizing art right
right
there.
Hold on. Yeah, I'm not saying women
rest.
should not be in the military.
And then you
Armin.
wonder why we need things like affirmative action for women and minorities, other stuff, because men like you don't get it.
Armin,
No,
I get
that's
it.
not correct.
I'm not saying that women should not be in the military. Not my point at all. It's more of a hypothetical, maybe even a completely useless one. Except that we were talking about, the whole pay thing, right? The payment thing. And I think there are certain circumstances for which women are just not suited for, right? And thus it might be justifiable to not give them enough, as equal pay because they're simply not able to provide enough input in that job. Just like a guy in a sort of a job that is suited for a woman should not get paid as equally, like a stripper,
Don't.
a guy stripper in a guy club. He would not be paid much, would he? In a straight guy club, right? It's kind of this thing. So I'm just going to the basics, and I'm saying, hey, you know what? If I was a general, I would like, I would prefer a fully male, army because males are more suited to combat. This is from
No,
evolution.
they're not any more suited to combat than females are after you put them through basic training.
Okay, if that is true, then we should see female athletes outperform or at least be as good as male athletes. We
We
don't see that, do we?
I don't think that's an
Done.
equivalency you can make.
Why not?
Because in military training you're not looking to create stars. You're not looking to refine someone as a single instrument to perform at peak efficiency in a single sport. In the infantry, you have to be good at a lot of things
Right, but
at the
guys,
same time.
okay,
Some
don't
of
you
which,
think
some of
that
which, if you tried to turn into Olympic sports, would be directly contradictory.
okay, guys, don't you think that in a combat situation, in quite a few cases, when all the shit hits the fan, and this happened quite a lot, just read some stories about the Second World War, the soldiers, be it male or female, are at their last resort, right? They have no food, they have, exhausted everything, and you need to give as much as you can. A male, because of his, greater physical strength and endurance, I would say, would be capable to push himself much further than a female. Just take my example of a loader in a modern Western tank, which don't have autoloaders, unfortunately, so you kind of have to deal with it right now. At that position, a male would be much, much more useful. He would be able
No,
to load the
no,
gun.
you just won't get it through your head. By the time you get to the point where you are allowed anywhere within a statute mile of a fucking tank, you have to have a degree of training that will even out the difference.
Dude, okay, that's not possible. That's what I'm saying. If it is possible, then we
You're
should
wrong,
see.
Archer. You're just plain fucking wrong. You're wrong.
Okay,
Okay?
Not
then,
possible.
you
And
should
at
show
that
me,
point,
then you should
Alrighty.
show me
Hey,
empirical
hold on.
evidence of female athletes outperforming
you're
male
talking about
athletes.
apples and fucking
No, I'm
oranges.
talking about
No, we're
strength
talking about
performance.
evolution. We're
Look,
talking about
look,
evolution.
an infantry, you're also talking about a narrow specialty within the army, okay? Even if I was willing to concede, that males have some special advantage at lifting a weight up and down over and over again, which is not something I'm
Which
willing
is
to concede. But even if I was, we are talking about the notion of general service in the military, the idea of enhancing not only your strength, which will happen through physical training, but endurance, spatial awareness, the ability to think on your feet, cooperative abilities, all sorts of stuff that men simply don't have an inherent advantage in. If anything,
Really?
women.
Really? So how much weight can a man carry versus a female?
Just men
A
talking about
man,
Right.
a man and a woman can carry as much weight as they have physically trained their bodies to carry.
That's
Oh, really? So a woman can train her body in a
Ermine, what were you going to
practical in a.
say? Ermine,
Hold on,
Ermine, what were
I'm
you going to
talking.
say?
no,
I'm
Yeah,
talking,
except that you
guys.
stepped in on Ermine.
fine.
Well, I didn't. There's a gap actually. But okay, go
There's
ahead.
not a gap. Here's what I'm trying to say, is there are minimal thresholds for jobs. You can't tell me that there is a job exists out there that a woman can't meet the minimal threshold, even in the military. And that is the point that we're trying to make.
I agree. That's not my point.
I can think of an
average.
exception to that.
The average man and the average female, I agree. The average man is stronger than the average female. You take the strongest man and the strongest female. I don't disagree. The male is going to be stronger. It goes
Right.
to biology. That's the point. My
That
only
is the
point
point,
is,
yeah.
as it relates to the example that you gave in the military, I don't know a job in the military, because of minimal standards, that a woman cannot do.
I
I'd
didn't
like
say
to
she
say
cannot.
something.
Okay,
Hang on, Thor. I'd just like to say, yes, that's correct, Ermine. Absolutely correct. It's the point that I think Thor's been making, and I've been making for some time. It's not that there aren't jobs which the threshold can't be achieved by women. It's just harder for them to achieve that threshold than it is for the counterpart man to do that, because of the evolutionary advantages of strength and endurance that a man
Now, let's go back to other jobs. There are
That's
jobs
it.
that women are more suitable for.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, awesome.
Military standpoint. That does not mean that there's not a man that can't do those jobs. It's
I
not
didn't say it. Right.
Yeah,
We
but it's
agree.
harder for a man. It's harder for a man to do
harder,
those jobs.
yes.
Well, actually, I'm gonna actually okay.
No,
My point
we're
is
not
not about it
disagreeing.
being hard.
No, when I
No,
go
no.
into a
We're
paint
not disagreeing on that,
when I
Thor.
go into a paint store, I wonder why they're run by men. Most men can't tell the different shades of colors.
We're not responding, Thor. We're not responding, Thor. We're not going to jump down that one.
Women have better eyesight.
Right. Okay, so whatever the advantages given to women are
Whatever.
evolutionary, okay, then that's their advantages, and I think there are communication advantages and, sociological advantages that women have over men. I would call it undeniable from my observation of women. But again, the point remains that these differences are not things that we should compromise on. They're things that we should embrace and find equality between. Okay, and if it turns out that men are better at doing a particular job on average, like army, which to me is a no-brainer, it's just a no-brainer for obvious reasons, and that doesn't exclude women from doing it. That's the point. You're trying to isolate this and make it an absolute. Either it's men or it's women. No, we're saying that these jobs have a range of men and a range of women that can do them. And if you can meet those requirements, that's no problem. But it's going to be a higher range of men able to meet the military requirement than it is a percentage of the women's population. Not just because they're not interested in fighting the way men are, which is a self-selecting thing by itself and is evolutionary given to us through testosterone. Yeah, it's a no-brainer. I can't see why we've been talking about this particular point for so long.
Well, I think, to explain that question, Simon, I think part of the problem is that Archer's been trying to sneak in certain assumptions that have come from, I don't want to say, I don't say patriarchal, but certainly certain chauvinistic assumptions about females. He's been trying to smuggle them in through the back door, and part of the reason I sound like I'm coming down on what might otherwise be perfectly reasonable statements is because I'm sensing that he's trying to use them to backpack in certain other statements that I'm a little bit wary of.
I don't hear those coming from him particularly myself. I hear him saying exactly what I've just stated, which as Amin also stated as well. I mean, I think we're all in agreement on the particular point that evolutionary speaking, men have advantages in particular areas, and as a result of those particular advantages, because we all effectively are conceived female, or not conceived female, but we're all basically eggs, female eggs, because of that, then we have to reduce the energy that we may give particular other areas of the body in order to account for this extra tuning of the body itself. Now that's a disadvantage which women don't have to go through in their evolutionary process. Okay, so there must be an advantage there. Energy doesn't, is never wasted in evolution. Okay, so it's a cost that men have to bear in order to have these bodies and this testosterone system. Okay, that energy is done at the expense of getting rid of the reproductive system. Now that affects the brain. Okay, so our brains are technically different. Right now, in order to be equal, I'm claiming that we need some positive discrimination in order for the female brain to be able to express itself more equally in society. That's my only argument. I don't want to do it at the deference of the male society. I want to do it and enhance the female society. That's why I call it positive discrimination and not just discrimination. I think that's the point that we've been talking about for a couple of hours in a nutshell.
Well, I got my office clean, so what else can we move on to? Yeah. Smells good, shines. I just got a vacuum.
I feel like saying something really fucking sexist now.
I know.
I don't know.
Too. That's why I was so mad earlier that I was saying last night I'm never going to tell a guy that I like that I can clean because it'll be the expectation before that my butt is like the homemaking cleaning lady.
Right there is where it happens. Right there is where it happens. What you just said. Yeah. Everybody can clean. What are you talking about? Why would you have to tell a guy that you can clean?
You know what I would ask? You know what I would ask my significant other though? Like if I was in a domestic situation with a partner, I would totally sit down and say, let's make a schedule, because I don't see the same level of somebody will come in and they'll see like dirt is at level X, right? And they'll go, okay, it's time to clean because dirt is at level X. I won't think it's time to clean until dirt is at level X plus 50. You know what I mean? Like it won't register to me. So I would just sit down with my partner. I'd say, look, let's make a schedule. Who's going to clean what when? I know it's a high school way to do things, but it will help me sort of make sure that I'm doing my share. You know what I mean?
But see, the other problem I have is that we have like a schedule for certain things in our house between my daughter and I. And I feel like sometimes I have to redo it when they do it because they don't have the same level of clean that I do.
Yeah.
Like when stuff's clean to me, it shines.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, that's a problem too.
Yeah, you know.
Whereas I used to actually be a cleaner for a living, and what I learned is that is the doctrine of cleaning by way of maintenance, and the doctrine of you can't make it new again. And so it's one of those things where when I clean something, I'm cleaning something just to get the schmutz off it and to keep it from deteriorating, as like a physical body kind of thing, like to keep crud from causing something to actually deteriorate, and just to keep it clean. I'm not trying to make it pristine, because I know in a lot of cases, especially where you've got something that's a little older, it's either really tough to do on a regular basis or nigh unto impossible. Like, I don't know how the hell you get rust stains off a sink when the enamel has been worn down. I don't even think you can. You know what I mean? So,
Barkeeper's friend. There's a tool for anything, or CLR, depending on how bad it is. But Barkeeper's friend actually does it. It's like Comet, only for barkeepers.
Whereas for me, it's enough just to give the sink a really good scrubbing and a really good commenting, and then just sort of let it be.
Oh no, you got to Windex it after.
Yeah, you see, this is the thing. Like you you got the tech of it down pat. Whereas for me, it's enough that it's just that if
And
I reach into the sink, it doesn't reach back. I mean, I could live with that.
see, for me, I even take a toothbrush to the edges and the corners of the sink to make sure all that stuff comes out of the corners when and it
No,
takes 30 seconds. It doesn't take long.
no, I suspect that while it may take 30 seconds for you, it might take a little longer for some other people. I think you're especially driven in that area, which is good. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm not trying to make you a freak or anything. I'm just saying that because you're especially driven, it might take a little less time for you than it might for others.
Well, the other thing is too, I mean, it's different. If you're doing maintenance cleaning versus you're doing spring cleaning, I've been doing spring cleaning.
Right.
So it's like all the fans are like super clean. Yay.
So what are you going to clean now? I thought you were going to go out and deal with the weeds. I thought it was weed jihad day.
It is weed today. I'd probably do that in the next half hour. It's really sunny out now, so it's perfect time for it. The freaking neighbor's lawn, I hate being side by side with her because she didn't. I planted Kentucky bluegrass. He planted this fescue crap that gets nothing but dandelions. So now my bluegrass is starting to get dandelions. I'm just like, hate her.
I think I'm starting to know what your hell would be.
What?
Utter chaos.
Yeah, like these hangouts.
I think utter. Oh, I saw what you did there. I saw what you did there. You clipped me and I'm bleeding. No, seriously, like if I was the devil and I was trying to dream up a hell for Airme, it would just be like every time you straighten something up, you turn around, you look back, and it's exactly the way it was before you straightened. I think that would be hell for you.
Oh, excuse me, 1 second.
I love those ringtones.
Oh,
How you doing, Christian?
I'm doing pretty good. Just got done making a 7-minute video, which is probably the longest I've ever done, besides a hangout.
7 minutes, man. You're just going on and on there, boy.
Yeah, I found out I got 31 subscribers, which I wasn't actually planning on any subscribers when I joined this community. But apparently people just like hearing me and other people talk, so I don't know. I just decided to send a thank you, and I'm planning on working on other stuff, but I also got a job lately, so it may take some time, but I'll definitely work on it if I move out of the house.
I guess I'm that really strange guy that just for me personally, I really don't care who pays attention to me, who listens, and who doesn't. I mean, I've had a YouTube channel, but I mostly use it to put on recordings of my RPG sessions, and I do that mostly to keep them so that I can go back and listen to them later. The only reason I record them is because I'm shit. Now that I'm getting older, I'm shit for remembering details.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll record the sessions, and then I'll go back and listen and get some salient details and go, okay, well, when we left off 2 weeks ago, what were we doing, kind of thing, and then I'll go back. That's the only reason I record them. And the only reason I put them up on YouTube is because it's easier to store them on the cloud than it is on my computer, because my computer's 2 terabyte drive is rapidly failing up. And well, actually, it's basically full. So, but honestly, I don't care. I don't care who's listening to me. I don't care how many people subscribe to me. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm not saying that there's something wrong with you for caring, Christian. I'm saying just me personally, I couldn't care less. And I find it intriguing that there are people who do, and I do use that word. That word's not a euphemism for something else. I do find it intriguing that there are people that do, because I just sort of go, well, whatever. I guess it's an old the electronic extension of the fact that I've never really given a shit what anybody's thought about me except for a small group of people I care about. It's just an extension there. But if this is a matter that brings you success, and in having brought you success, it's brought you happiness, and more's the power to you, mate.
Well, I've only get success to me if it's like it brings an open forum to people of theists and atheists alike to just come together and discuss things. I've had Mark Anthony on a couple times. I've also had Nephilim free and inspiring philosophy on just very interesting people, and it's just good to discuss random theological topics with people. What about that picture of yours, though, Gus? Who did that, and what is it exactly? I know it's got
The
Mackenzie's.
actual graphic itself, the Japanese schoolgirl sniper, I just
Hmm.
pulled off the internet. See, I got a
Ah,
friend. I got a one of the other contributors to this hangout is McKay,
Yeah,
and
I know her.
she kind of, I was kind of totally crushing on how she was playing some first person shooters. So she put up like a little thing like for Gus with love, and then she made a really nice graphic of herself using my old stormtrooper icon, big heart with my name, and so I thought that was really nice. So maybe I'd do something nice for her. So since she's really good, like there's a game called Sniper, and she's wicked hella good at that game, man. You don't even know. Like
What?
she's
How do you? Does she record this stuff, or is it on
yeah.
like
Well,
live
she
or
she
something?
she plays it. She streams. She pumps it through the Hangout such that we can watch her play live here.
Hmm.
Um, and so what I did was I essentially took that picture, and then I found the picture of the wings with the slightly tilted halo, and I said, I wrote some words that. When this angel on my shoulder whispers in your ear, she does it with 50 caliber depleted uranium. And then on the bottom it says Mackie, the archangel of the holy headshot. So it's basically just a tribute to Mackie,
Yeah,
because she's my girl and that's that. And thanks for asking.
she's an interesting person. I had her on. We were doing an episode called Jesus, Fact or Parable, and she was doing about how part or almost most of the Bible is in fact like allegorical, and so a lot of people wanted to ask some questions on that. So we had some fun with that.
Well, she makes an interesting point in that the best way to, I guess, to keep from losing your mind about some of what this God says is to look at the Bible as mostly allegory and parable.
Well, you could do that, but there's also some problems. I will have to say. I admit there are parts that are allegorical. To me personally, Genesis 1 through 11 is allegorical based on language and context. But also there are parts that I think need to be and are supposed to be meant to be taken seriously. Like for example, when you go to the Gospel of Luke, it says that he went around to people that were there at the scene and was asking for their eyewitness accounts. So it's a collection of eyewitness accounts that supposedly matched up to the other Gospels and whatnot. And that's the main thing we got to focus on because the Bible is they would call it a library because it's got poetry, historical narratives, and all other kinds of stories in there. So we definitely do have to be very careful with how we read it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Mhm. But I don't know. I'm gonna be trying to do a hangout with Inspiring Philosophy and a guy named Jerry Rose. The idea is King James onlyism versus reading the other translations, because there's some people that think, oh, these other translations are satanic.
I don't know if they're
Well,
satanic, but the NIV is a really sloppy translation. I mean, it's definitely like by evangelicals for evangelicals, and I know that particular version is one that should be set gently to one side and perhaps used as a spacer for furniture. But I mean, I like the King James. I know the King James is royally full of shit, but I like the poetry of it. And I
yeah.
figure, I figure if you're going to look at the Bible as poetry anyway, then
Mm.
you might as well look at the best poetry out there you can find, which in my opinion is the King James version.
The thing that I think we need to do is like, me and Inspiring, we tend to look at different translations. Like there's certain instances where you can get it right, but then the NIV is basically the translation's done after we found more manuscripts and more original pieces, if you will, of the original text. So pretty much it's trying to get in a more accurate translation, but there are certain things that have changed to also fit modern English. Because the 1611 King James was it only had what it had of the manuscripts. but now we're finding more translations and more because we found more manuscripts. But the main thing that I have to deal with, I don't know if I'll be able to do it, but Friday I'm supposed to go on a guy by the name of Keefe's.
Keefies.
Yeah,
I
I'm
know
gonna be
Keefies.
I'm gonna be on his new show. I'm right, you're wrong, and guess who's gonna be on there with me?
Who dat?
It's the one and only debunker of evolution, the rapper destroying atheist. It's G-Man.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, where the topic we're discussing is Christianity compatible, or is evolution compatible with Christianity? And I'm on the topic where I think that both can actually fit.
Are you a
And,
drinking man, Christian?
define drinking, because
Well, do you take a drink once in a while?
not alcoholic.
You might want to start.
Nah, I'm good.
You might just for the occasion, you might want to tie one on, because otherwise your blood pressure is just going to go right through the roof. I've never met anybody who's gotten in any protracted conversation with G-Man that hasn't left believing that the best place for their forehead is to be whacked repeatedly against the nearest wall.
No, you can actually. What led to it was a hangout that he hosted called G-Man versus the World. It was the latest one he did.
Which says it all right there, really.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it was actually somebody else that asked if I believe in evolution. He asked why I did it when he said God created, and he was just mocking me basically. But I kept my calm. If you look at my little tiny screen in the hangout, you can see that I just smile and laugh at times because I'm just being patient. And
which is interesting because most of G-Man's responses involve smiling and laughing at you. So, you know,
hey, that's a mother jumper.
G-Man, G-Man comes from the charismatic tradition, right? I mean, the precise words of the Bible are important in and only insofar and in so much as they prove the big shapes of the Bible, right? These people go with the Bible and they look through the Bible and they get the big shapes, right? They ignore the little stuff because that's really not important. But the problem with G-Man is that rather than saying, look, I come from the charismatic tradition, the Bible has big shapes and it has little shapes, and as far as I'm concerned, as long as I get the big shapes right, everything else is fine. And instead of saying that, what he tends to do is he tends to run a guerrilla warfare campaign against anybody who sort of says, yeah, G-Man, but what about this little shape? But yeah, G-Man, what about this little shape? And he doesn't have a level of biblical scholarship that will allow him to engage on that level. So, and instead of just saying, look, I come from the charismatic, there are people who come from the charismatic school who they're not going to be able to read the Bible for whatever reason with the same level of scholarly depth that some people are.
Jason Burns, for instance.
Oh, well, Jason Burns is about the quality, quality, quality. He's all about the
Exactly.
quality, quality, quality.
Exactly.
Scholarly academic debate.
And, that's the thing. Like, sometimes I think it's okay just to say, you know what? I'm not as strong in my biblical scholarship as you are, but the Holy Ghost says to me that this is the way the Scripture should be interpreted. It's amazing. It amazes me how Christians can argue amongst themselves so much, because you guys have a perfect out for stuff. It's like, well, the Scripture says this. Well, yeah, but I look at those Scriptures and I feel in my heart that God speaks to me that say that the Scriptures mean the following. I mean, once you got that, the argument's over at that point, because how do you argue with how your God chooses to speak to each individual? You can't argue that. That's a complete intangible, Scripture or no Scripture,
Well, we could propose a ghost that never lies, and be like, well, the ghost says God doesn't exist. So.
No, but I'm not talking about an external defeater to the God prospect. I'm just talking about Christians arguing amongst Christians. Because Calvinists in particular seem to be like the self-appointed, Christian police force. The self-appointed Christian internal police force, and it kind of, you sort of go, I don't understand. The big mistake I see people people making with Calvinists is to try to go at them verse for verse, and particularly people who come out of a more charismatic tradition. It's like, look, I can't go at you verse for verse. I can't defeat your Bible study with my Bible study.
Mhm.
But the general point of it is, I still think I'm correct, all things considered. Or I believe this because I believe God spoke this to my heart.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? So I don't know. You have a faith situation, and it would seem to me that you either have faith or you don't have faith.
Right.
So
But yeah, that's the one reason why I decided to take G-Man up on the idea of the debate thing, is because not only is it just me, but he's also, like, I've mentioned McKay to him before, because I know that they're buddies, and she went on uh, the Drunken Peasant show with G-Man and Rand Campbell, and I honestly liked her more than, because I think Rand didn't do much but just ramble on, and G-Man trying to use a megaphone, but I think McKay was probably the more rational and logical out of them all.
yeah, because McKay wants to actually talk to you. She doesn't want to talk at you.
Right.
Whereas G-Man wants to be able to say, he wants to be able to deliver 2 paragraphs of gospel,
Mhm.
and then he wants you to convert already and shut the fuck up.
And he also,
And Rand Campbell just wants you to shut up and convert. He doesn't even want to give you any gospel. He just wants to duct tape a Bible to your face. And this is the big difference. I mean, but those guys are stormtroopers, though. Like, those guys are not. They're really not there to. They're really not there to win hearts and minds. They're there to break opposition.
Right.
That's what they're there for. They're there to break opposition. That's why you can't reason with them. That's why you can't bargain with them. That's why you can't get them to calm down long enough to listen to your side, because that's not what they're there for. The only remedy to stormtroopers is to break their back and leave them lying there twitching while you move on to talk to the reasonable people. That's it. You can't deal with the stormtroopers, the Cy Ten Bruggenkates and the Eric Hovens the same way that you deal with somebody like Mackie, because they're 2 fundamentally different approaches.
right. And one thing I will say, if you want to, I know you probably don't like Cy Ten Bruggenkate. I did a video about him, and it's called The Absurdity of Cy Ten Bruggenkate.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes, you and 10,000 others, my friend. I've never seen a Christian on the internet that draws as much ire as him, with the possible exception of Venom Fang X.
Right. And I actually did, and I managed to actually talk to both of them. Venom and I used to chat all the time on messages, but he was all like, he believed that everyone knew God existed. I told him my testimony with that was very different, and also that I am a theistic evolutionist, and he basically told me I was going to hell. So I was just like, nah, I don't know, but we'll see.
But
Well,
the tragic problem, I think, with the tragic problem with Venom Fang X was that he allowed he allowed his own sin to get the better of him
mhm.
in a really big way. And he did something that essentially crossed a line that not even most thinking atheists would, most right-thinking atheists would allow themselves to cross. And that's that he took money that he said was supposed to be going towards a hospital charity, and instead he used it for his own purposes. And the minute that he did that, and it became widely known that he did that, that's it. He lost every ounce of his credibility. I'll tell you, as a footnote to him, though, I saw him in a hangout / discussion with Rachel Slick, Matt Slick's daughter.
Wow.
Who I don't know if you understand that Rachel Slick has sort of separated herself from Matt Slick's brand of Christianity, and she's sort of come apart and come separate. I don't know if she's a capital A atheist. I can't remember, but I do know that she was taking a number of opposite points of view from Venom Fang X. But the terrible thing is they looked so gosh darn cute together. They really did. I'd love to see them get together because he's a good looking boy, you know. For all that he's been royally full of shit in the past. He's a good looking boy and she's a good looking girl, and they're both reasonable when they're not. Well, she's reasonable and he's reasonable when he's not turtling and pretending that, you know, A plus B does not somehow equal C. You know,
Right.
they're both good kids. I'd love to see them get together. Mostly because I think, frankly, you know, Matt Slick needs to be introduced into the real world at some point before he
I had
dies.
I actually talked to him.
Ma-
It
Matt
was
Slick?
Yeah, it was in a little after show thing of the after the Bible thumping wingnut, and me and him went on a discussion. He was talking about how he dominated and supposedly ripped a new one into. He's been on here, I think. Big. He's a wolf with fire on him with an upside down
Yeah,
cross.
yeah,
I forget the
yeah.
name.
Wolf King,
Yes,
Wolf King, I
yes.
think. Yeah, yeah. I know him.
I started getting agitated, and I wish I could talk, but of course I was not on broadcast. I was on broadcast at the point. But I asked him why we should be offended when someone has an upside down cross, and he's like, "Aren't you a Christian?" I'm like, "Well, if you see that little flag that hangs in my room, yes, I could say that that's a obvious sign right there." But I just say that, images mean nothing to me as a Christian. It says in the Bible, don't make any graven images of things on earth or in heaven or whatever. But I basically just believe in a spirit, a God who doesn't need a form, and that's all it really is. And, the cross is just a torture device that we've managed to make money off of as a religious symbol. That's all it is to me. But it's also, I recognize it as the crucifixion the cross was just a torture device that was used to kill somebody who was the savior. And, you know, I don't have a problem if it's mocked, they can do what they want, they pay an answer for it in the end. That's what I say. But, he was getting on to me and saying, you need to. I mean, that's what happened to Christians in America. We don't have the balls anymore. I'm like, I don't know. It just went on from there.
Yeah, it's an in-your-face kind of Christianity that combines with, the almost standard issue martyr complex of a lot of fundamentalists and a lot of hardline evangelicals, and it all combines to simply make it impossible for you to ever think you're wrong.
Hmm.
And once you get that, you have to understand that that's what you're getting. And what bothers me is the runs he takes, not at people like Joel Osteen and people like that. Hey, Mark, what's up, man? Not against people like Joel Osteen and people like that who are obviously, I mean, I don't know, if Joel Osteen's a Christian, I mean, he's definitely way out there on the milquetoast end of the Christian scale. But,
Hmm.
you know, but Matt Slick also takes a run at people like Matt Sungenis. He takes a run at Catholics. You're just like, really, like, take it easy, dude.
Like, and also he mocks people. Like, I've seen him do it with what's his name?
Yeah.
Wolf King. I've seen him
Yep.
do it with Matt Dillahunty. I've seen him done it with Aaron Raw. It ain't impressive what you do, Matt. It ain't impressive. Okay.
Um,
Just,
I watched both of those debates that you're talking about. I watched the one with Aaron Ra, and I watched the one with Matt Dillahunty. I think Matt Dillahunty got and kept and maintained the upper hand,
mhm.
mostly because he was extremely careful with Matt. When you get into a debate with Matt, you have to be extremely
Mhm.
careful about every single thing you say. You
Oh yeah.
cannot misspeak a word with him. You can't assume that he's going to accept a common definition. You can't make any of those assumptions with him.
To me,
Because
Matt's
if you do, he will kick the crap out of you by suddenly pretending he doesn't understand what a word means.
right.
And one of the reasons Matt Dillahunty, I think, came out slightly on top in that is because he saw that coming a mile away, and he refused every turn and every junction to get railroaded by definitions, and he was always extremely careful. Now, Aaron Ra, on the other hand,
He's
Aaron
never
Ra,
careful.
Aaron Ra sort of approaches it with the belief that a lot of these people are willfully dishonest, and therefore they know what they're saying is wrong. So he tends to allow that to bleed into a lot of his rhetoric. And when you combine that with the fact that he's got a big ego and doesn't want to let people talk, and Matt's got a big ego and he doesn't want to let people talk, that was an absolute capital F fucking train wreck. That was a train wreck. That was like train car on top of train car. You know, engine has blown up, killed 6 people on the track, train wreck. That was epic. That was the Beowulf of train wrecks.
I see.
You know, that was, you know, but they were 2 very different debates, and I think Dillahunty's got Slick's number, and that's good.
Yeah.
He does, and I think that's very good.
But to me, Matt Dillahunty is probably the only one I would consider a challenge or a threat in the atheist community so far to me, because to me, an atheist, whenever they try to, the ones I've met at least, whenever they try to discuss something concerning the Bible, they don't use, as much scholarship. Like, they don't go into the Hebrew, they don't go into the history as much. Matt used to be a Christian who not only was a Christian, he actually he studied this stuff. For about 20 years, he was a fundamentalist Christian and went to study it, and that's what he said drove him to atheism. So to me, I think he's the only one with enough credibility to debate on this kind of stuff, you know?
Yeah, and the other thing that I did like that portion of the Dillahunty Slick debate where Slick had found that Dillahunty had gone to seminary, so Slick said, "Oh, okay, so now let's see what you know." I find that so unbelievably offensive that he would presume to question and quiz you, as though he had anything, as though it was an a priori that he had anything to teach the other person. And I think that, although I do think that speaks to his attitude, but it's one of the reasons why I quite frankly enjoy watching Matt Slick get. Another guy that took Matt Slick on that I found did well was Theoretical Bullshit. I don't know if you saw that one. Did you see? He took Matt Slick on and he did well, but he was somewhat hamstrung by the fact that Matt Slick kept trying to juggle him into justifying absolute truth, and that's probably one of the things that brings so much rancor down on the heads of a lot of theists, is that there are pre-suppers out there that won't even let you discuss anything until you justify how you know anything.
Could you be wrong about that?
Yeah, I think that's the biggest piece of dishonesty that has ever been brought. And the thing is, as guys like Ozymandias have pointed out over and over again, that's not presupposition. That's using a basic non-solvable problem with epistemology and spreading it large across the entire discussion. And it's utterly dishonest. It's infuriating, and I think it's really going to jump up and bite the theistic side on the ass. I really do.
The main precept question is easy to answer anyway. The whole thing was always very easy. Could you be wrong about everything you claim to know? Well, the key word there is everything, and the answer is no. That simple.
Okay.
Not
so I'm
complicated.
gonna pretend to be a pre-supper. This is fun. I'm gonna pretend to be a pre-supper. I'm gonna pretend to be a pre-supper. Okay. So could you tell me one thing that you know for certain? Mark.
1 + 1 is 2.
How do you know that? This is fun.
How do I know that? Well, because I've done mathematics.
But how can you trust your senses and reason? How can you trust your senses and reason to tell you that 1 + 1 = 2?
Because my senses and my reason are what we all use. Yours are the same as mine. You're not any more.
But I have an external amagama who allows me to validate things because he speaks to me through specific revelation.
Yeah, that's just an assertion. You have to evidence that claim first.
How do you know that?
Wow, I think we could really go.
That's just the word game.
This is fun. I get to pretend to be a pre-supper. This is a
It's
lot of fun.
Can I try?
How do you know that it's just a word game that they keep using when they've got no other answer? And when you dig a bit deeper and you ask them the source of their revelation, they say, well, only one person said it honestly, and that was by mistake. That was Arcane, who said the Bible. And once you nail them on that, it's finished.
Actually, most of the precepts I know say that the source of their revelation is essentially they won't say the Bible specifically. They'll say God in general.
Yeah, but they won't even say that usually. They'll try and avoid saying that like the plague. But Arcane said it, I think, once in a hangout, and that just killed off his argument completely.
Yeah,
that's basically their argument. When you dig down to find out the source of the revelation, it's, as you say, usually, well, it's God, but most of the time.
Precepts will often say, do you believe that it's impossible for a God to reveal things to you such that you could know them for certain?
Well, then you'd have to first define what this God character is, what its attributes are, and then evidence it.
I'm not a very good precept because if I was a real precept, I'd have an answer for that. But I'm a suck preceptor. But it was fun to pretend to be a precept for a minute. That was really empowering.
Let's see Thor. Let's see Thor go for it.
Yeah, Thor.
Yeah, sure.
Come on, Arthur.
No, I want to respond.
Well, you want me to pretend to be a Okay. Oh, geez, how does their thing go again?
Could you be wrong about everything you claim to know?
You think you know.
Claim to know.
Claim to know. Everything you claim to know.
No.
Okay, so could you tell me one thing that you know for certain?
Did I exist?
How do you know that?
Because I presuppose that. In my worldview, it's a necessary precondition. And since it's true, and I believe it, it's justified. It fills all the necessary preconditions for knowledge, which is justified true belief. So yeah, I know that I exist.
You could be a brain in a vat.
Yeah, you could. You know.
I could not be. That's the thing. In my worldview, there is no such thing. I presuppose that.
But how can you
presuppositions?
How can you presuppose that without any basis for that presupposition? Surely a presupposition has to have a basis.
Not at all. That's why it's called a presupposition, actually. A presupposition is something
you're claiming you have a presupposition. That's a knowledge claim.
No way.
Yeah, how can you make any knowledge claims without God, Arthur?
Yeah, okay. Now you're going just fucking completely. Like, how do you know that you know that you know that you believe to know?
Exactly. It becomes a word game, doesn't it?
Yeah, right.
He got found out by Dr. Jones, didn't he? And then walked off stage. It was classic.
Well, yeah, that too. The thing
I
is,
don't know. I don't so much know as he got found out per se. I think what happened is that he had his big tool taken out of his hand.
Yeah, as soon as he refused to play the word games, he had nothing left.
Yeah, that's basically it. So, but that was a train wreck. That was an utter train wreck, though. I mean,
you're talking about the whole New Covenant group where the linguist Christian dude pointed out to Saitenbrook and Kate that he knows squat about the linguistics of the Bible, and thus he's...
Yeah, they told him that, and then said, we're not going to play your word games either, and he said, okay, then see you later.
or as I like to call it, one of atheism's greatest hits.
Wait, hang on. Was this a show with Eric, where Eric Hovind was also with him?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yes.
And Silverman was with him.
What mystifies me, though, is that Dr. Jones thinks the world of Eric Hovind, despite the fact that he doesn't think much of Saitan Brugencape.
Oh, wow. Okay,
because if you hunt around for long enough, you'll find a show where you'll find a 50-minute monologue with Dr. Jones, where he essentially sings the praises of Eric Hovind, and I'm just like it just blows me away, you know. But I mean, Dr. Jones, he's a sweet old Southern gentleman, you know. He's one of those varieties of perma-positive Christians who have a really hard time seeing, you know, malintent in other people, um, even though it might actually be there.
That was an
So
eloquent
it's
way to say it.
well,
I was kidding. Never mind my comment.
he's a sweetheart. He's a sweet old
Oh, yeah.
Southern gentleman with a lot to teach, but I think sometimes, you know, he's one of those people that has difficulty believing poorly in others. Even with Seitan Bruggencake, it's not that he dislikes Seitan Bruggencake, he's just utterly befuddled by Seitan Bruggencake.
Right, do you see this correlation between, like, you know, intelligence and a very kind of liberal interpretation of the Bible?
I don't know about intelligence. I certainly do. I would use the word, the more education you have in theology and in aspects tangential to but connected with the theology of the Bible, I think the less dogmatic your dogma is. I think it's easy when you haven't really studied the history and stuff, and particularly haven't done it with at least an open mind, to sort of close your, like Eric Hovind often says that, you know, you should be open-minded until you find the truth, and then once you find the truth, you should be closed-minded on it. And my response is that's an utter it's oxymoronic on a number of ways.
Well, I wouldn't say it's oxymoronic, but it's problematic from an epistemological standpoint, because we are fallible humans. We cannot know from a practical standpoint much of anything for absolute fact, except maybe outside of, you know, like pure philosophical, you know, assertions like math and, you know, our existence, you know, and certain things like that. Existence of God is subject to so many possible scenarios of falsification that, you know, you should be open-minded, even for your own sake, even for your own soul, because God forbid if you have the wrong God, you know, if you have the wrong God and you dogmatically assert that, oh, I found the truth, so I'm not going to think about it. If you have that approach, you will end up, you know, in a hell, because you did not believe in the right God. Hey, McKay.
Mackie in.
Show up?
There must also be a reason why there aren't that many female pre-suppers or fundamental nut jobs.
Are you claiming misogyny here or something?
No. Well, I was watching where on the previous bit you were talking about, and I don't know whether you saw. I sent some information to Simon about the average female army recruit as compared to men. There are very good reasons why women aren't on the front line.
Are not on the front line?
Yeah, the average female army recruit is 4.8 inches shorter, 31.7 pounds lighter, has 37.4 fewer pounds of muscle, 5.7 more pounds of fat than the average male recruit. The average female recruit has only 55% of the upper body strength of a man and 72% lower body strength. Most army studies the reasons why that's the case. I mean, there are also women are more than twice as likely to suffer leg injuries and 5 times as likely to suffer fractures as men in the army.
Interesting.
Women's aerobic capacity is also significantly lower, meaning they can't carry as much as far as men or as fast, and they are more susceptible to fatigue. And in terms of physical capability, the upper 5% of women are at the level of the male median, and the average 20 to 30-year-old woman has the same aerobic capacity as a 50-year-old man.
Damn.
Well, I guess my only response to that is, how come in the Israeli Defense Force women and men serve side by side and have almost equal capacities?
That's a myth, I'm afraid.
I don't accept that.
It is. Go and look it up. I did earlier. It's a myth. I knew it was anyway, but I was looking it all up while you guys were talking. Most army physical fitness tests, the upper quintile, or the top 20% of women, achieved scores equivalent to the bottom 20% of men. Only 21 women out of 623 achieved a score equal to the male mean score. And adopting the standard of fitness, 70% of the women will be separated as failures by the end of their junior year in the army. And not one of them would receive an army physical fitness badge.
Is this in the IDK or the IDF?
No, this is generally. I think it might be for the US. Most studies indicate women are more at risk of getting PTSD. That's been documented from Iraq and Afghanistan. Women who were never in direct combat but whose camps were shelled were more likely to develop PTSD than their male counterparts. I think is that a function of that last part? Is that a function purely of physical propensity, or could that be explained away by certain elements of culture? No, it's just a physical fact. On all the tests done on army recruits. It says also women can be just as brave as a man, but that does. I think I was looking at one particular combat veteran who actually says women are as brave as men, but it does me no good when she's hurt more easily, or I have to carry her load because it's too heavy, or she is too weak to drag me back to my Hummer or helicopter. Urban combat is also too physical, and they've had to have women with them to search female prisoners, and they've yet to come up with any female in the military who can perform that combat job as well as a man. And that's in 20 years of being a combat branch. Only a few countries have ever let women fight. The former USSR did so because they basically had no one else left, and the Israelis have never done it, and it is a common myth that they did. Combat is not a social. Combat is not a social right for advancement. People get killed if they cannot do the job properly.
So you're telling me that there has never been a significant presence in the Israeli Defense Force of women?
From what I've read, yeah.
Okay.
Well, I did see documentaries that did say that they do, but again, documentaries are not necessary, they're not all be all, so I'm gonna submit to statistics, I guess.
Yep, all the studies shown. The other myth is that women can take more pain is also a falsehood borne out by the statistics as well. Yes, women go through childbirth, but the idea that women can take more pain than men is...
Thor, can you bring some people in out of their black status, please?
Oh, well, I'm not the only one of mods. What the heck, guys? Come on.
Well, you are now. Well, you are now. You're the only one here with mods now.
Oh, McKay. Oh, sorry, McKay. You're so long there. Sorry.
I fully agree that if a woman...
that part as well, just so more people have got mods.
So what?
Can you give me mods as well, just so more people have got mods?
I don't know. You can't agree with the whole
I dropped out, so I lost it.
Yeah, but you can't agree with the whole
Archer quit screwing around and gives Simon mods.
Okay.
I fully agree in relation to equality, which I'm fully behind. If a woman can do the same job as a man and man equally, then they should get paid equally. But it is a fact, as Simon was mentioned earlier, in relation to evolution, that most men are stronger and bigger than women. And same with sports, as I mentioned earlier to Simon. I mean, there's a reason why women and men don't mix in relation to some sports, like rugby. They may do in football in the UK eventually, because they're becoming equally as skilled. But women don't and men don't mix in things like boxing.
Well, yeah, but for 200 years though, there's been a pervasive Western cultural ideal that women don't go out for the sweaty stuff. So I'm not surprised that you know, I'm not surprised that after the end of that 200 years, there are women who can't measure up to men as a matter of baseline course before they even receive any physical training. But I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure that represents an ingrained, unchangeable, unchangeable racial bias in terms of capacity.
Well, all the tests and studies have borne it out. I mean, there's a reason why most women, especially particularly in the UK, aren't firefighters. They cannot lift as well as the men can.
I mean,
they haven't got the upper body strength.
Like Gus, Gus, you really think that women can gain as much muscle as a man can?
I don't think it's a question of whether or not they can gain as much muscle as a man can. Again, at the risk of going back around and around and around, we have to figure out exactly what single question we're trying to answer here. If we're trying to answer whether or not women can be efficacious in combat, that's one thing. If we're trying to figure out whether or not women will be able to bench press as much as a man, you know, I guess I could, you know, if that's the single, but Mark, part of the problem with Artur is he keeps dragging the point back and forth across a different set of questions. And when a point gets refuted in one question, he sort of subtly shifts it to so that it is.
No, I mean, I was watching it. I was watching it on the outside, and I think to accuse Art of being sexist or in any way that, like, in that direction was wrong. I don't think he was making that point at all. I think he and Simon were making very similar points in that they were both all for equality, which is what, for me, it's all about.
I didn't say he was sexist. I said he was dragging. He kept shifting back and forth across different questions.
Okay. Let me explain what happened actually. So, the first thing I brought up that led to this discussion was Anita Sarkeesian, and I don't remember any point at which you have shown my statements of her being a, you know, just a horrible intellectual, you know, non-intellectual, non-scholarly anything being refuted. We have given you examples in many hangouts. You were the one actually who backtracked, and you're like, well, okay, she might be full of shit, she might be a liar, but her main point
what I said
patriarchy is kind of still true. So we went to talk about patriarchy, right? So that's what led to this whole...
but then the conversation went on, and we started talking about women in combat, women in terms of pure strength matters, and then women in terms of athletics. And I often discovered that the question I thought I was answering was not the question I was actually answering.
Yeah, well, that happens. Miscommunication happens on both sides.
Okay, except that I'm pretty sure every time you thought you were answering one question with me, it was actually the question you thought you were answering.
I would say maybe the same thing to you. I mean, there's miscommunication.
And before you get lost in high dudgeon about that I should dare think that you might perhaps be using a little bit of debate sophistry, let me say that when you're debating, I don't think necessarily saying that you're using a bit of debate sophistry is the same as me saying that you bugger and eat children. So before you get too far into your high dudgeon, let's put that on the table.
Well, I don't agree that I even do those sorts of things. I'm not saying these are extreme allegations that you're putting against me. I don't think I'm really good, you know, dodging questions. I've answered your questions as far as I remember.
I'm not saying you're dodging, but wow, like I'm not saying you're dodging questions.
Then what is the difference between dodging a question and changing the topic? If the topic
I have reached the point right now, Artur, where I think in terms of us arguing over something, I think I've reached a bit of a fatigue. Maybe give me 30 minutes before you resume pounding on how wrong I am, because I just need a minute. Okay.
Well, I'm not okay. Then I just like to say.
I understand. Like, I think between you and I, we're going to have to come to an arrangement where there's going to be a number of topics where you and I simply will not see eye to eye, and that's that.
Oh, sure, but we don't have to be
nothing personal, but You know, that's because we've gone round and round and round and round, and past a certain point, you know, it's just
Okay, sure. Okay, yeah. Okay.
there's only so many times you can spin in a circle before you get dizzy.
Okay. Well, yeah. Well, let's move on. I don't mind really. Okay. Whatever. Yeah. Yeah. I'm actually kind of tired of the discussion as well, and I'm actually getting a nice buzz right now, so I don't want to really talk about the whole thing. Okay. So yeah, let's bash some Christians here, shall we? Okay.
Well,
Yeah. Let's
atheists,
fuck 'em up.
Christian
Let's
was
give 'em
was.
some
There aren't any
shit.
Christians in there. Well,
Let's
there's
fuck
Mackie, but
'em
don't you dare
up.
touch my Mackie.
Oh yeah, let's go for Mackie. Come on.
You leave Mackie the hell alone.
Mackie's a universalist, is that right?
So you're a gamer gal.
You can't
Okay.
even
So
spell
how does that
universalist.
work? Okay. Okay. But McKay, I'm actually playing Sniper. What is it? Sniper Elite 3, I think. I'm so fucking drunk. I can't even remember. It's really awesome. You actually kind of made me want to play it. Thank you for that.
10 out of 10.
Huh? Oh, okay. Yeah, cool.
I'm saying awesome.
Oh. Hey, did you have the problem with the what at least okay, when I play on the hardest level, I have an issue with finding the you know how you have like a bullet drop, and also you have the bullet sideways slide, right? Depending on the simulated wind or whatever there. And I cannot see the bullet. I cannot see where the bullet falls. So it's kind of random. Do you have that problem as well? Can you like do a test shot to see where your bullet is falling relative to your center of the crosshair?
Amateur.
Not really. You really have to just like aim to the left a little bit in a group of them and see which one gets shot and kind of do your, analysis from there.
That's where the
Well,
skill comes in.
I was doing the, and sometimes it does work. Okay. This was when I was playing the sort of challenge thing, and I did not care about being discovered. I was basically shooting at a ground or a rock near them to sort of see where the bullet falls, right, so that I can see what's the offset, and use that as a sort of a
Oh yeah. You have to make sure your world details on maximum, or else you aren't gonna see where it hits.
Yeah, right. That's my problem because my computer is shitty and I can barely see it most of the time. So I was wondering if this is just my kind of shitty computer, or is this a inherent feature of the game that it doesn't allow you to see this. So you're saying you can see it if you have sufficient detail.
Right.
Okay, cool.
This is interesting. Apparently, the boss of a Seattle credit card company has raised the entire company's minimum wage to $70,000 as a form of experiment.
Wait, say again.
The CEO of a Seattle credit card company has raised the minimum wage of all of his employees to $70,000 a year. He's doing this as an experiment to see if that will affect certain outcomes and predictors within his company.
That's interesting. See, I love these social experiments.
It's not actually an experiment; it's permanent.
Oh, is it now? Okay. Well,
he was taking $1 million a year as his
Yeah.
salary, and all his employees were roughly on about $40,000 a year. And he was reading a lot about the disparity between bosses earning far more than their employees and living wages, that sort of thing. So he made a decision to put all his employees up from 40,000 to 75,000 and drop down to 75,000 himself, because he didn't need the money. He's already a multi-millionaire.
Right.
Oh wow.
Not even a billionaire. So yeah, it's a permanent thing.
Well, let's see how it goes.
That makes sense. I mean, heck, he probably risen in popularity so much more. I mean, that alone made him money, I would say.
Yeah.
Or potentially could make money. So yeah, everybody do it. Come on, guys.
I think he said he read a few sort of stories on it and did a bit of research and then realised that, yeah, I don't need $1 million a year. I've got multi-millions that will last me for the rest of my life. And that, that way he's making his employees' lives better and their families' lives better, and spreading the love, as it were.
That's nice. So in which country is this? How much is basically, what I'm trying to get at is, how much is $75, like relatively, how much?
No, 70. It's an annual salary of 70,000 a year, and it's in the United States. Seattle is in the United States.
So how much does it like higher their standard of living potentially?
Nearly double.
Like, are they now middle class or?
I don't understand. Well, I mean, 70,000 a year is pretty good money.
Is it like manager level?
I don't know about that part.
Is 40,000 a year a good level or not so?
I think it is. I think it's definitely, you're definitely in the middle class at 40,000 a year.
Okay, cool.
You're not high middle class, but you're definitely in the middle class. Hey, Secular, what's going on, my man?
Ho ho.
Hey, Secular.
Hello. Not much. Just listening.
I think Von Helton was talking about you this morning or morning.
Oh, I don't know.
What did you want to say?
I'm not listening. I want to set for the record straight. I don't come in here to bash Von Helton. I've made a couple cracks about him, but I'm not. He talks shit about me all the time. That's nothing.
What did you want to say before that? What did you want to say before that, Secular?
Oh, nothing. I just jumped in. I'll participate. I'm kind of just finishing a workout as I'm listening, but I'll jump in and out here.
No problem. That's right.
By workout, you mean spewing lies about Von Helton?
Arthur. Arthur, how many times do you got to be told he doesn't want to do that right now before you back up off him?
By workout, do you mean perpetuating the patriarchal society we live in?
Oh, like dogs with bones, you two. Like dogs with bones.
Oh.
Like dogs with bones.
Aren't we hilarious?
Oh yeah. yeah, like hilarious, like a slap in the tits.
That is hilarious. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's quite funny.
That cracks me up.
Especially just before she comes.
Just after she brings the sandwich.
Oh, Jesus Christ. You know, for an atheist, I've never said Jesus Christ as often as I have until I've tried this fucking den of
I'm telling you that now.
There's more appealing to Almighty God in this fucking room by me than I've ever done in my life.
I've got to say, McKay, you're onto a winner because Gus is no atheist.
No, I know. He's half Christian by marriage.
I'm half Christian by marriage, that's right.
Art, to answer your question, the guy is a CEO of his Seattle-based payment processing company.
Oh, payment processing company. Okay.
Yeah, he's the founder and CEO of his credit card payment processing company, Gravity Payments. He told his staff in a weekly meeting he would be cutting his $1 million salary to $70,000 as well as eating into the company's profits to pay the extra money. He started the firm from his bedroom as a teenager in 2004. The minimum wage in the US is $7 an hour, which is equivalent to 17,000 gross.
Yeah, that is pretty gross.
So now he's upped that to 70,000 for each employee. His company handled $6.5 billion in transactions last year.
Wow.
Damn. Okay, that's awesome. Damn.
He said his salary wasn't $1 million a year because he needed that much to live, but that's what it would cost to replace him as CEO. And he realised, I think CEO pay is too out of whack, he said. It ended up impacting me because I want the company to be sustainable, even if something happens to me. So temporarily he's going down to the minimum until the company gets back up again. Then he'll raise his own wage. But he's got 120 employees on an average salary of $48,000. 70 of the paychecks will grow, and of those, 30 will double their salaries.
I think if anybody ever paid me $70,000 a year, I'd spend an hour crying, just crying at the sheer joy of it. Because poverty. You know what the worst thing is, in my opinion, about being poor. Like, and I know different people are gonna have different opinions about this, but in my opinion, the worst thing about being poor is not having money for the little things that everybody takes for granted.
Mm.
Like a little game will come down the pipe at Steam. They want like $15 for it, and you can't do it because you don't have it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you need a
Well,
loaf.
this
You
this
need
this guy, this CEO, is 30 years old.
a loaf of bread or something, and you just can't do it because there literally isn't any money. It's not like you can go into debt for it or anything. You can't because there's nothing. You know what I mean? Like to me, that's the worst thing about being poor.
Yeah, that's the difference, I think. I mean, I'm lucky enough to be comfortable, so but yeah, I've been at times I've been on the bones of my arse, and other times I've had more money than I know what to do with. But yeah, that it is good. With my son, my son's a gamer. He's 13, so it's nice just to nip out and get him the latest game, if
Yeah.
occasionally, just to treat him if he's like he's done well at school or whatever. Then
Like I couldn't imagine being poor with kids. I mean, that would just be a waking nightmare.
I promised him £5 if he went up a grade at school in any subject.
Yeah.
And the little sod went up 5 grades in Spanish on its own. And I looked at his school report, and he'd risen about 5 grades overall in maths, English, science, etc. So I said, "Oh, that's good. That's £25." And he said, "Dad, look at my Spanish," which I'd said to him a while back. Don't worry too much about the Spanish. It's not that important as the rest. And he'd gone up 5 grades, the little bastard. So I'd give him 50 quid.
He's picked your pocket, has he? He's pulled your pants down.
50 bloody pounds. Grinning all over his face when he went out. Fucking bastard.
He a little pisher, eh? A little pisher.
Yeah. I'm gonna start keeping him up late so he gets tired.
That's right.
I think you got what we call a sleeper. I think he played you. I think he was laying there for most of the school year, just laying low, made you the deal, and then come out full force last.
Yeah, 5 grades in one subject. We went up from
I believe they call that the grift, man. He put you. You're on the grift.
Yeah, got burnt, badly burnt. I've tried to renegotiate the deal, but he's not having any of it. I tried to drop it. from £5 to £1. He said, "No, sorry, Dad. You made the deal at the start of the term. That's it."
Man, you got rolled in the alley on that one. You gotta watch out for the long con, bro. You gotta watch out for the long con.
So now it's from being interested in his school report, I'm going to be fucking terrified.
I tell you what, though, Mark. I tell you what, Mark. I like your boy more and more.
I know.
So on the next school report, you're going to be praying that he has bad.
Yeah, I'm the adult, but apparently I can't renegotiate the deal until the start of the new term in September.
Now he's got you coming and going. Now he's got you coming and going, man. He's got you coming and going.
Yeah, I just.
If it goes down, he has to pay you back.
Well, yeah, he did go down 1 grade in one subject, so it would have been 11, but he went down 1, and I said, "Well, that's £5 off." Grinning to myself, and he said, "Well, that's not fair." I said, "Well, hang on. If I'm paying you to going up a grade, I'm going to take off 5 quid for going down." And then I got the Spanish bombshell. Wait till I see his teacher.
Now he's gonna blow through his A levels. You're gonna have to friggin' refinance a Ferrari for him or something. He keeps that shit up.
Oh, Scott's asked in the side chat about the grade. I mean, he started secondary school. Is that high school in America? Secondary school?
Yeah. Well, actually, in Canada, we call all high schools secondary schools, even though it may say high school in the.
So he's just started. He's 12 and a half. So yeah, each subject has the lowest is 1C, then it's 1B, 1A, 2B, 2C, 2B, 2A, so on and so on and so on. So he was like he was the lowest he could have been at Spanish. He was 1C because he hated it. He's gone up 5 grades.
Well, whatever you do, Mark, don't tell him that you'll give him 20 quid to be knighted, or you'll be curtsying in front of the Queen by the end of the year.
Yeah, bloody right. And I think the grades change also as regards to exams. You get it's a different grading system. I'm not sure yet what it is, but I don't fucking care at the moment either. I'm going to have to take out a mortgage just every school report.
Well, look at the bright side. If you kind of make him, be a genius like that, later on in life he will pay it back. I mean, he's going to be a genius, right?
He is. He was marked down when he was very, very young. When he was, 3 or 4, he was doing stuff that bought sort of like.
Was he conning some grandmother or something on the street?
Probably, yeah. I mean, he wants to be an architect.
Yeah.
Those are con artists, if ever there was one.
2 years ago, made me laugh. He said he wanted to be an architect and a part-time sniper.
Vandalay Industries.
Yeah, I said, what's the part-time sniper bit? He said, well, you know, a bit of extra money. So,
making marks and taking scores.
Yeah, helping people to build nice, you know, fantastic architecture, and by night killing people. Great.
That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Approve my architectural plans, or I'll shoot you in the face when you're having tea.
So in 10 years' time, if there's an attempt on the president's life, you know where to come.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be more hilarious if it'd be more hilarious if he wanted to be an architect and a demolitions expert. But
yeah, that. But actually, it wasn't part-time sniper; it's part-time assassin. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah. He wants to be Von Helden, basically.
He wants to be the architect ninja.
Imagine that, your kid coming home and saying, "What the careers advice? What do you want to be when you grow up, son?" "Oh, I want to be like Von Helden."
Oh.
A ninja space marine punisher.
Bless him.
Yes, beware of those who have been everywhere and seen everything.
Like Von Helden.
God knows what I've got to come. He's only 12 and a half. Not even a fucking teenager yet.
I know, right? Well, he's a teenager. Well, I mean, you know, obviously, like, he's in for some ninja training.
He's a smart
I was just gonna say he's prime age to be developing a stealth fighter or something like that, isn't he?
Yeah, probably. And he's very logical as well. I remember once when he was about 8, I called him upstairs because there was a party, you know, the usual stuff, clothes on the floor, and I said, "Can you come upstairs and put this away please?" He said, "Well, you might as well do it. You're already up there."
Oh, dang.
And I thought, fair enough.
I'm fairly convinced that this is why parents of past generations were just tyrants. They never had to try to reason with the kids. Like, why should I do it? Because I said so, and I'm bigger than you.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, I sort of took that attitude as a parent. I was going to explain things, but it does bite you back to sort of come back and bite you because you spend ages explaining stuff.
Yeah, and the kid can be momentarily correct in terms of pure logical, or he might be able to out-debate you, but that doesn't make your advice or your instructions to him incorrect. Which I think is why sometimes parents go, "Look, you know what? You just do it because I'm telling you to do it, and you'll thank me later." You know.
He's always been a little sponge. I remember when he was quite little, about 3 or 4. He was sat in a high chair, and I brought him some food. And as I was putting it down, I dropped it, and it bounced off the high chair and went on the floor. So I bent down to clean it up, and under my breath, I just said, "Bollocks."
Uh-oh.
And which was fine until about a month later, my ex-wife and her mother and grandmother and grandfather went to a very posh tea room in a little village not far from where we lived.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, the place where you get very posh ladies that go for lunch and eat cucumber sandwiches and cream teas and all that, and scones.
Uh-oh.
And I think it was they brought out a high chair to sit him in, which must have triggered. And somebody spilt something, and he shouted at the top of his voice, "Bollocks!" Not once. He did it once after the other for about 2 minutes, whilst my ex-wife's grandfather was so disgusted he walked out. Several old ladies were going, "Oh, how terrible, have you seen that child?" And they were frantically trying to get him out of the harness, to get him out of the high chair, to leave quickly. And he repeated the word constantly until they got him outside. They dragged him out screaming, "Bollocks, bollocks, bollocks, bollocks." Did I get in trouble for that?
I bet that's not the first time a male in your family's been dragged swearing in an establishment.
And it was a month before. I'd only whispered the word. Didn't even think he heard me, but yeah. So I think it was the high chair combined with the spilling of something that triggered off that in his memory that he'd soaked it up, and that was his response.
Oh, there's 10,000 stories of that in the Naked City. My sister-in-law, when my oldest niece was about 6 years old, there was a Salt and Peppa song that was popular on the radio called "Let's Talk About Sex." So, there's Tracy in the checkout line with little Amanda, who's only 6 years old, and she's sitting in the shopping cart, and she just takes a notion to sing right there. She's like, "Let's talk about sex, baby." Let's talk about
They always do it in the worst time. I remember just as a joke. Well, not as a joke. My younger brother once said at the dinner table to my dad, "Where did you do it before I was born?" And which wasn't so bad because it was at home. My dad, as a joke, just said standing up in a hammock. And my brother went to school on the Monday, and in those days you had to, when you came to school on the Monday, you had to write down in English lessons what I did at the weekend. Yeah?
Right.
And my brother wrote all this down, but he misunderstood. He misunderstood and wrote down, "My mum and dad did it standing up with a hammer." I remember once we were at afternoon tea at my grandmother's when I was younger, and there's a classic. There were two pieces of cake, a smaller piece and a large piece, and my brother leant right across, stretched to grab the larger piece, and my grandmother said, "If I were you, I would have taken the small piece." And my brother said, "Well, you got it. What are you worried about?" Yeah, it's brilliant.
You got a cheeky pack of kids there, mate.
Yeah, that was my brother when we were younger. But I mean, the kids always do it in the most. You can be on a bus somewhere, and kids just say things without. "Why has that man got such a big nose, Dad?"
Oh yeah.
Shh. Why are you saying shush for? Why has he got a big nose? Just don't say it so loud. Why not? He's got a big nose. Yes, I know, but you shouldn't say it loudly.
Because of my size, I'm a magnet for little kids.
Yeah. Why not? It's a really big nose. Yes, we know. Yeah. But you just don't say.
Because of my size, I'm a magnet for little kids.
Why? And they say things like, "Why have they got to be quiet? He knows he's got a big nose."
That's right. Yeah, that's right. That's right. He knows he's got a big nose.
Not as if he doesn't know.
Oh, little kids are the greatest. It's like every time I see a little kid's like, "Mommy, look at that great big fat guy. Mommy, that guy's so big and fat." And then they'll walk right up to, because the mother is so mortified. She's momentarily shocked. Eh? I guess she's got this look like she's looking around for a hole to jump in and pull a hole in after her. And so the kid will come over and sometimes the kid will even like pat my belly and go, "How come you're so fat?"
Yeah, one great story.
I love it because the parents are just like, "Oh, and I have some fun, right? Why shouldn't I have some fun? I have a little fun." I go, "Because I eat little kids," is why. It's like
I'm hungry.
One kid didn't even miss a beat. He looked at me and said, "Well, maybe you shouldn't eat as many of them."
My dad told me a great story when he was my dad is a retired police officer, and he was in the crime squad, and he and a colleague, as soon as any petty or say petty, but when most crimes are committed, they go and visit the usual suspects.
Right.
And there was one particular guy that was involved in lots of crime, and something had happened, so they decided to go and interview him to see whether he had anything to do with it or knew anything. And they were regular visitors to this guy's house. So they knocked the door, and the little kid of about 4 or 5 answered the door, and they said, "Is your dad in?" And my dad's name's Brian, and his colleague's name is Keith. And he said, "Yeah, hang on a minute." And the kid runs down the hallway, and you heard a voice from the back of the house say, "There's the kid," saying, "Dad, it's that cunt Keith again at the door."
Nice. That's the cheek of it, eh? The sauce.
Well, yeah, you can just imagine obviously you can tell straight off what his dad's opinion was of the policeman called Keith.
Yeah. That's too much. Oh man. By the way, I find it just as an ironic choice. Well, ironic, I don't know. It's a strange choice of words that there should be something in the police force called the crime squad. Isn't that kind of a redundancy? I'm in the
Well,
police force. Crime
it was
squad.
it was called the Serious Crime Squad.
Oh, the serious crime. Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, as opposed to the crimes that weren't.
That's right. That's right. No, but all I heard was crime, and I'm like, the crime squad in the police force, in the department of keeping people from doing wrong. You know, you're just
Yeah.
like, yeah, it's the redundancy.
It almost sounds like a Monty Python thing, doesn't it? Where they go after the people as opposed to the comical crime squad.
That's right, the comical crimes.
Weirdly enough, though, they define serious crime as things which could give them the most kickback.
Oh, you suggesting the causes are crooked?
Only on Fleet Street.
Well, back in those days, it was
proven.
Because you had the it was back in the 60s and 70s when Dad was in the force, and so it was very much the stereotype. As there was a program in the UK called Ashes to Ashes. Or no, not what was it called? No, the first one was called Is There Life on Mars? I think, wasn't it?
Oh yeah. No, I know the one you're talking
Life
about.
on Mars, yeah.
Yeah, the guy who gets knocked unconscious and he wakes up 30 years in the past and he's a 70s cop.
Yeah,
I saw both the UK version and the American version.
Yeah, it was very much like that. Everyone smoked. They just commandeered some room somewhere, and they all had a bottle of scotch in the drawer.
Yeah.
Front door.
Mr. Rosers.
Yeah, and police interrogation included a phone book. Christ, I remember when me and a bunch of my mates destroyed that laundromat. We got sweated by the cops pretty hard. They punched a few of us. They punched me. There's no biggie, whatever.
Yeah, it depends what you're giving them, isn't it?
Well, yeah, that's true too. Because like a lot of us, when we got dragged in for that, we were just like, well, fuck you, It's like, well. Where were you at this time? Fuck you. What's your name? Well, fuck you. Eventually, you're asking for a wallop in the teeth after that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just fucking answer their questions. If they're stupid questions, give them a stupid answer. That's what I do.
Just by way of a helpful tip for all you guys, pouring a 10-pound bag of quick dry cement into a washing machine is a pretty good way to get rid of the washing machine. Just in case anybody was ever looking for a quick and easy way. There's a story there, but I won't bore you with it. Just suffice it to say that, I've spent a bit of time at a police station, and interrogation rooms can be of various degrees of sporting. French Canadian cops are the fucking worst, man. They'll kick the crap out of you. Oh my God, they'll beat you. Oof.
I had a little run-in with the Montreal police one time, but that might be a story for another day.
Perhaps so.
You don't want to know what happens around our way, man. Bodies just go missing in police stations.
Nice.
Well, back when I was a kid,
Aren't your bobbies all clean?
Back when I was a kid, there was a spate of 8 in about 12 years that went missing from one police station. They went in there fine, bit drunk maybe. They came out as bodies,
What do you mean you've lost him? It's not as if he's a packet of peanuts.
Yeah. Oh, another accidental suicide in the police cell.
Yeah. Managed to shoot himself 3 times in the back of the head. How about that?
Fuck, man. They used to beat the crap out of him. Happened on the streets once in this country. There were like witnesses to it and everything. And it turned out the reason was because this guy had been dating a copper's daughter. And the copper said to her, "You're not allowed to see this guy," and she'd gone, "Oh, fuck you, Dad." All right, and a couple of coppers had come by and beaten the shit out of him and accidentally killed him. Yeah. Fuck, man. They covered it up for like 8 years before they finally got. Slowly, the truth came out.
You gotta watch that extrajudiciary whooping, man. You gotta use your head. You got to get the phone book out. You got to use the rubber hoses.
Yeah.
I got hit by a rubber hose once. Somebody had a rubber
I
hose.
think what had happened
Oh
is
my God.
they actually fitted up another guy in the neighbourhood who was a black guy who happened to be a model citizen.
Oh dear.
So not only had they tried to cover up their own crime, but they tried to fit it onto someone else. And this guy was just like a potential genius, and A's all the way through school, church going, the lot.
Oh, he was church going. Oh, fuck. He must be a saint.
The lot. He had every fucking thing going for him.
Oh, come on. I'm just a bit of a slight.
He happened to have been cycling by, that was why, and so they fitted him up.
So he basically died for the. He basically died. He was shot for the high crime of being black, I guess.
Oh,
Well,
wait,
he
was
wasn't
he killed him?
He was framed up. He was framed up for the high crime of being black.
Oh, he was killed? Okay, I didn't know
No,
that.
they killed the first guy.
Yeah,
who
no,
was
they
dating
framed
the
this guy
daughter of
up.
the copper, and then tried to fit that murder up onto
Yeah.
the guy that was cycling by, who was a teenager.
They framed him up for the high crime of being black, I guess.
Yeah, basically.
That happens a lot in America. People get pulled over for the criminal offense of being black.
Yeah, there was a.
Yeah, we call it driving while black here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Fuck.
Yeah, there's that nasty old. That nasty old joke of what do you call an African American in a Cadillac, Grand Theft Auto. That was a nasty joke. Went around for a while.
Hey, do you know how you call a black dude in a Cadillac?
That's what you're just repeating the joke I told you, and it wasn't even a joke because it's not funny.
Okay, damn it, I'm drunk. Never mind.
Oh, what are you doing here if you're drunk? Then go sleep it off.
I'm not that drunk, okay? I don't need to sleep it off. Hey, don't put these labels on me, okay, dude? I don't need to sleep.
I don't know. If you tell a joke that you were immediately just told, then you're kind of drunk.
I'll just finish up. I'll just finish up there to cut the jokes off, which is to say, eventually this guy was found innocent of all charges, and the copper was eventually brought to justice for trying to frame him up, although the murder was never solved.
Good.
That's good.
You know who I think is a weird police force? The Irish Garda. I think they're strange. The Irish Garda, I think, is a strange police force. First of all, their names are a little funny.
Irish.
First of all, the name's a little funny, right? Garda. What a weird name. Why don't you just call them police like everybody else does? Strange.
Well, it's just a different culture, dude. Come on.
Even in deepest, darkest East Germany, they're like the Das Polizei, like that sounds like police. I don't know. I'm skeptical.
So what else is new? I guess nothing. Damn it.
How about something like atheism is wrong?
You're going to hell.
Who can disagree with that?
We all know that. There's wifey again with the old universalism going on.
Can you guys prove to me that atheism is accurate and correct?
Atheism?
I thought I misheard that, but yeah, you did.
Is that like atheist scientific chemistry coming into play?
Listen. Let's not get bogged down with the jargon, technical talk. Just avoiding the questions.
Your definition, my definition.
It must be in there, the second book of Jesus.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm still looking that up. I keep hearing all these Christians saying Jesus said, Jesus said. I think I got ripped off because my Bible doesn't have the book of Jesus. I've been looking.
Oh boy.
Yeah, you're just not reading between the lines close enough.
I got to do it. What was his name that was in here last night? That Mac guy, the black Israelite dude. I got to say, take any verse. This is how it does. He take any verse, and he will say unto them. Well, who's them? Well, so let's go to the Old Testament. Look at another passage. Them who has been chosen by God. Well, the them every time in the Bible means black Israelites. Let's look at another verse. He gave to us. Well, who's us? Let's go to another verse. Us who has been chosen by God. So every time you say us, it obviously means black Israelites, which is his bloodline, just by coincidence.
That's impeccable scholarship, man. I don't know how can you disagree with that.
I think it'd be a good preacher. You just gotta stress certain words. Take any verse and just like, and he went into the city. Now, what does he mean by that? Does he mean a literal city? Perhaps. Let's read
All
more.
you have to do is emphasize any word, and that will sound convincing.
Exactly.
Right. Okay, I got it.
It's the old charismatic tradition,
Sorry,
right?
I got it. And I think it was Jesus, not Mac, as well, just to make that correct.
Oh, sorry, that's right. It was Jesus. I got a couple of those guys mixed up, but
yeah. Mac's
and that wasn't a
one.
racist thing, by the way. That was not a racist thing, by the way.
Totally.
Because I know that'll be the next thing. I'll be hearing that dirty old secular opinion in here saying they all are alike, can't tell them apart, you know.
Those Midianites, those terrible Midianites. That's why they're
the Midianites. That could be a topic for its own hangout, really. I don't know if we want to get deep into that right now.
Yeah, let's do it.
That's some pretty profound stuff.
I feel like ever since I went on that evolution talk, you guys just start taking me seriously.
Well, I mean, come on. Those questions still haven't been answered. I can find anyone to answer any of those questions. And you know what's really scary about those arguments, as silly as they are? They're actually things I've heard people say. Like they're literally things from videos that I've heard people say. Like, if abolition is true, then why are humans the only ones with common ancestors? Why are we the only animals that have a common ancestor? Like, that's the stuff I've heard, like, recently. And I'm like, well, okay.
It makes sense to me.
It's just, I don't know, like...
You can always push a parody past it, though. That's the brilliant thing. That's why I like to hear that Midianite thing is just so brilliant. For
Well, what I found
we should weave it into a complete story.
We totally should.
Just so it's much harder to refute, you know.
If Jesus turned water into wine, why is there still water?
That's right. That's right.
Oh, bingo. These are questions that we need answered. He's a drunk. The Bible's full of drunkards. We had this conversation. We got Noah, you got Lot, you got Jesus changing water into wine at 12 years old. These guys are drinkers.
Yeah, so when Jesus went into the pub with the disciples towards the end of the night, he went to the bar and said, "Can I have a large pitcher of water and 13 glasses?" And
Yep.
Peter shouted out, "Fuck off, Jesus, and run around like the rest of us did."
That's right. That's right. Who drinks wine anyway? Let's have a lager. Let's have a couple of pints of lager up in here.
All we need is the good book. I mean, Jesus got all stinked up and he went out and stole a donkey. He did. He stole a donkey. He ripped off a donkey and rode. He was drunk. They're out on a bender. They're having, you know.
Or make game.
That's grand theft. That's grand theft livestock right there.
And
you should have been doing at least a nickel in the Jerusalem Hoosgow.
Well, they were fucking around on Galilee when he came back to life, didn't they? No one believed him. He said, "Go on, then walk on water like you did before." So Jesus took about three steps out and sunk like a stone. And they said, "See, you're not Jesus." He said, "Yeah, I never had these fucking holes in my feet the first time, did I?"
Oh no. Okay, that's crossing the line.
That's bad. That's like what's the difference between
was it too
Jesus and
soon?
picture joke?
Too soon.
We're not at the
Maybe a little too soon. Right? A little too soon.
Okay, guys, let's calm down. We have a lady here, Christian. I feel it. We're going to hell. We're going to hell.
Thomas said, "I doubt you, Jesus." So Jesus said, "Here, stick your hand in this hole. See what you."
McKay has even joined twice in this hangout. That's how pissed she is right now.
That was his last words. "You greedy bastards, save me an egg. I'll be back on Sunday."
Oh.
I'm trying to listen. I just want to say, for the record, I'm trying to stick to the good book here. You guys, I think you're kind of going off in your own thing.
Well, his mother said the same. His mother said, "Jesus, my son." He said, "Mum." So she went up to the cross, said, "What is it, my son?" Ethan said, I can see our house from here."
Was it? What was
I think
it?
Actually, if you
what was it Sam Kinison said? everybody's standing around Jesus on the cross, and they're just like, oh, it's such a crime that he has to die. Wouldn't be a crime if somebody get a ladder and a pair of fucking pliers.
I don't know what the fuss is about. Anyways, I've had worse weekends than that. I've passed out and come to in a cave before. Nothing new. 3 days later, well, it's usually a hedge or a ditch.
Somebody tell me
drunks.
Oh, sorry about that.
No, go ahead.
Somebody tell me that Stonehenge wasn't the product of a giant fucking bender. Somebody tell me that a bunch of guys didn't get drunk. Go, you know what we should do? You know what we should shush. You know what we should do? We should get some rocks. Yeah. And we should stand those fuckers up right there, and then they'll fucking be there, man. They'll fucking be there, man.
It's a druid football pitch.
You're pretty close, Gus, of course, but it was LSD.
It was LSD.
It wasn't drink.
It's a druid's football pitch. You can tell by the one with the crossbar on it.
It's true. It's the Druids FC.
In any case, it's not the original because they've taken all the stones down and rebuilt it twice in the last 50 years.
Well, they've had to, haven't they? Though, because the last time before the reconstruction that somebody went near Stonehenge, they were almost fucking killed.
No. They just took it all down to put it up where the way they thought it was originally put. It's not. I go past it several times a week. I work near there.
What were you going to say, Secular?
Oh, I don't know. I'm sure it was. I don't know. It'll come back to me. I'm sure. Good. Like a blind man peeing into the wind, Gus. It'll all come back to me.
It's quite funny with Stonehenge because they charge you to get in now.
They what?
Yeah, you got to pay to go and see it. Up close. Well, not up close. They've got an exclusion
the other
ring.
fucking hill with a telephoto lens.
Well, you can go past the field because the fence is just a wire fence and it's only 4'6" high.
Oh well, it's only so you can.
You're literally paying to go and see it. Only gets you 20 feet closer.
When I was young, we used to go to a festival at Stonehenge.
Oh yeah.
Well, in the days when you could actually go and sit on the stones.
Yeah, we used to sit on the stones and watch the bands.
Well, they had too many people going there with little rock hammers, hacking bits off or carving their names into it. Like, Jeff was here.
Yeah, that's right.
Well,
so they stopped it.
You didn't really get that, but you did get people hacking the blue stones.
Yeah. The Druids are. There's a guy because I also work near it. There's a guy that's changed his name to King Arthur Pendragon.
Oh, really?
He's supposed to be king of the Druids. He and his wife, Mrs. Pendragon, they're up there. She's called Mrs. Pendragon.
Yeah.
I'm not joking. They perform the ritual every solstice, which is coming up in a couple of months' time.
It's kind of like Frau Barbarossa. It kind of loses something in the translation.
Yeah, so I don't know what his name was before. It's probably Arthur Smith or something, but he's King Arthur Pendragon now.
Arthur Cotting upon Waxel or whatever. Some strange names you people have. Throckmorton upon Tyne.
Oh, Throckmorton, yeah. That's near Scotland. Just.
Is that near Scotland?
Throckmorton.
You've no idea what goes on out there in Scotland. Need good kids.
He's on Twitter. He's on Twitter under he's at Druid King Arthur.
If I ever move back to England, I'm going to have my name changed legally to Ford Prefect.
There you go. I'll put it in the side chat.
Why do you want to name yourself after a car?
Very good.
What's up? Oh, God,
I think this summer I'm going to start a cult. I think that's what I'm going to do this summer. I've been talking about it. I'm going to go down to the Canadian Tire. I'm going to buy a big white tent, set it up in the park, and going to be on fire.
Yeah, the guy's real name he's now called Arthur Uther Pendragon. He was born John Rothwell in 1954, but he changed his name. And he does stand in elections occasionally.
Why was he calling himself king? Why is he calling himself king of the Druids? Artorius Riothmus wasn't the king of the Druids. He was just the son of the last Roman governor.
Oh yeah, I mean, he was born in Yorkshire. He was born in Wakefield originally. After reading a book on King Arthur, he discovered a lot of similarities, apparently, according to Wikipedia, and then he believed himself to be King Arthur reincarnated, and in 1986 he officially changed his name to Arthur Uther Pendragon. And then it says on Wikipedia, shortly afterwards he bought a sword. And
He bought a sword.
And guess what he called it?
I don't know, a Durandal. Yeah, that's it.
Excalibur.
Oh, well, I was close.
And he had his coronation in 1998.
Well, of course he did.
While supporting and taking part in a protest in Kingston upon Thames, he learned about the history of the coronation stone, which is the Anglo-Saxon equivalent of the stone of Scone, which is believed to have been used in the coronation of 7 Saxon kings. He then invited guests to his coronation and was proclaimed raised Druid of King Britain. Raised Druid King of Britain by representatives from the 5 neo-Druidic orders.
I remember it well.
I don't know, guys. I don't want to sound like a skeptic or a stickler or one of those guys, but I'm a little leery of this tale here. I don't know if I believe this guy or not.
I'll put it in the sidebar there. You can read all about him.
There's a link.
I believe you. I just don't believe him.
There's a link. I mean,
that's true with the internet.
You know, secular. Part of the problem is you have to believe first and then have it explained to you afterwards.
I've met this guy. I've seen him. He really exists.
Oh, yeah.
He's not a made-up character.
It just makes me laugh that after he decided he was King Arthur reborn or reincarnated, he thought someone probably said, "You ought to have a sword, really, mate." Because King Arthur, oh yeah, okay, I'll go and buy a sword.
He bought one.
Yeah, it's just the Wikipedia article just makes it me laugh. It says shortly afterwards he bought a sword.
Shortly afterwards, when it was pointed out to him that he was a couple of fucking apples loose of a cart, he thought perhaps he might double down and get a sword.
Oh yeah.
I bet he's got a cat called Merlin.
I'll bet you. If not a cat, then a parrot.
Probably his child. Dad, I don't want to be called Merlin. Shut up. Get on with your alchemy.
You know, guys, my actual
Call
name.
me Dave. Shut up, Merlin.
My actual name is Arthur, and I did name my cat Merlin.
Really? That's excellent.
Yes.
I'm reading a bit more about him. Apparently, as a teenager, he bought a motorbike and was a member of a biker gang.
Yeah. Well, at least he got the experience on the horse, so to speak.
Yeah, he became head of a biker gang called the Gravediggers, later renamed the Saddle Tramps.
Well, that's some strong that's some strong archival evidence right there.
Well, Moses had a motorbike.
Moses.
Really? Yeah, it says in the Bible he came down the mountain on his Triumph.
That's a fact. That's a fact right
there. You know, Mark, I've heard this joke a second time or a third time that you said it, but it's still hilarious.
It just sparked it off in my head again.
We should bring a Christian in here.
You think if he'd have had panniers...
Have a Christian in here, Russ, please.
If he'd have had panniers, he'd have got more tablets.
I mean a dumb Christian, not one that.
Oh, you mean like hillbilly? Like hillbilly? Oh, he would lose his shit.
When I say a Christian, I mean a dingbat Christian. I don't mean one with like her head and her ass wired together like Mackie has.
What do you call him, Mackie?
What's that?
You're not a Christian unless you're a dum-dum.
No, it's not like that. No.
You said it. I'm going to quote one.
I think what he's trying to say is we want a real Christian in here.
Oh.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, yeah.
I give up.
Good job, Gus.
Shut up, you half-drunk Russian. I got nothing to learn from you about how to say
things. That's offensive. I'm not half drunk. I'm fully drunk. Fuck you.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
I take offense to that because he's not really Russian. Come on.
Fuck off, you sick.
I didn't mean it.
Mind you, being Russian with a name like Arthur doesn't really...
Yeah, I know. Tell me about it.
What were your parents thinking? Or were they drunk as well?
They were actually thinking of King Arthur. They named me in honor.
Have you got a sister called Guinevere?
I don't have a sister. I have a brother, but he has long hair.
Is he called Lancelot?
No.
His name is Daniel.
You will not put the image of some long-haired Russian man in my head and then pair it to the word Guinevere. You will not do that to me.
Too late.
I'll mail you a gorilla.
Okay, there is no reason to bring your mom into it, Gus. Okay.
So they were just really into the Legend of King Arthur, were they, your parents?
Not only just that, they were also into Sherlock Holmes, and they named me in honor of Arthur Conan Doyle and King Arthur.
God, I can imagine you going through life as a Russian teenager called Sherlock. That'd have been a fucking scream. Bring your brother Moriarty with you.
Luckily, they were that crazy.
Or Watson. You've got a brother called Watson.
Watson.
Spend your whole life saying elementary. Well, that was the school you went to.
Actually, as Russian names go, Arthur isn't the strangest Russian name I've ever heard. The strangest Russian name I've ever heard is Hedeon.
Who?
Hedeon.
Hedeon?
Hedeon. That's the strangest Russian name I've ever heard.
That's not a true Russian name. I'm sorry.
Listen, when I looked on the internet and I said, give me a bunch of Russian male names, Hedeon was one of them. So that's enough out of you, Arthur, Mr. Fake Russian in Czech.
Okay, the internet says it. It must be true.
Hey, listen. When a bunch of internet sources say it, it's truer than when it's not.
They should change it a bit, because if you get a Hollywood film, all the Russians are either called Vasily or
Boris, Yevgeny,
Vladimir,
Ivan. They got the Ivans in there.
Yeah, on the Russian name front, in the right stuff, they're talking to Gus Christmas. We can't have an astronaut named Gus. Do you have a middle name? Ivan.
Yeah.
That's right. And if I ever inadvertently join the space program, I'm going to give myself a Russian middle name too, just to be safe.
If you want to do it like proper Russian style, you got to put like 5 names in there.
That's right. I'll be Gus Jamesovich.
There's no 5 names. There's 3 names. There's 3 names. There's 3 names. You just keep the name of your father. You damn.
Just put itch on the name of everything.
When are you fucking Russians just going to speak English and have done with it already?
I don't know.
Yeah, like Sean Connery.
That's right, just like Sean Connery.
We're gonna speak English when you guys stop invading countries that didn't do anything to you.
I don't think that the Russians have any lesson to teach about invading other countries.
Hey, that wasn't a bad time for our country. We had a drunk president. He didn't have all this shit together. It's kind of ironic because I'm kind of.
What was your excuse in Afghanistan?
Well,
yeah, what's the matter with the other president, the one that had the Death Star plans tattooed on his head? Who was that?
I don't know. Ask him, dude. He's not my president.
Well, I reckon it was the Russian invasion plans. He couldn't keep it secret.
No, it was
he tattooed on his head so he didn't forget.
No, he wasn't tattooed. You see what happened? He got drunk one night, he spilled ink on a paper, and he fell down on the paper and it copied the plan on his forehead.
It was a map to the nearest Wendy's that was tattooed on his head.
There wasn't Wendy's back then, was there? Or was there?
Yeah, there was Wendy's back then. We just didn't hear
Damn,
much
you're progressive, you bastards. We didn't even know what's a hamburger.
I remember hearing a story about when they opened the first McDonald's in Moscow after the wall.
It was like 2-mile line.
But the thing that most impressed everybody was that the people serving you at the counter smiled at you. That was apparently the #1 thing that impressed the customers at the time.
That 2-mile line too, by the way, just as a reference that you mentioned, was actually moved from the bread line. They had the communist bread line. They just moved them over to the McDonald's line.
It made it difficult though when they kept saying to all the customers, "It is cold in Moscow this time of year." Pardon? Oh, I just want a. What do you want? I just want a burger. Oh, sorry.
Your hamburger comes with fries.
Yeah. They all thought it was code. They all thought it was code. Would you like fries with that?
Do you want a Kalashnikov with that hamburger, sir?
Yeah.
Coca-Cola. The Coca-Cola is cold this time in Moscow, yeah?
Now, I don't.
From anyway.
Holy shit, Queen Elizabeth is 89 today.
Wait, Simon,
what was that spy series called? Smiley's People?
Oh, you got me.
To Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy.
Tinker
It was
Tailor
Smiley.
Soldier Spy.
Yeah, the follow-up was Smiley's People.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
The first film I was thinking of, Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, which was based on the Anthony Blunt incident of the double spy.
They recently remade it with a film with Gary Oldman in
I saw that. It wasn't too bad.
Pretty good.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
That's based on a true story.
Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you...
Star Trek Voyager had an episode, Tinker... Oh, never mind. Fuck.
Tinker Tailor Soldier Borg.
For those of you for those of you that in this place that are from the United Kingdom, I must report that Her Majesty is celebrating her 89th birthday in Windsor's Castle. So
is it the official birthday? Because she has 2 a year. You know that.
Does she?
Oh,
yes.
Yeah.
She has an official birthday and.
Is it because she's an Antichrist?
Now, Gus, being Canadian, you got to know that because we got the May 24 weekend coming up. That's Queen Victoria's birthday.
But her actual birthday is today. It's true. She's 89 today, but she does have another birthday when she does Troop in the Colour.
Right. Well, what does that do then? What is that? Is that just like delaying a birthday celebration? Is that what that is? Like a long delay?
Her official birthday, or her actual birthday, is the 21st of April, and her official birthday is on a Saturday in June.
Well, however you want to fucking do it, she's 89 today, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, she's God bless her.
You guys, you wouldn't have any problems with figuring out your leader's age if you just did what we did in Russia and just shot them.
Listen, you know what? Tsar Nicholas got himself fucking perished because he was an idiot. Tsar Nicholas got perished because he was an idiot. Queen Elizabeth II is an extremely intelligent fucking woman, thank you very much. And she's got more brains on the end of her little finger than Tsar Nicholas had from his head to his foot. Silly-assed, inbred, banjo-strumming fucking Russian monarch that he was. It's no wonder he didn't end up shooting himself someplace, never mind getting shot somewhere else. How many times do you need to be warned by all your other cousin royal before you finally don't mute me, you you fucking Russian
yeah, the Queen does get a gun salute. She gets a 41 gun salute. She had that in Hyde Park at midday.
Oh,
she then gets a 21 gun salute at Windsor Great Park and a 62 gun salute at the Tower of London.
I think in honor of the Queen's birthday, we should fly AC-130 gunships over Paris and just hose the place down.
That's why all those ships are sinking in the Mediterranean. That's how far the guns reach. That's where that's it. It's been sinking refugee boats.
Oh, fuck.
Now, Clockwork, don't go. Your favoriteest Marcus here of all time. Clockwork, stay
Your
here.
biggest fan is here. Come on, dude.
Yeah, what's your view on the Queen? Clockwork?
Yeah, maybe we can at least agree on the Queen.
She's probably a reptilian alien under the sign of Virgo from the planet Thor.
Be fair now. Let him say his batshit stuff with us.
What the fuck happened? Why did you meet me, Fudd? It's like, what
It's
is
just
that came from?
Can we listen to Clockwork, please?
Are we really going to go there?
If you want to, we don't have to do anything you want to do, mate.
Is your avatar looks a bit phallic?
I'm just bringing you into the conversation, that's all.
It's alright.
It's your giant penis, it is.
It's pretty good again. Yeah.
It's One-Eyed Willie, the parking lot monster. Where the hell are you doing this, Archer? You sound like you're doing this in like a kitchen. You sound like you got a table in the middle of an industrial kitchen.
We have visitors. My mom's sister is visiting us. The first time I've ever seen her.
So when visitors come over, does your mom put them to work washing the dishes? Because it sure sounds like she does.
Yes.
Over, you've come to visit. Help me wash the dishes.
You got to cut him a little slack. He's in that little tiny communist apartment.
Yeah, that's right.
You know, they all stuff him
Hey,
in
you
tubes.
live in Czech Republic. It's a fucking capitalist.
I'd also like to mention that in 2 days' time it will be St George's Day as well.
All hail St. George.
I've sent you some paraffin for your internet connection there. So.
It's like, okay, fine. Implying that my internet is running on candles or something? Good.
Well, paraffin.
It's gas, isn't it? There's enough of it.
I wouldn't say.
Paraffin is candle wax, isn't it? Paraffin. Oh.
You don't actually live in Russia, though, do you? Art?
No, I live in Czech Republic. And it's
when,
not Czechoslovakia.
when were you extradited?
That's right. When did you go into hiding?
I wasn't. We ran. We were smarter than that. We didn't wait for fucking extradition.
What is it with you goddamn Russians? You can't call anything the. It's the Czech Republic, the Ukraine, not friggin'. I live in Czech Republic. This sentence, no preposition.
Well, I mean, okay, because we have a very loose notion of what is a, solid government, because our government, fucking went through 3 revolutions within a century, so there is no the Russia, right? It's just Russia. Who knows what it's going to be? So we can apply that to all the other countries, Who knows what's,
You didn't want to come further west then. What made you choose the Czech Republic?
I didn't choose that. It was my dad, and it's a long story. I really don't want to get into that. It's really complicated.
Why don't you move to Canada and get with the damn program? It's better with you.
Dude, funny you should mention that. I was just thinking about it today.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want you living beside me, but you're welcome to come to Canada.
UK.
Well, that's mighty nice of you.
Come to the UK, Art. We can go drinking together.
We'll stick you.
Why would you go to the new Islamic Caliphate of fucking the United Kingdom?
I was actually just gonna say, if he comes to Canada, we'll stick him in Mississauga with all the Muslims. But...
I'm waiting. Listen, seriously, Mark. I am waiting for the fucking Mahdi to come walking out of the Thames, man. I'm serious.
Mahdi.
It's all right. There's no problems. Despite what Von Helton tells you, we're not in any danger of being overrun anytime soon.
Yeah, but dude, I mean, Fox News tells me there is a whole city that has like 80%.
Oh yeah, Fox News says Birmingham is
no go area.
Birmingham is a no-go Muslim zone.
Apparently, it's it's 99%.
Not because of the Muslims. It's just because of Birmingham.
Yeah, it's just because it's Birmingham. They can all go there. It's a shithole.
Now, I'm just going to take this opportunity, and I want to make it clear I'm not dwelling on this, but it is on topic. Art, your mic is... Yeah.
Sorry.
But this is a Von Helton story, but it's a funny one, not a bad one, and it's real quick, and it has to do with Russians. For a while, he was on this streak going on that he was a KGB codebreaker, a Cold War vet. Yeah. And it could have been totally possible that him and Putin came face to face. And he actually made videos addressed directly to Putin, like looking at camera, Putin, I'm talking to you, please leave the Ukraine. But that's not the story. He was actually going on about this. So someone sent him a postcard written in Serbian. And he got it, and he was doing a blog TV, and he was trying to figure out this message, so he got people to translate it. And it said, see the cheese. And he stared at it, then looked blank, no smile, nothing, stared right at the camera and said, I know what that means.
The cheese is especially stinky at this time of year.
You're cracking me up.
That's why he's in hiding in the trailer, because he spent all that time working out the code. Oh,
that's a true story. That's a true story.
No, it just
I
can't.
like Von Helton. I like Von Helton.
Oh God, Mark! No, secular. It just can't be. It just can't be.
Gus, we have to face this reality. Okay, there are crazy people.
I know what that means. He says, "I know what that means."
So the next time we see Vladimir Putin on the news holding a piece of cheddar up without saying anything,
he will have activated Agent V.
Yeah, it'd be like saying execute Order 66, wouldn't it? Be like just hold out a piece of gorgonzola.
Well, you laugh. You laugh Mark, but when you think about it, there are quite a few pizza places now in Russia where there weren't before.
Yeah.
Ooh,
I'm
and
just
there's
saying.
cheese in pizza, isn't there?
I'm
Cream
just
cheese
saying there's
pizza.
Oh
cheese
man, I'm
in
telling you.
pizza. Pizza Hut are now in Russia.
Oh,
It's
blessed are the
strange.
I'm
Yeah,
just putting the pieces there for you. I'm putting the pieces there for you. If you want to connect them, that's up to you.
blessed are the cheesemakers. See?
Yeah, that doesn't mean cheese necessarily, though, does it, Mark?
Yeah, but it's probably code.
Yeah, but
we have to read between the lines, Simon.
it could be.
Yeah,
It could be
'cause,
dairy. It could be dairy producers of any type. We know
Yeah, but
that.
they make these films because Commando will tell you they make these films because it's predictive thingy.
I love it. I love it. I know what that means. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's fucking hell. Please tell me there's a video somewhere.
There was one time though, none of you guys were here to see it, but there was one time I actually shut Von Helton down. I did. I got him to just stop talking when he was on a rant because we were talking about abortion, and he was talking about a right to life, and I looked at him and I said, "Who says we have a right to life?" And he just his face fell right off the front of his head, just right. He's like, I can't talk to you no more. If that's what you think, I can't talk to you no more, no more. I was just like, well, what?
Dude, you're asking for it. You're so lucky. He could have used the force on you, man.
They'll be bombing us. They'll be bombing us with baby bells before you know it.
With a baby bell. Oh God, I think he'd need them himself.
Because Edam is made backwards. Aha. See? That's killed the
No, God, I've been watching actually a number of, because a lot of these hangouts that Vaughn has, they're on YouTube for all to see. So I've been watching a lot of these older hangouts, and I'm like, dude, Vaughn, man, I hope you never run for public office because you are going to be a fucking gold mine.
Just imagine the confusion if he's in a restaurant and the waitress says, "Would you like cheese and biscuits?"
I know what that means.
It'd be like it'll be like a trigger word. He'll just get up and start shooting people
Yeah,
randomly.
he will. He'll get up and he'll pull his silenced freaking Stetchkin or whatever and just.
Okay, I'm going to name a cheese, and if you say you don't have it, I'm going to shoot you.
That's right. Camembert. It's very runny, sir. It's very runny, the Camembert. Very runny.
If you do a YouTube search and just type Von Helton in Russian, you'll have a page of stuff that you. That's all I'm gonna say because I just meant to bring it up as a joke, and now here it is with an ulterior motive or whatever.
That's what they were
funny story.
The thing is though, that Von Helton's rants are inherently fucking hilarious.
They're
Like
brilliant.
if you divorce any of the stuff that he throws out like as fact, if you sort of say there's no way that anything he can say could hurt anybody, and you just look at it as a comedy routine.
That's what they use for torture. They'll be waterboarding you with melted cheese.
Right, waterboarding, yeah, that's right.
With melted cheese.
With melted cheese, yeah. No, it's true. Runny Camembert. You get waterboarded with runny Camembert.
Tell us what we want to know, or there will be breed.
Have you noticed what colour Edam cheese, the surroundings of the Edam cheese is? Has anybody ever noticed what colour it is?
I have not, sir.
It's
red.
red.
It's
red.
The skin,
Red.
yeah. Red. Russian
I'm just
red,
putting the pieces out there. If you want to draw the line, that's up to you.
Yeah.
He also made a video alerting everybody one time that the Chinese had went into an agreement. It was the Russians, the Chinese, the Canadians, and the Mexicans, and they were all lined up at each border, ready to attack America. That was a couple years ago.
Attack them with what?
Poutine
Mexican cheese.
and good times.
Listen. I love the Canadian military, but there are simple matters of scale at work here. If the Canadian
Well, that's why they
military-
had brought in the Chinese. That's why the Chinese are lined
right.
up at the borders and ready to.
Yeah. The Chinese. They've got some stinky cheese, I can tell you.
Simon, an anagram of Lancashire cheese is arch aliens.
Wow. Arch aliens.
Yeah,
I see the connection.
Guys,
all coming around.
So we're saying the Russians are actually controlled by arch
And
aliens.
an anagram of Parmesan is near maps.
Near maps. So they're planning to conquer the world.
Yeah.
God damn it, guys! There's supposed to be a secret. Fuck you, damn it. Fucking.
It all comes around.
Motherfuckers, stop telling all the secrets, you bastards. Damn it.
Map near maps. Ah, that's interesting.
Silencio el bastardo.
Hey, Mark, you are muted. You. I don't know if you noticed this, but just
please. Not speaking.
Oh, we noticed.
Anyway, back to the original topic: Queen's birthday. Come
yes,
on.
Queen's birthday.
Yeah, how the fuck did we went from Queen's birthday to
It was
one
probably
after?
your goddamn fault, you sneaky rat.
How is it my
Look,
fault?
guys, shut the fuck up. I'm not gonna argue about whose fault it was. Anyway,
I will if I want to. I will if I want to.
Okay.
Thanks, Obama.
Okay, that's fine, Gus. You do that.
All
So,
right.
Clockwork. Are you there?
Mm-hmm.
Any
Yes.
subject, do you have any subjects for us at all, maybe, or comment on the monarchy? What you think about whether it should be there or shouldn't be there, or?
Well, it shouldn't be there, but
Do you think the Queen of England was black at any point?
What?
assuming you're getting that from what Jesus has come out with in the past.
Oh, no, Jesus, okay.
Only when she did the chimneys at Windsor Castle.
During the war, of course. During the war.
Yes, during the war.
She was an auto mechanic during the war, man. How many queens do you know who were an auto mechanic during the war?
She was a damn good auto mechanic. Her servants could fucking do that. Oh. Hey, Gus, are you there?
No, seriously, she was an auto mechanic.
As I was saying, yes, hey, he could do it, but I can't do it till next Thursday.
Yeah.
Of course, that will cost you extra. Come here,
10 and 6 for cash. Imagine being given coins with your own face on. How fucking weird would that be?
That would prove G-Man's answered prayer thing, I think.
I bet Prince Philip gets pissed off with her saying, "Oh look, it's me, Philip." every time she sees a tenner.
Yeah, that's right. Of course, he retaliates by going to foreign countries and going, "That's fine, but how do you keep the natives off the booze?"
Yeah, says the Greek Nazi.
Yeah, that's right. Says the Greek Nazi souse monkey. Really?
Mommy,
Yes.
I've decided to marry, Mommy.
Oh, who have you decided to marry?
I've decided to marry this Greek.
I'm sorry, what?
Also, he's a Nazi.
Bloody hell. And if that doesn't start George fucking stuttering, I don't know what would.
Well, of course, she would never have been queen if the succession had continued correctly, because obviously her uncle abdicated. He was
Right.
he was allegedly a Nazi sympathiser.
Yeah, well, much more overtly than Prince Philip.
Yep, and with a Mrs. Simpson.
Yeah.
So
Whatever happened to them? They just sort of kind of faded quietly into obscurity, though, didn't
No,
they?
they became the Duke and Duchess of Windsor, and they lived, I think, most of the rest of their lives in France, in Paris, I think.
Yeah. Well, we didn't hear much from them, though, did we?
Not really. No, they were sort of ostracised and.
Yeah. As long as Buddy was happy, I guess. Eh?
Well, yeah, I mean, it wasn't that long ago when you think about it, really. I mean, you couldn't marry a divorcee, let alone an American. Christ.
Yeah.
Wasn't a done thing.
Jesus.
It's like George Washington courting, some sort of British princesses. It's simply not done. It's not done.
Mm.
Mark, what was that program that had they'd like play video clips of like the Queen and stuff and Prince Philip, and then they'd one of the comedians would ad lib over it.
Mock the Week.
Mock the Week. Okay, I was just trying to find it because there was a Prince Philip one which was just a funny.
Yes, very good. Mock the Week. It was, yeah.
What's the name of the comedian that does that then? Because I can't find the.
He's the one whose father used to be.
Hugh, someone maybe, or.
Yeah, it is Hugh.
Not Hugh Laurie.
No. I'll try and find it. Hugh Dennis.
Dennis, there you go.
Well, that's fine, of course, but how do you keep the natives off the booze?
Yeah, I think Hugh Dennis's father was a vicar or something.
I would imagine that Prince Philip would be a thoroughly unpleasant person to talk to.
No, Hugh Dennis's father was a bishop, the Bishop of Knaresborough. Mm.
I don't know. I got all my history of that part of the world from Blackadder, so I'm kind of getting lost.
That's better than Mary Poppins.
Who's Queen?
Of course, as Art will know, all the royal families were all related at one point in Europe. Well, I mean, our queen is actually German by descent.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's why Hitler kind of couldn't understand Churchill's stance. Like, why don't you come in with us? Your royal family is our royal family.
Yeah.
Would you hate the Jews? And Churchill.
There you go, Gus.
What's that?
Checking that link out for you. Check that link out.
Churchill may have been like, well, we may hate the Jews, but we hate the Bosch even worse.
What about that Habsburg chin? What's going on with all that?
Oh, that's true. It's true.
It's got Jay Leno written all over it. I think he's a descendant.
Jay Leno. Oh God, it reminds me of that movie King Ralph.
That's good film. That.
This is Spotted Dick. Dick of what?
Oh dear.
There is a show over in the UK. I can't remember the name of it. It's escaping me right now. But it's like this family, and they got the two kids, and the little girl's like kind of Christian, but doesn't really know what Christianity is, and the rest of them are kind of like atheists. And there's that scene where they're asking the priest at some family function why Jesus just didn't shoot lightning out of his hands or the Romans and shit. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? She buries her hamster and she's doing a little prayer, and she's like, "May the force be with you," and because she doesn't really know how to be a Christian. It's like The Odd something, or Jesus, what's it called?
Fairly Odd Parents, maybe?
No, I can't remember what it's called. And the little girl's going on about Chef Ramsay, that she figures that he's got a beeper in his pocket because he beeps every time he talks, and he's always slamming his side, and she does an impression of him. Right, the bloody beep, 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 and she's slapping the side.
It's not out. Is it called Outnumbered?
It might be, yeah.
And funny enough, Hugh Dennis is the father in that as well.
And there you go.
Hugh Dennis plays the father. Wow.
Yeah, well, the thing about to see Chef Ramsay on British TV, he gets a lot more leeway in his diction than he is on American TV.
The little girl is the one that said to his father, "What would Jesus do if someone stole his mobile?"
Right. Yeah, sounds like it.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know, like the American Hell's Kitchen, man, they encourage them to cuss their heads off and then they beep them. I mean, it doesn't, it can actually become like almost headache making listening just these long strings of bleep outs.
I like it when Gordon Ramsay goes to various restaurants and sorts them out. What's that called?
Yeah, that's not Hell's
Kitchen Nightmares.
Kitchen
Nightmares or something. Yeah.
The same thing every week. He goes in and says, "You're fucking shit. Your food's shit. Your staff is shit. You're shit." That's it. And then they all say, "No, I'm not. My food's great." And then he goes into the freezer and finds stuff that's been there for 5 years.
That's right. He finds primordial soup in the freezer.
Yeah.
It's the daily special, and he's like, "I ate this." And I'm like, "Fucking nothing, kill this man." I'm like, fuck.
Actually,
every week he goes in and they bring him. He orders something off the menu and then he rips it to pieces. Says, "No, take that back. That's shit. Take that back. That's fucking shit." Tell the chef he's shit. And then they all work it out in the end. They do a revamp with the restaurant, a new menu, and they're all happy at the end.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true.
There's actually like I can't remember the name of it, but there's like this big world like chef convention where all these top chefs go and they try delicacies from different parts of the world. And apparently in Iceland there's a particular delicacy where they take like they cut like shark fillets and they bury them and let them rot. It's actually like rotten shark that they use. So I guess Chef Ramsay, like this was like 2 years ago or something, went over and they were holding this convention, so he wanted to try it, right? Because he had heard about it, and I guess he fucking puked. He vomited right there eating it. It's like, that's bloody awful.
There is that Scandinavian stuff where it is actually rotten fish, isn't it, in a tin?
What's that, lutefisk? What's that, lutefisk?
I don't know what it is, but I've seen it.
They fucking eat some weird shit up there in countries where there's barely any sunshine.
Yeah, it's the Russian influence.
It is.
I blame the Russians.
Fucking right.
Fucking Russians.
Fucking Russians.
I'm glad there's no Russians here, because, I mean, we've been
Fucking
bashing
right.
them pretty good.
That's funny. Gordon Ramsay's always got a beeper in his pocket. That's funny shit. Yeah, the BBC is an interesting organization with strange notions.
Fucking expensive. We have to pay £12 a month to the BBC.
Yeah, you guys are gonna pay like a mandatory TV tax. You try that in Canada, we'd burn down the fucking Parliament buildings, man.
TV license. Well, going back, it was that's the way it was paid for. The public paid for it. It is a publicly owned.
Yeah, but at least we had the presence of mind to bury it in your overall tax bill, so that people wouldn't get into fisticuffs at the front door with inspectors over it. I've seen some YouTube videos of guys who like just totally refuse the inspectors to come in and look and see if they have a TV and stuff. It's just
Yeah,
like,
because the inspectors they work for an independent company that are paid by the BBC and most people suddenly realised or got round the law. You have to pay the licence fee only if you watch programmes as they are transmitted.
Right.
All you have to do actually is write to the BBC or the TV licensing people to say, I don't watch the programmes as they're transmitted. I watch them on demand or they're recorded, and then you don't have to pay it.
I don't watch these programs because I get them on the sly.
I just got this flash of a Monty Python skit where it's like, Inspector, and then there's one, what? TV? What? Inspector?
Well, it's apathy really, because in the old days they used to do adverts on the TV that said the TV detector van is in your area, and they fooled people into thinking that there was a man in the back of a van that had technology that could work out if you were watching the BBC without a license. In reality, it was another separate company that just drivers that were paid very small amounts of money, and they would just literally bolt an old dish onto the roof and drive the van round the area that had the least TV license take up for a couple of days, and people would be so frightened because you could be heavily fined in court if you don't have a license. People would be so frightened they would go out and buy a license a few days later.
How long do these licenses last, Mark?
Forever.
What, you just have to pay £12 and then that's it, forever and ever?
£12 a month.
Oh, right.
So 150, I don't know, whatever it is a year.
Yeah, but what, like, so you pay it monthly just like a cable bill or just like a light bill or whatever?
Yeah, because the BBC doesn't have any adverts, you see.
Okay.
There's no advertising at all on the BBC, so you watch a programme, you don't have ad breaks on the BBC at all. Wow. So if the BBC shows a film, you watch it all the way through. You don't get ad breaks.
Wow.
Same with the sport and all the rest of it, which is good. I prefer that.
Because I remember watching Mr. Bean and seeing, like, he has to put money in a hydrometer, like in a manually coin-operated hydrometer for his house to get electricity.
They still exist now. They're called prepayment meters. Yeah, for people that can't afford to pay monthly or when they get the bill, they used to be coins you'd put in the meter. Okay. Now they're like little sticks, digital sticks with chips in them.
They have them here in Canada too.
Yeah, you charge up the stick. You can go to a shop and say, put £20 on my electric. But the con is that the rate is much higher than it is if you.
Some of the apartments, like some of the low-income apartments I've seen here in Canada have them. They give me like a credit card kind of thing. Yeah. You go and top it up at the hydro office, and then you swipe it, and it gives you so much hydro. But you can just see it running, like just tick. Yeah. But a lot of people run and get $20, $50 or whatever.
You do the same here. They're like little, either like you say, some have got cards, some have got sticks that you put in the machines, and you have that for gas and electricity. And then somebody worked out with the first sticks they brought out, if you took the guts out of an electric lighter and stuck a bit of copper wire on the end, stick it in the machine and click as you would the lighter, it used to reset the meter back to the last amount you charged up. So they had to change all the they changed all the meters to stop people doing it. They were getting free electricity.
Huh.
Bastards.
You guys are a crooked bunch over in Great Britain, I'm telling you.
Oh, people did it all the time with electricity meters. The old gas and electric meters, if you had a strong enough magnet, it would make the little wheel go backwards.
Wow. Rolling back the odometers on your gas meter. That's hardcore.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
I know, it's like a nation of shysters. You got the friggin' government running around with fake dishes on their van trying to scam people. You got guys in there cracking their meters open. Friggin'.
Oh, we used to have people. We used to have people that would go out, would take the cables up and connect them to the street lights.
Oh,
Get their electricity that way.
That's wow. That's pretty iffy, man. One false move and you're lit up like a Christmas tree.
Yeah, and now of course, a lot of the street lights now are solar powered.
Don't you worry, kids. Daddy, you get us some. Daddy, that's a wonderful hairdo, Daddy, but we can't watch the telly.
Yeah. You got the lamp in the front room is like 9,000 watts. Get a suntan sitting near it.
Yeah. You burn your shadow on the wall like it's a nuclear strike. Fuck.
Don't stand too near the lamp, dear. It doubles up as a crematorium for when Grandad dies. That's true. That's what people were doing, for going back in the 70s, 80s, just because the energy was so expensive. People were literally just risking their lives just to cook their fucking dinner.
I turn my Easy Bake Oven on, it becomes a laser, cuts the cat in half. Well, that's just not cricket.
No, I expect you to die, Mr. Cat.
You know what's fun sometimes to do is take the Son Goldfinger and see who else's name you can stick in there. Because anybody with a 3-syllable name, you could stick in there, Of course, and now a concrete example escapes me. Ran Campbell, da 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 da. He's the man with the mouth of stone.
That would be good if Bond villains were people from G+ community. That'd be great.
They already got the names.
Yeah, James Bond would walk into a darkened room and you'd hear in the dark, well, Mr. Bond.
That's right. Well. You
So, G-Man.
Yeah, G-Man would be, whoa, Bond, whoa.
Now, just a minute.
Just a minute.
Sure, Mr. G-Man, you think you can outsmart me?
That's right.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Let me ask you a question, Mr. Bond. Do you mean ask?
And then Nephilim would just sit them down and say, no, it's a fairy tale. There's no substantiation, just absolutely none. And everybody goes on and on and on, and nobody ever listens, and there's just no substantiation to any of this story. And it's just a fairy tale. And then you'd look over, and Bond will have died and desiccated away.
That would be Spectre's torture chamber. There would be Nephilim just sat in a chair, and you'd give Bond a pair of headphones. Tell us what we want to know, Mr. Bond, or Nephilim will speak to you for 4 hours straight.
No!
See, it was after the schism of the Milgenite Sea. See, you don't understand how it happened here. It was the flapperage.
Okay, I'll talk. Oh, dear.
No, but the true torture chamber would be... No, the execution chamber would be like having Sai go, so how do you know that? 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 And then just watch this.
No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to fidget.
That's right.
Yeah, but you'd never get any information. They'd have to sack Bruggencate as a spy, because even if they told him the truth, there are the plans, Mr. Bond. Well, they're in that drawer. How do you know that? Because I put them there. How do you know that? Well, because Moneypenny told me to. How do you know that? Oh, for
but you cannot. You do not have any external justification for your statements. Shit on me. I guess I'm wrong. I better go then.
So the name's Bond, James Bond. How do you know that?
That's right. That's right. But you trust your senses and reason to tell you about that. I trust my fucking water PPK.
My name is Bell, Matthew Bell, and I have 00 premise.
No. Mr. Bond, when you look at an argument, it is necessary to have a correct premise. And then Bond would be like, what the hell is he saying?
In MI5, what you don't do is kill the other guy. What you do...
It always has to operate on the correct premise. And the correct premise involves a certain degree of scholarship. And I am not talking to Jim Gardner anymore because he has called me a bellend.
That would be the villain's name, wouldn't it? Bellend.
That's right, Bellend. The villain's name would be Bellend.
No, that'd be the pussy wife.
Oh yeah, Dr. Bellend. Sat there stroking his forehead.
This is my partner, Bell End. Whoa. Meet my girl, Bellend.
He'd be the henchman, Bellend. Yeah. Instead of Odd Job, it'd be Bellend.
So much for pussy galore.
That's right. No, that's Rancam. He's actually pushy galore. That's actually pushy.
If you do not tell us what we want to know, Mr. Bond, we will have Nate Cunningham come in and condescend you to death.
That's right.
In such subtle ways you won't even know.
Seamus 999 is
no. Not Seamus.
Seamus 999 is Windbreaker.
Windbreaker.
We can't actually deal with Windbreaker because she won't address any of us unless we're theists. MI6 has to swear in the Bishop of Brixton fucking to get in there and take care of it.
I was going to interrogate him, but he would not shut the fuck up.
They would shut the fuck up.
If it was Sean Connery Bond, he'd just slap her and tell her to smarten up.
That's right.
Yeah, definitely.
Of course, we got lots of really good ones on our side, though. I'd love to sick Annabelle on half these atheists. Oh my God, she's fantastic. I watched her go after Von Helt and fucking hammer and tongs. You're just a silly little stupid man on the internet, aren't you? A silly, stupid little man who stays home on the internet. I'm just like, oh man, I gotta strap in for this. This is gonna be good.
She had plenty of practice, did my good friend Annabelle.
Well, which other Bond villains have we got? We got some Bond villains.
Thanks, Mark.
Some Bond villains I got. Eric Hovind, who's like, he's gonna be a Bond villain, but I'm not sure which one he'd be.
You could have Ray Comfort who pulls out a banana.
That's right, Ray Comfort.
Strapped to his thigh.
Ray Comfort would be the
No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to put a banana up your ass.
What's the matter with you, boy? Ain't you ever seen an airplane before?
That's right. We have to pick which one that is.
We got to get Ray Comfort's docs because there's no way I believe that guy's last name is Comfort. No way. That's a stage name.
Secular opinion.
That would be a doc thing to be proud of.
I want you to say that you're sorry that you've been dox-dropping me. But while you're doing it, I want you to say that you are sorry that you've been dox-dropping me, and so that everybody here knows that you are a dox-dropper, and that is otherwise alive from the pit of hell. The guy sounds a bit like Speed Racer, actually, if you listen to him for long enough, because he'll go on and he'll be... And G-Man, he sounds a bit like Speed Racer if you listen to him for long enough, because he'll go on and be like, of course, it says here in the book that everything's happening. God really advances my prayer that if you ask prayer the right way, but you got to understand you got to have prayer the right way.
And you'd have to have Sabella Crab instead of Rosa, because she'd have instead of having a knife in the shoe bit, you know.
Yeah.
Sabella Crab.
Dear.
Thick shades could be Odd Job.
That's right. Dick Shades could be on job.
Oh,
Hello,
sorry,
Mr.
Bond.
Bond.
Sorry, Bond. Didn't see you there.
We expect you to die, Mr. Bond.
Dear, dear, dear.
There'd be Raw. You just tell him you're going to go to hell every 5 minutes.
You're gonna go to hell.
Then there'd be Tommy Hall. Have you ever seen a grown man naked, Mr. Bond? Have you ever had anal sex, Mr. Bond? Would you like to try it, Mr. Bond?
No, Mr. Bond, I don't expect you to live. I expect you to get fucked in the arse.
Nice. Yeah.
They'd send Tommy Hall to seduce him.
That's right. Oh, Bond, come and debate me.
Tommy Matterhall.
Come and debate me. Why are you waiting?
The gay who loved me.
Because you're a creeper. I mean,
The
I
gay-
like
the
that.
gay who loved me. The gay who loved me. That'd be Tommy Hall.
That's right. That's right. The gay who loved me.
Gay finger.
Gay finger. Where are you, Tommy? I'm in the closet, Mr. Bond. Gay finger. Love that. Because
He's
just
the man
just a
with
steel
one
middle,
digit.
steel middle finger like Jaws, but just a steel
right,
middle
that's
finger.
right.
Sort of probe.
With one.
Arse raker.
Arse raker.
The man with one digit in your hole feels like a pole.
No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to come.
Boy, this took a crappy turn really fast.
The man with the golden erection.
Ah, dear. Scarra Campbell.
No, I don't know. I always thought that that little song that Tommy wrote to try to entice Ozymandias into a debate was kind of creepy.
Creepy as fuck.
But it was well put together though. Like in terms of technical stuff, it was really well put together.
Good
But it was
musician.
just
Yeah.
like, but it was just like yee. I could see why Ozzy was like, I don't think I have to. I have a roast on. Goodbye. You know?
I want to see Tommy Hall and Blue do the tune from Deliverance.
Dear, 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 dear.
Dueling banjos.
Yeah.
What's that?
Because Blue
Dueling
plays banjo.
banjos.
Yeah.
Or in the case of couple drooling banjos, I guess would probably be better.
And just get Tommy Hall to squeal the immortal words, "Squeal, piggy, squeal."
That's right. That's right.
Or Hillbilly would be good for that one.
Oh God, Hillbilly drives me crazy.
Yeehaw, squeal, piggy.
I don't know if he still does it or not, but back in the day, like I'm talking like 2007 and stuff, Christian Hillbilly used to do his videos and he'd have the same intro and he goes, "Oh, what a glorious day the Lord has made. I'm the Christian Hillbilly."
Yeah, he does that here too.
Oh, does he?
That's his intro and his extra.
Yeah.
It's like, would you not come in here like it's a show within a show?
It's not a fucking rodeo, it's a hangout.
He'll do that in the middle of a fucking conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he hasn't changed.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to call him. I should have called him by his true name, Hill Bigot.
Yeah, Hillbigot, yeah.
Hillbilly.
I've made my bones on him a couple of times, so I know that I can. So
I think
feel better.
I think I still got him on Skype actually.
Oh wow.
That's like way back from the day.
Night, Jim Bob.
What were you doing, man? What was that all about?
I don't know. Jim Barber.
Is that his name?
Jim Bobber.
And the only reason I say it is because he does actually go by his real name too, so it's not like I'm dropping anything on him. He goes by that. But he actually phoned in the Atheist Experience one time, and they just hung up on him.
Did he?
Click. Yeah, you can find it somewhere. Says at the bottom Jim Barber, and then wherever he's from, and he's like, "Well, I don't think any new information's been added." And I can't remember what he's talking about. They're just like, "Okay, bye, sir." Click.
I'm gonna look that
Was
up.
that Dillahunty that dropped on him, or was that?
I think so. I mean, I seen that clip. God, that'd go 4 or 5 years ago, right? It's out there somewhere.
I've seen Rand Campbell on there. Rand Campbell's been on there, his experience, and G-Man a couple of times.
Oh, G-Man, man! I've seen the one where man, they just make mincemeat of G-Man. It's a war crime what they do to him. Oh, actually, one of my most favorite G-Man hangouts ever was when they get him on the Bible thumping wingnut, and I mean this is the Bible thumping wingnut. So, it starts off with Tim, whatever Tim's last name is, because he calls himself Tim. When he's not calling himself Bible thumping. So it starts with Tim, and Tim's a ponderous fellow. Like it takes him a little while to say stuff, and he doesn't necessarily have a great deal of legerdemain when it comes to conversation. So he tends to invite other Christians on to do a lot of his fighting for him, and that's fine. If he wants to do a hey, let's you and him fight, that's great. But it's a lot of fun though. It was fun watching him try to take on G-Man, because eventually, Tim just reached a point where he realized that there was no talking to G-Man. G-Man is all transmit, no receive. And so I guess now he was sort of left in the unenviable position of not wanting to kick a fellow Christian. But so what that essentially meant was that G-Man was able to fucking curb stomp Tim on his own show. And there was nobody around, like there was nobody else. There was no Cy, there was no Matt there to sort of shut G-Man up, which is kind of too bad, but still in all.
No, I don't follow G-Man, and pardon the expression, religiously. I mean, I'm aware of him. I've seen him a few times. Does he still go on about this supposed safe that he found with $3,000 in it?
Oh yes, oh yes. This is his answered prayer thing. This is his answered prayer thing.
Yeah, just
and of course, instead of doing the Christian, instead of doing the good Christian thing and contacting authorities to make sure it wasn't like some old lady that got ripped off or something, he just assumed it was meant for him and kept it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and the little old lady that lost the $3,000 spent all fucking night praying to get her safe back and never did. So that sort of refutes his whole argument.
Yeah, seriously, right? One of the biggest cases of friggin'...
Please God, bring back my safe that I lost.
Openly admitted friggin' felony. That's grand theft.
Do you guys believe that there was actually even a safe? I mean, really?
The story's changed a few times.
Yeah, I mean, and even when he found it, it was a difference of like 5 months or like almost a year or something. I don't know. Seems pretty fishy to me, but he's a Christian. He can't lie, so I gotta give him.
What are you saying? It could have been a handbag?
Hey, I'm not saying nothing. Hey, that's racist. I'm not going there. Simon, why don't you axe him yourself?
He blocked me. I was too offensive for him.
He's just a character. Yeah, he just plays a character most of the time.
Is that what you think? You think he's just a puppet?
Oh yeah, he has said on Hangouts before that he regards G Plus and YouTube as mini TV, and he regards himself as an entertainer stroke star of that mini TV.
That's what you're gonna find with that little clique of those types of people that find each other. And I'm not gonna get into naming names and stuff, but the crowd that surrounds them. They're all like that. They all look at the internet as you can have a persona, and you can be. And actually, one person in particular that's quite well known in that little community has made videos saying on the internet you can be anyone you want. So that's why you get these people that are attracted to each other that are ninjas and warlocks and blah blah blah, and they get really upset when you challenge them. I mean, seriously challenge their persona, right? Because it's like, oh my god, you're attacking my, what I've worked for like 4 years to be here on the internet. Like, they actually believe that there's somebody else on the internet, right? And that they're fooling everybody. It's it's crazy.
What truly scares me is that in 1,000 years, all this data will still have survived by being, constantly propagated to new digital media and technology and whatnot, and will still be completely viewable by historians. And their primary source of data on the 20th century will be YouTube.
Yep. Isn't that scary?
I weep for humanity. We are to be the representatives of Christ. For a generation.
Now, I got a question. I just want to throw it out here, and I'm not bashing on this guy or nothing. I just got a question. Brett Keane has, what is it, God Talk TV show or something? What is it called?
Well, it's a channel.
But it's not a TV show or a radio show.
God TV radio.
Yeah. Well.
Hi, I'm Brett Keane, and this is Church Chat.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Brett Keane. I've come to take over your hangout this evening. How y'all doing?
Oh, ladies and gentlemen.
Brett Keane.
I'm going to talk in a monotone voice until everyone just starts to leave the hangout. How y'all doing?
He likes to use the word individual as well quite a lot, I think.
Also situation. Everything is a situation.
I think he's been known to make up a few words here and there, too, I think, if you watch closely.
Well, so far, the best... Sorry.
I find that highly legitimational.
Yeah. So far, the best new word I've heard today was defriendification.
Oh, yeah, Gretchen made it up. Yeah.
That's a word now?
That's a George Bushism.
Oh, Bushism is an old one. This is... Bush could never have come up with one of those. No, this was... I mean, rumors on the internet is the best he's come up with.
I had a Bush calendar that had like a bunch of Bushisms in it. And the one that always stuck in my head was someone asked him what arbitrary means. He's like, arbitrary? I don't know. Something about trees. Go look it up.
Oh, remember the time he didn't want to go to Latin America because he couldn't speak Latin?
Oh, wow. Really?
Yep, that's my Bush.
Oh yeah, no, I once
Bush.
I once heard him identify the Netherlands as the Nether regions. I'm telling you.
One of his best ones I remember was he said once, rarely is the question asked, is our children learning?
Is our children's learning?
And he said our enemies are innovative and resourceful, and so are we. They never stop thinking about new ways to harm our country and our people, and neither do we.
The funny thing is that Barbara is in Russia is actually a word for lesbian. So Barbara Bush is quite
lesbian Bush. Yep, there it is.
You should write that as a conspiracy theory.
She's going to need some real progressive dykes to want to get in that. That's all I got to say. That's some nasty Bush, that is. That's like Vietnamese Bush right there. That's like jungle love.
I know. Bush gave a really good speech after Katrina, like 2 weeks later or whatever, when he finally got down there, and everyone pretty much was cleaning up and all that crap. He's like, "You've done a good job, Brownie." Yeah. He used to spend a lot of time partying in New Orleans, perhaps more than I should have.
I just looked at one of the other great ones he said was, one of the great things about books is sometimes there are some fantastic pictures.
Jesus.
Yeah. And he said, one of his other ones was, families is where our nation finds hope, where wings take dream.
What?
You know,
what a time to be alive.
I think if you go to a Kentucky Fried Chicken, you can get some of them dream wings.
And he also said, I'll be long gone before some smart person ever figures out what happened inside this Oval Office.
You know, there's a strange wisdom in that I'm having trouble disputing.
Well, Obama's definitely stymied, and he's pretty smart.
They did say to him once...
That guy was doomed when he got his Nobel Prize for not being George Bush.
I'm so sorry we did that.
I mean, they asked him once about Tony Blair, and Bush said, I've heard he's being called Bush's poodle. He's bigger than that.
I remember when up here we have a joke, like a satirical news program called This Hour Has 22 Minutes, and they cornered George Bush coming out of some conference. They asked him a question, will you be visiting our capital, Toronto? which of course is not our capital, right? And he's like, oh yes, I love visiting Canada's capital, Toronto. And like, sir, we will be visiting the Prime Minister. And he's like, yes, I will make sure to be talking to your Prime Minister. And go, can you tell us his name? And he stops for a second, looks at the camera, and then goes, Cretin, John Cretin. Of course it was Jean Chrétien at the time, right?
Cretin.
John Cretin.
How the hell did that guy ever get to be president? That's
And Jean
unbelievable.
Chrétien meanwhile is going, oh, merde.
Yeah.
Well, that's okay for that. Well, the thing is, though, that, I mean, Bush could never truly mean what he said because he was a fool. And Chrétien couldn't mean what he said because he could neither speak French nor English. Canada had its first non-lingual prime minister in the fucking Jean Chrétien. Because this guy could murder things in both languages. Oh my God.
We are going to drop at 33%, and I'm still trying to figure out what a 33 is, but...
Anyway, for that, what I want to say to you, is in the halls of power and the thunders of pewter, always these people and looking for the extra from the government for the army and the Air Force.
I think the best one for me was Rumsfeld. Was it Rumsfeld that did the things that we know and that we don't know and
Oh yes, the unknown knowns, the things we know, the things we don't know we don't know. The things we don't know that we knew that we didn't know that now we know.
He said the reports that say that something hasn't happened. He said, I've got the actual quote. It says, reports that say that something hasn't happened are always interesting to me because as we know, there are known knowns. There are things we know. We also know there are known unknowns. That is to say, we know there are some things we do not know. But there are also unknown unknowns, the ones we don't know. And if one looks throughout the history of our country and other free countries, it's the latter category that tend to be the difficult ones.
Oh, really?
Fucking hell.
I gotta give credit to Dick Cheney, though. I gotta give credit to Dick Cheney because he's got to be the only guy in history that I know of that can shoot someone in the face, and the person who gets shot in the face actually issues a public apology for getting in the way of his bullet. I'm sorry, Mr. Cheney, I got in the way of your shotgun blast.
I was a lawyer, too. Remember that.
Yeah, Rumsfeld also said the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, or vice versa.
Right.
It's the or vice versa part that makes it just that little bit special.
They asked him about the use of force in Iraq, and he said, I can't tell you if the use of force in Iraq today would last 5 days, or 5 weeks, or 5 months, but it certainly wouldn't be any longer than that. These guys are the highest officers in the land. It's unbelievable.
It's best not to think of that, really.
These are the guys who only have to turn 2 keys to launch all the nukes.
No,
Well, it's definitely best not to think of that.
I don't think there was any danger of Bush doing it. He would have forgotten the number.
Well, you know that Cheney and Rumsfeld each had the key, and they're like, no, we're not. No. You're not having the key.
That's right.
Do you guys remember that show, though, that was called That's My Bush, that was briefly on? It was like a totally parody.
Very briefly on.
And I only saw the one about the cable, where Bush is trying to steal cable, and he ends up somehow inadvertently finding a tunnel to Germany and almost declaring war on Germany again or some fucking shit, trying to get free cable to the White House. What a time to be alive. What a time to be alive.
Stupidest thing I can remember one of our politicians saying to the public was she revealed the names and locations of Norwegian spies in the Middle East.
Oh, I mean, there's in the UK, in England, there's an actual road sign that says secret army base.
Wow,
that's true. Sorry, I think it says Air Force Base. I think it might be one of the old American. It actually is a road sign that says it's on a roundabout with an arrow pointing secret Air Force Base.
Brilliant.
I wonder how many people go there to check it out.
Yeah, loads, I should think. I'll try to find which one it is.
Well, in the UK, I have a lot of weird names for things. I saw a video the other day. There was this entire neighborhood being angry at the politicians for wanting to change the name of their street from Arsehole Street or whatever it was. It had arsehole in it anyway.
I tell a lie. It's actually, it says it's near Brentwood in Essex, and it's got a road sign saying Chelmsford, so A414. Then it says Brentwood, Kelvedon Hatch Industrial Estate, and in brown it says Secret Nuclear Bunker. I'll give you the copy. I'll copy it in the sidebar so you can see it's true.
Good. We now know where the secret is.
There you go. I'll put it in the sidebar. You can see the.
Yep. There it is. The secret bunker is over there somewhere.
Yeah. There's even another one that says Secret Nuclear Bunker Car Park 60 yards. I'll put it in the sidebar again. Brilliant. Even better. A car park for a secret nuclear bunker. How mad is that?
I'm sure the sign makers had a real laugh over that one too.
And there's another one that says the other end of the site. It says Secret Nuclear Bunker Car Park 160 yards. And there's another one that says Secret Bunker Turn Right 180 yards.
They're narrowing it right down, aren't they? It's like, fellas, you know, this whole notion of secret, might want to investigate that just a smidge.
Well, just think about all the people who waste their time going to Area 51 when you can just look at it on Google Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you talk about the Smidgenites there, Gus, but that's no laughing matter.
The Smidgenites. Those are the Mingenites. The Mingenites.
It's typically English, though, wouldn't it? Typically English. Hello, hello, officer. Could you tell us where the secret nuclear bunker is? Certainly, sir. If you'd like to just go up that road, to first right, second left. It's a nice car park. Have a bit of a picnic while you wait, if you want. Yeah, no problem.
Just follow the signs.
Geez. Yeah, they're not too good at hiding all these secret bunkers and stuff, right? Like, I mean, I can just go to any conspiracy website and I can find out all I need to know about all.
Yeah.
We like our policemen to be polite. That's the point.
Just being polite to the Russian spies, you know.
Whoever.
So they don't have to ask a policeman. Oh yeah, it's just up the road a bit, sir. Follow the sign, secret nuclear bunker. You can't go wrong.
Yeah, stops them bothering the general public.
Yeah.
Not even sure our military could get so far as to put secret in front of anything.
Yeah, you'd have a sign that says, like, secret bunker. Man, who cares?
You know, we wouldn't even have secret there. We just have military place.
Or a little sign on it just says full.
Lost in the fjords.
Secret bunker, 6 spaces left. Car park full. Oh, damn, if we'd have got here earlier, we'd have been alright. We'd have avoided Armageddon if only we could have parked the car.
Thing is, when you get there, it's just another sign saying secret bunker through the wardrobe.
Yeah. Narnia this way.
Yeah. No, that's the wrong wardrobe. Now you're in Narnia.
And the only thing you're likely to find at the back of a closet, apart from Tommy Hall, he's so far in the closet. He is in Narnia.
And you might find yourself going through the wrong hole and finding yourself being John Malkovich.
Yeah, kids open the wardrobe and there's Tommy stroking a lion.
You know, it's funny that you guys keep mentioning that, because, like, I really don't know Tommy Hall and some of these guys. Like, I've seen him, and I've seen him in here with his big, you know, it's statistically proven that the average homosexual has over 1,000 partners, and he supposedly thought at some bar they all line up and go for it or whatever.
Yeah.
But I was watching Skype last night, or I was on Skype with this girl last night, and we're just looking around different hangouts, seeing what's going on. And I said, oh, Tommy Hall's in on Xbox's hangout, and the first thing she says, she looks at him like, that guy's gay. Like, that guy is so obviously gay.
On his own,
like, really?
On his own Google Plus page, there's a video of a male singer doing a cover, and Tommy's commented on the video that says, and I quote, "I think my heart just melted."
And it doesn't have the most masculine picture either, does he?
No. Any more evidence were needed. It's actually it's Connor Maynard doing a cover of Pharrell Williams' song "Happy."
Well, I'll be honest. Until I see a butt plug in the background, I'm not convinced.
Well, you wouldn't see it, would you?
Just a smile.
Or would you? And you know what the thing about it, and I think we can all agree, I mean, it's not of the fact of whether he is or not or whatever. I mean, it's just, and I don't know if he is or not, all seriously. It's just like, it's always these guys that, and if you pardon the expression, rail against it so hard that, you know, it kind of makes you wonder. It's like...
He's just not, I mean, even in dog years, he's a twat.
They just, some of them just give a bit too much pushback, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Oh...
Said the actress to the bishop.
Oh, Jesus.
I mean, they construct... What was wrong with that? What's wrong with a bit of pushback on an argument? Especially when you've erected a massive argument, which is just premise after premise.
Yep. I think we've solved all the world's problems here, people. I don't think there's anything to disagree about anymore. I think we've killed the internet. I think we've finished it.
We should.
It's done. We'll all just stand in one big circle and shoot the one to our left.
We should enjoy a tasty cake in a problem-free world.
And then we shoot the one to our left.
You don't shoot my Mackie, and that's all there is to that.
Well, fine, you can shoot her. She'll shoot someone else.
Whoa. Why are we shooting people
she'll
now?
shoot a lot of people.
We've solved all the problems. There's no point of going on with this. We'll all just stand in one big dance circle and shoot each other.
Is that the goal of humanity? Like, okay,
Yes,
like we
that's the
reached
goal now.
utopia. Okay, now let's blow our brains out.
Yes, let's
I mean,
let's
we can do
not
that.
go on. We're gonna
can
fuck
put-
it up.
Officially, that's
I mean,
not
we can
you.
We
Officially,
can
that
pretend we solve the problems now and just blow our brains out now, and it's gonna not change anything. So we
Well,
can
we-
just go ahead and do that.
Well, we could, but
that's-
when things in the future discover our bullshit, we wouldn't have gotten this far.
I mean, who cares? We blew our brains out.
Good point there. We'll all just stand in one big circle now and shoot the one to our left.
Oh, that's just silly. No, come on. I think lobotomies. I think once we reach that point, let's just have lobotomies and live perpetually just ignorant of everything.
That's what Matt Bell's scar is on his forehead. It's a lobotomy scar.
I thought THX 1138 was supposed to be the picture of the perfect world.
Lobotomy.
I had to explain to a blind friend of mine how lobotomies work. That was fun.
Why? As a way of warning? It's not like you
No,
can tell
because she didn't know, and I decided I'm going to tell her how an ice pick lobotomy works.
Yeah, because it's not like you can say, you know, if you happen to see somebody with a watch out, right? Because that's not going to work.
That's not going to work.
It's like the signs they put on shop doors, on shops. It's when it says guide dogs only. Who the fuck's that for?
Oh, I'll do you one better. In Ottawa, there are some banks that have drive-through instant teller machines, and on the pads of the drive-through instant teller machines is Braille.
Wasn't there one of the
That's
leaders?
true.
Of the, wasn't there one of the leaders of one of these gun rights movements in the U.S. that argued that blind people should have right to concealed carry because they have better spatial awareness than people with eyesight?
Oh my God, the gun rights nuts are just.
Yeah, it gets a little crazy.
These people absolutely you absolutely cannot explain to these people that nobody, you know, that there are people who shouldn't have guns. Well, you can, except you have to say that they're liberals.
Yeah.
I watched Piers Morgan take apart some of these gun lobbyists. That was pretty interesting in a couple of cases.
I
when he had
didn't
Alex
know
Jones.
Jones, argued a boxing match with him.
Yeah, he's a knobbin, no Piers Morgan.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and he's a
Big
lying.
star, this sleazebag knobbin, Mister.
He actually
There's a reason he
was
was in
part of
the
his
United
newspaper
States.
faking photographs
You're right.
of things going on in Iraq, and they faked them.
Well, wasn't he caught in that whole thing that was going on over there with the wiretapping and the? Because I know in the UK, like about a year ago, there was a whole bunch of shit with the big media.
Phone hacking, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys' press is out of control over there.
Over here.
Yeah.
No, our press is perfectly in control over here. They're being specifically controlled by money.
Of course they are.
But yeah, in the States, they don't even hide it anymore. Yeah, they don't even hide it in the States
exactly.
anymore. It's like,
It's perfectly under control.
Watergate!
That piece I posted earlier on CNN doing a thing on atheism.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and they even on this thing, sort of kind of celebrating atheism, they presuppose God. So what the?
How the hell did it manage to do that?
I'm going to get the link for you. It's just like I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. So, what? So you believe in God? So why are you an atheist? When why did you refuse God? What? I didn't refuse God. I'm an atheist.
Jesus fucking Christ!
Let me find it for you.
And CNN is supposed to be our liberal media.
Exactly.
Ugh.
Yeah, why is it that I'm beginning to think that the term mainstream media is code for media that doesn't agree with me?
Mm-hmm.
It's just code for nonsense.
Is it shenanigans?
No, I can't use the word around you anymore, guys. You took it from me.
Well, you know what really, really, really sucks? Tom Clancy
Not anymore.
told everyone that CNN was the world's greatest intelligence collection agency.
I have to step out, guys. Thanks for the laughs and the chat. I'll catch you later.
See you
Cheers,
later.
Mark.
Later, Mark. So later on, of course, in a James Bond film, GoldenEye,
AI, you mean?
they're watching the satellite feed, from an operation going on. And it's like, is this a live feed? Yeah, so it's like, yes. Unlike the CIA, we prefer to get our bad news in real time, not from CNN.
Huh. That was a dig.
It was a dig.
So now, secular opinion, it's up to you to carry the room, man.
all right, well, here we go. And instead of shenanigans, Gus, I think you should use the word malarkey. That would just be much more. That'd be much more Canadian. I gotta say, man, you have one of the most distinctly Canadian voices that I've ever heard. Speaking as a fellow Canadian.
What do you mean by distinctly
I
Canadian?
know you did some of the terminology and stuff that you use. It's like, yeah, that guy's Canadian.
Can you give me an
keep
example?
spilling over with Canadianisms on occasion.
Yeah, you say it boot a lot.
I'm not talking to you. Shut up. Can secular opinion, can you give me an example?
I don't know. You sound like someone that should be working on Parliament Hill up there sometimes when you get on your rants. It's the difference between peas and carrots, and that's the way he said. This dude is so Canadian, man. I'm listening to you. I'm like, do I sound like that?
Yeah, you do.
Well, I think. Well, Gus is like.
Well, go ahead.
Gus has got the rolling fields of grain, and the right.
I think somebody shot him after rolling fields of grain.
I remember I showed some of my American friends clips of Rob Ford, and he was getting really popular there. And the first things out of their mouth as soon as he starts talking, like, oh my God, this guy sounds so Canadian. And I'm listening, I'm like, yeah, he does.
I don't want to hear what you guys got to say.
Oh, come on. Do I sound as bad as Rob Ford?
Rob Ford is on the extreme. Rob Ford's on the extreme. And the only thing
I'm not even on the crack.
When you say the crack,
I'm not even on the crack.
Now, Gus, you're really like Rick Moranis from CCTV, you know, with the Hoosiers and all that. The Hoosers.
Oh, the Hosers.
Hosers, that's it, the Hosers. There you go.
Oh, man. Nobody in this country's called anybody a hoser in 30 years.
Oh, okay, I'll update my notebook.
You should.
I don't know. I think this whole thing about the Canadian accent's a bunch of malarkey anyways, because I phone like call centers in the States. They think I'm from New York or something.
Yeah.
Yet I enter a Google Plus hangout and they know I'm Canadian. They're like, you sound just like a Canadian. You sound so good. I was like, no, what? I'm like, listen to Gus, that motherfucker. He sounds Canadian. Right? That's what I tell people.
Head.
You and my
I say, ask me anything.
And Terrence and Phillips says a bunch of potty mouth, dirty humor.
Fuck Terrence and Phillip.
That's kind of why on my South Park guy I picked the Terrence and Phillip head.
Hey, relax, guy. Relax.
I was just quoting Terrence and Phillip there.
Relax, guy. Hey, relax.
I wish cancer upon you. Cancer?
The cancer. I wish cancer on you. Cancer? Yes, cancer.
That was a fine English accent you did all of a sudden there, Gus.
Shut it. Shut it.
No. Say the cancer one again. That worked better.
It really did.
Know. You don't even know. What do you know? You're a Russian.
No, he's not. Okay.
Wait, we have a communist in the room?
No, not a communist, just a Russian.
Oh, he's a commie. He lives in his little commie apartment with his commie internet. He's probably got one little plant getting some sun over in the corner. That's all he's allowed in the plant line. They give him one little plant, and he's allotted, you know.
He's getting a mouse next week.
Daily 750 milliliter ration of vodka.
Victory vodka.
I thought Victory only made gin.
Shush you. You're contradicting Big Brother. You know what he says about that.
That it's double plus on good.
Yeah, just thought of another James Bond film title for the gay James Bond.
Oh no.
Okay. Don't fuck her with love.
Oh.
Oh yeah, thank you. Oh, thank you.
Oh, that's just awful. It's enough to start old people fucking again.
Ugh. That should be outlawed. There was one law I could pass. At least just a mention or sight of it in public. I mean, it can happen. It can be one of those things we don't really know about, but we kind of know about.
Right.
We know we don't know the unknowns that are unknown but still known. But we pretend they're unknown.
Between all of us, please, with all due respect, secular clearly sounds more like a boot than about. Like, right? Like, a boot might be an exaggeration, but that's an accent there.
Just said a boot.
Yeah, he clearly said a boot.
A boot. He said a boot.
A boat.
He says it all the time.
A boat.
No,
I
you
own.
said a boot.
Well, I'm going to argue that because I actually own 2 boots. So that just shows you that you're a liar. Because I would have said my boots.
Got a hockey stick?
No, I noticed. I say it on the word bar too. I say it on the word bar too. Sometimes if I don't catch it, I say like an East Coaster. I'm like the bar. I'm going to the bar, Marg.
Oh, we have a Fargo in here.
To get out of your head, yeah.
Lord, thunder and Jesus, I was going to the pub then, yeah? I was going to has me a beer, and I was going to has me another beer, and then I got to get the scrunchions, eh?
I's the boys that build the boats, and I's the boys that sails her. I's the boys that catches the fish and brings them home to Lizer.
Good one.
But we do have the answer to what do you do with a drunken sailor. I'm just going to throw that out there.
You give him
They've
a
solved
job.
that one.
Give him a job at the DFO.
We actually have a law. That's how far we know. Yeah. What you do with a drunken sailor is illegal until you get 10 miles out of port.
Bingo. Then you put him in the bed with the captain's daughter.
And then it's legal. Yeah, it doesn't matter after that. As much gay sex as you want. It's all legal.
Technically, if you break any laws at sea, you are a pirate.
Oh. Right.
But what if there are no laws?
What about farting?
Because the pirates are free.
What about farting in the bath? Does that count?
All I know
why
is
not
that
say?
all I know is I've got this sudden urge to take a boat out to, international waters and start a massive torrent site.
And now you are a pirate.
Come on, McKay, jump on his ass. You just said it.
Wait,
You just said it.
You could get
a boat.
Dude,
I said jump on his ass. He just said a boat.
I have nothing against people who say about or about, okay?
Well, clearly we have some issues. Maybe we should just bring it all out here while we got the opportunity. Let's get it all out. What exactly do you have against Canadians? What do you got against Canadians?
I'm married to one. I'm married to a Canadian.
No,
Darn right. Darn right she is.
Oh, is this internet married? Is this internet married?
Hey,
Are we talking internet relationships here?
That's not internet married. You just didn't come to the wedding, you ass.
Well, I wasn't invited.
You totally
if I had known
a boot
it, if I had known a boot it, if I had known a boot it, I would have came.
Oh, dear.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
All I'm saying is a boot is something I put on my foot. Alright? Let's just leave it there.
You did not at all sound like Darth Vader, Gus.
I don't care what you think. You're like Norwegian.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's actually Norwegian, isn't it?
I am Norwegian. I'm one of those Norwegian weirdos.
Yeah, this is where things get fucked up. I just want to bring this out here. This is where things get fucked up. You got Art that sounds like he's from Norway, but he claims he's in the Czech Republic. Then you got this guy, Benjamin, that all he wants to argue about is his hills and mountains when we try to talk about evolution. And he sounds like he should be from the UK. I'm just saying. He sounds like... I don't know. There's some shenanigans, some malarkey going on. There's some stuff going on.
Norwegian accents are the fucking worst. I can't stand them. Ugh, Norwegian accents.
So your purpose is so what you're saying is
so it's only when I call shenanigans.
I couldn't get a word in edgeways because everybody was talking. But did somebody send for me shenanigans?
Yeah, that's what you get, secular. That's what you get.
Well,
and we got German sounding Norwegian too. What's his name?
Cecil Seawater?
No, not that one. Cecil is
not that one.
Finnish.
Hans the Wiener sliding?
Hans is German.
Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't really doesn't matter to us over here.
No,
they're foreigners.
It doesn't matter to us over here. It's all the same.
Yeah,
whatever.
pretty much.
Over there. Over there.
There. Over there.
Yeah, over in fucking mainland Europe.
I always like listening to Finnish though, because it always sounds like people that are like kind of like whisper talking. Whisper talk. Can I coin that phrase right here live? I just coined that phrase. They whisper talk.
Yeah, but I'm not paying you royalties for using it. And Russians always sound like they're saying yan yan all the time. Yan 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 yan.
They are all young cats.
Canadians sound like they're saying a boot all the time. It's weird. It's weird.
Those Canadians always going on about that one boot of theirs.
A boot, my country boot, a boot. I wish I was American. A boot. That's all.
Yeah, you got it exactly there, man. I mean,
It's because you speak that Canada language. You should learn
Okay,
English.
enough, guys. Let's change the topic. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Okay, it
Explain
was
to
okay
us
when we're
what-
bashing UK for an hour. It was okay when we're bashing America. But
All right, could you please explain to us what the fuss is all about?
I don't
I can't. You can't even do it, Fudd. You can't do it. You listen. A boot. Okay, a boot.
He's
Oh,
cracking
come on
up.
now. What about Brian Adams?
What about
What about that guy? Anyways, I don't trust him.
You need to get you guys in Canada. You need to get out and about more.
Yeah,
It's Scottish. A
Get in
boot
the
is
boot.
Scottish.
Freaking Simon, you're burning my throat, dude. I can't laugh.
I'm sorry. What's Simon doing to your throat?
Why? Why would you do that?
Simon, don't do anything to her throat.
Hey, it's not my choice. It's not my choice. That's what I'm saying.
Simon.
Women
don't
just
do
objectify me.
It's
I
not
can't
so
help
much
it,
Simon doing anything to her throat as her throat is doing something to Simon.
Oh,
Simon, don't do anything to her throat.
Don't do it, baby. Don't do it, baby.
Look, we got another syrup sucker in here. We got another syrup sucker who just entered the room. So, see, we're slowly outnumbering you, motherfuckers. How many Canadians in the room versus others? Let's see. Oh,
Dude,
yeah.
it's a freaking America's hat. Who cares?
Well, we all know
Keeps you
maple
warm.
syrup comes from Vermont.
Keeps you warm at night.
Well, you know, if we really want to keep warm, we just burn a moose.
No, dude.
I mean, we have Canada and America. Just go to Wisconsin. You have all the Canadians you want.
Go to Florida.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you betcha, yeah.
Oh, I hate that accent. I can't watch Fargo seriously. And it's such a serious, depressing movie, and I just can't take it seriously because their freaking accent.
Got a triple homicide,
Well,
right?
it could be worse. You could be going to Minnesota.
Looks like it's going to be getting colder later, eh? Yeah.
I know. Yeah, just every 4 seconds, I just...
That is funny looking. It was funny. Right?
What kind of funny?
Oh, you know, just funny.
Yeah. I guess we're the only 2 people who watch that movie.
I love Fargo.
Oh yeah, that movie was 10 out of 10. Why aren't you saying yeah then? That was freaking like the only line in the entire movie.
Oh,
You should see the other guy.
I'm sorry.
What
Yeah,
gets me though is like,
that was a very Canadian. Sorry, Gus.
Well, I am a Canadian. You mad Norwegian, you.
You're into the boot.
Yeah, mad is the right word for it, isn't it?
yeah. Well, laugh all you want. We'll see what happens when you guys are invaded by us and the Chinese and the Mexicans.
Wait a minute. Okay, didn't Gus argue for like an hour about like not objectifying women, and then like Gus you like made a perverted joke objectifying women?
Ugh.
Mediocrity. It's no good for nobody, except the people in the middle.
Mainstream mediocrity.
Oh, it's my worst. It's my bugbear. If I had to have a bugbear in life, that's probably it.
I didn't make a joke to demeaning women. I thought that Simon had, so I was trying to get him
How did
to.
Simon make a joke? I made the comment.
I thought I heard something.
Kay made a comment about her throat having problems, and then I made a joke that made things even worse.
See, it wasn't me. I was trying to defend you.
No,
So much for what I got.
no, Gus, no.
So much for what I got.
I said he burnt my throat, and then you said, "What did he do to your throat, Simon?
right.
You stop it!" As if he's purposely doing something. You clearly mistook that.
I mistook it, but that doesn't mean I was trying to make a joke.
Oh, I don't make me call. You know what I want to call so bad right now, and I can't do it because it's you, Gus.
I will not stress you any further in the matter.
I call shenanigans. But we're moving on really quickly. Okay, we're going to just switch subjects here.
I agree. Let's switch topics. Canadian strippers. Gus, go.
How the hell would I know?
How old are you, Gus? Come on, let's be honest. Are you saying you never
been? I have never been to a peeler bar. A friend of mine tried to take me.
Yeah, a friend of yours. Yeah. Here we go.
Yeah, here we go. I
cannot prove to you that I have never been in a peeler bar. All I can say is I've never been in a peeler bar.
You know, that's actually disgusting that you live in Canada and never been to a strip bar, because they are far superior to many other countries' strip bars. I'm just saying. You don't smoke. Listen, let's run down the list here. I don't think this guy's Canadian. I think he's a Poe or something. Let's run down the list. He doesn't smoke. Canadians have far superior cigarettes. We know that. Doesn't go to the strip bar. We have far superior strippers. That's a fact. Do you drink? Do you drink beer?
Claims
Once
not
in a while.
to
Have you ever been to a hockey game?
Right there.
I went to the 67. I went to some 67s games when I was a kid.
Have you ever been to a Tim Hortons?
Yes, plenty of times.
Okay, well, that's a redeeming factor there, I guess.
Have you ever?
I don't know about this guy.
Have you ever used maple syrup as a lubricant?
Not as a lubricant.
Actually, that stuff is a pretty damn good adhesive.
Yeah, seriously, you have your mind. You put enough heat into maple syrup and you get stuck.
Okay, I'm calling Fat a Canadian. This room is going McCarthyism. We're not taking secret Canadians.
Have you ever been, or do you know of any Canadians?
Yeah, I've been a Canadian. I know some Canadians. What's up?
Would you please name your Canadians?
Fuck you. You go looking.
Get out of the gym in the room.
Senator McCarthy, you are hereby fucking cordially invited to take a long, hard suck on my bum. You may, however, if doing so, Senator McCarthy, doesn't quite suit you, you may instead opt to kiss my rebel dick.
Okay, well now you're just objectifying McCarthy.
And men.
And men.
Yeah, I don't think you've apologized for Bryan Adams enough.
Oh, please.
No, we don't have to apologize for Bryan Adams, but I do want to take this opportunity to sincerely apologize for Justin Bieber.
Yeah, you should apologize for that fucker.
Fucking right, Justin Bieber is Canadian. Oh, Gus.
That's right.
So sorry for you.
Yes, Bieber is a cancer on North America.
Don't feel sorry for us. We exported him.
Yeah, exactly. We got rid of him.
Okay,
there you go.
Now all the little girls are crazy about the Biebs. They got some kind of fever.
Bieber fever,
yeah,
baby.
Bieber fever. Is looking for some kind of inoculation.
Your name here, will you please bring some sanity to this conversation?
All the wrong places.
Guys, you need help out of doses against the Bieber fever, just saying.
Actually, Justin Bieber is growing up, which means he's no longer in that target tween appeal demographic.
Shut your mouth, Gus. Shut your mouth.
Did you say growing up or girling up?
Hard to tell the difference.
You know, Archer, I have a funny feeling that this is a case of you hearing what you want to hear.
I don't find him attractive until
I hear what I see, dude. When I see Justin Bieber, he's a fucking girl. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I'm just saying. Okay, I'm busted. Never mind.
Though I did hear a funny story that in a nightclub in Toronto, just like a year or two ago, he was at a nightclub and Rob Ford went up to introduce himself, and the first thing out of Bieber's mouth was, "Hey, know where I can get some crack?" That's a true story.
Man crack. That was the bit that came after it.
Yeah, Rob Ford was found with 40 pounds of crack down the back of his pants.
Looking for love in all the wrong places.
Then maybe you should try to look someplace else.
Oh, God. This is degraded. This is degraded horribly. McKay, come on.
Let's just
Bring
get
some
back to the
sanity
Queen's
the room.
birthday.
What do you want from me? What am I supposed to do?
I don't know. You work your magic. Bring us all
I'm the
back
only
around.
Christian here. Oh, okay.
Exactly.
So
Let's
I'm
talk.
supposed to be
Let's talk.
I'm supposed to be comment on me number one. Is that what's going on?
Mm-hmm.
Let me
You're
hurry
the
up and
resident
scratch out
Christian,
my
so
mod tag. I gotta scratch it out now because you want to argue with me. Oh, wrong button.
Yeah.
Me. Okay, there we go. Yeah.
Let's talk Bible.
What do you want to talk about it?
I don't know. I think
Let's talk
there's a
about the Bible.
lot of really good stories in there that never get talked about because we're too. I always hear the same exact arguments. Like either it's going to be the philosophy guy that has his 2 or 3 areas, it's a presuppositionist kind of thing, or it's a whatever, and then you got these guys here that the biblical literalists versus evolution. It's always like the first 2 chapters of Genesis versus creation. Let's talk about some of the cool stories in the Bible. I mean, there's a woman that drives a 4-inch tent peg through a guy's head and nails him to the ground. Why don't we talk about that? That's cool.
Okay, that's cool. That's not very spiritual or allegorical, but I mean, yeah, you can
Hey, it's
run
in the
with
good
it.
book.
There was a story about the Egyptians with goat dicks.
I don't know that one.
There was, I believe it was something about some wife cheating on some man with men from Egypt, and they had goat dicks, by the way.
There's talking about a whore who goes with the guys, and she prefers the men that are hung like donkeys and shoot like horses. That's what it says.
Well, that's a different one, I think. I think there's one
Oh, gee, no,
specifically
it could be.
saying the men of Egypt have fucking goat dicks.
It might be. There's a lot of whores in the Old Testament.
So,
Running all over
which
the place.
biblical writer discovered that horses shoot a lot of semen?
Yeah.
I'm
Oh,
just
you liked horses. What's wrong with that?
What kind of experimental test did they do for that exactly?
Well, when you see a male horse and a male scientist.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm just gonna leave it there. It burns to the bees, dog.
I think we should have followed that through to a conclusion, but all right, we'll just let it hang.
You want to follow through on that?
You really have. I mean, I can show you a very beautiful, miracle of life between a horse and male scientist if you'd like.
You can't show that because we're live.
As long as
I think I saw one of those dirty Norwegian videos about that, actually. Thank you.
No, our people just fuck bridges. That's a thing that happened.
Okay.
Have you people seen that video?
No.
No, a whole bunch of naked men decided to dry hump a bridge. That happened. We did that. I apologize to the internet.
So you can't do that in Canada because you get stuck to it in the wintertime, right? So.
Well, they would over here if it was winter. It was summer there, so they were fine.
Okay. Jesus. What's the world come to?
I mean, I can preach to you about the Bible. We can do this. We can go down.
Yeah, but you can't do it. You can't do the Christian one because they always just do the same verses and stuff. That's what I'm saying. Let's talk about some. Let's talk. Let's get down to the nitty gritty here. Let's talk.
I'm not going to talk about impaling somebody to the face. That's not.
Right,
that's not a
Let's
Christian.
talk about.
Let's talk about. I know Christians don't like to talk about the difficult things in the Old Testament, so we'll skip that one. We'll go on to how do I get myself a pet cockatrice? Like, what happened to those? Anybody?
Well, what happened to paradoxides?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
They went extinct.
So the cockatrice went extinct?
I don't even know if that was ever a real animal. I don't think.
Well, it's in the Bible. It's in the Bible.
I take the Bible allegorically.
Yeah, a lot of things are in the Bible.
Which biblical writer found out that gay sex was wrong?
I actually would disagree with that entirely, and I tried to discuss with Jim about it, but the Bible clearly condones homosexuality in Luke.
Luke was the one that found out, is he? That's what we're saying.
No, Luke condones homosexuality.
Well, didn't David, kind of have a pretty close relationship with his buddy John there, or whatever his name was? It's like,
well, hey,
King David, he had that. Well, go ahead.
Jesus rode an ass.
Yep.
Well, okay.
Jesus riding asses everywhere.
James was his most loved. Wasn't that James? Do I got that right? But no, seriously, I'm not being like a smartass here, but isn't it pretty kind of obvious, like King David, his buddy there, that he quote loved more than a woman? He embraced him and like ran to him and did all like there was a pretty weird relationship
100%.
going on.
Right, like that Jesus wasn't against homosexuality at all. I mean, that's shenanigans that, the idea was even brought up. If you look back in the Greek translations, it's not talking about homosexuality at all. I mean, there's very good points to be made about eunuchs being homosexuality and Jesus outright condoning eunuchs.
Jesus condoned eunuchs.
Yes.
Oh, okay. On what grounds?
Well, I mean, he said they were welcome into the kingdom of God.
But they don't have any dicks, so we don't like that.
I mean, Jesus never explicitly said anything about homosexuality.
Right, but the eunuchs? Why was he against eunuchs?
No, I think we're misunderstanding. Condoning means accepting it.
Oh, right, he condoned eunuchs.
Correct.
Good. Okay, sorry, I misunderstood.
He condoned them getting into heaven, right? Like he condoned their salvation as a thing.
Okay,
Which is kind of weird because isn't in the Old Testament, doesn't it say something to the effect that that a man has like problems with his quote stones cannot enter the assembly of the Lord? Talking about the church, I think in that context, like the temple. I believe there's a Leviticus. No, there is.
Well, they would argue. I mean, I would agree that Leviticus is the most useless book in the Bible, but they would argue Leviticus is all about just historical law that's not meant for any of us. So like,
Yet they still use it to argue for the gay thing somehow.
Well, no, right? They'll cite other passages to I mean, Leviticus is just the most famous one, but you're right. I mean, they'll cite that one the most, even though it also says don't eat shellfish and don't wear clothes of 2 fibers. But it's not about us.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a cop out.
Yeah, don't kill the cows, but also kill the cows if they do the thing. But don't kill them if they do the thing. Ugh.
Well, the book of Leviticus is useless.
It's useless.
Well, I mean, it even from the literalistic perspective of the Bible, though, what purpose does Leviticus hold? They might argue historical context, but I mean, what does that matter in the supposedly a book that's supposed to be perfect eternal wisdom? In 4,000 years from now, who's going to care what the Israelite law was?
I would probably agree with that. Now I'm rusty on this, and is it not? And I might have this out of whack. I should really look this up. I used to know all this stuff. Is not Leviticus a revision of Deuteronomy law, or is it the other way around?
I am not sure, to be honest with you.
Because it wasn't Hezekiah. Who was it that found I thought it was a Deuteronomy scroll, and he did the revision? Because I know he did the reforms of centralizing the temple. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. I get it backwards. I'd have to look. I think Deuteronomy came first,
I don't know,
right?
to be honest. I don't know.
Because some people argue that there's like changes in the law, but there's actually not changes in the law. There's just additions. Like there's just a revision of the Deuteronomy laws, I think. I don't think there's anything. Whatever. I'm mumbling now. Don't worry about it.
Ain't nobody else mumbling, so you're good.
All right. Well, then I'm going to continue to mumble. All right. Here we go. I just seriously, I find the Old Testament more interesting, though, all jokes aside. I mean, just because I understand, like, I don't look at it from the same context as a Christian does, so obviously the New Testament doesn't hold the same kind of value to me. But, I mean, I just find the Old Testament really, it's a harder read, but I find it, there's a lot of really interesting things in there.
I agree. One of the reasons I like talking to Jesus, because he knows the Old Testament, like, backwards. Doesn't know much about the New, but he knows the Old Testament very well. And he'll come out with stuff that you go, and it says, and you go, what, really? Wow, I never knew that. He was talking about Daniel 7 the other day to me. Does anybody know what that is?
Which one's that? Because there's an addition to Daniel at some point. If it's about the dragon, that's kind of a newer addition, but I can't remember where that comes in.
Right, he was
What's
kind of
Daniel
saying
7?
it's an argument against determinism, but I never understood it exactly what he meant by that. I was wondering if a Christian could explain it. I don't even know what Daniel 7 is, you know.
I'd have to look it up.
I would have to look at the passage, yeah.
There's some pretty heavy stuff in Daniel, and a lot of, and I don't want to start an argument about this or nothing, but like a lot of Christians, obviously, they see it in context of prophecy relating to the New Testament, you know, so it gets kind of, it depends how you're looking at Daniel and some of those books, right? Like, because if you look at it from like a context of its like kind of social element of what's going on at the time and what it meant to the Israelites, versus if you try to get in an argument with that with a typical Christian, you know, they're going to read it totally different because they're going to want to see it in the light of the New Testament as prophecy, right? And stuff. So, but there's some crazy imagery in there. There's some really interesting imagery depicted too that like harkens back to kind of the kind of a Canaanite kind of symbolism of the sitting on the throne, the elders sitting on the throne, and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually kind of really interesting.
Yeah.
Kind of weirdo stuff out there.
Well, you say weirdo, but there is archaeological, kind of some archaeological evidence for some of the weirdo stuff. That's the problem.
Oh no, there's practice. I say weird. I guess I shouldn't have said that. I just meant there's some out there stuff. Like there's some out there ideas, and I hear often like when I say the word Christian, I'm being overly general. I'm not talking about every single person, but a lot of people that don't what I call, see, I have this thing that I call kind of like Sunday school academics or like kind of faith-affirming academics that a lot participate in, which is nothing really wrong, but they look at it from a context of the New Testament, but they don't really look at it as a context of Scripture on its own from like a historical kind of point of view. And when I kind of read more academics, their thoughts on it and things like that, it's kind of, I find it more interesting because it makes more sense because it's more relative of the people of the time and kind of the paradigms that were there, you know, rather than trying to make apologetics for it and stuff. But
yeah,
I don't know. I just found it really. Honestly, I think the Bible's a really interesting book. Like, I'm not anti-Bible at all. I think it's really interesting. Actually, we had a conversation the other night. I would totally be into having the Bible like a biblical literacy class or something like that as an elective in school and stuff. I think that it's a really interesting book.
Mm. I mean, there's certainly a lot of common day phrases that come from translations of the Bible, certainly in English. If you've ever read the Tinsdale Bible, that's got quite a lot of modern day phrases which we still use.
Right.
Really strange. In every secular day language. I mean, it's nothing to do with biblical. They're just biblical references. You know?
Well, kind of speaking on that as phrases, just a quick little like example, and this is an interesting thing because when I was going through like studying this stuff a number of years ago, I found it really interesting. There's a passage in Ezekiel, I can't remember the verse or anything, but there's a passage in Daniel where he uses an expression. It says wiser than Daniel, but Daniel's spelled different. It's not spelled the same as the prophet Daniel. And I've heard a lot of apologetics and trying to flip around, but there's problems because I think if I remember right, the timeline, the prophet Daniel would have been only like 10 years old at the time Ezekiel was supposedly prophesizing this different stuff when he uses expression. So they've kind of ruled out, well, could he be talking about Daniel? But what's really interesting in the time, if you look at the Canaanite mythology, there's actually a story where there's a judge known as Daniel, and the story's about his son. It's kind of like a Flight of Icarus kind of story. But anyways, Daniel, the judge, was known as the wisest man in the land. He was an extremely wise and fair man. And throughout the Fertile Crescent, there was a common expression that they find extra biblical, like throughout texts that even predate the writing of the Bible, an expression, wiser than Daniel, and it's spelt the same way as Daniel. So, I mean, I've heard all these apologetics about this verse, but he was simply using an expression the same way someone would say, like, Bob's your uncle, or something. Like, he didn't mean a significance to it. It was just an expression that was used back then, wiser than Daniel. You know, and there's all kinds of little things like that in the Old Testament that I find kind of really interesting.
Here we go. So here's a few sayings. Flowing with milk and honey, the apple of his eye, sign of the times, broken-hearted, Eat, drink, and be merry. The salt of the earth. The powers that be. My brother's keeper. Let there be light. All from the Tinsdale Bible. Salt of the earth.
From the
There is
Bible, you
quite a
said?
one. All from the Tinsdale Bible.
What's a
He got-
Tinsdale?
He was one of the guys who first wrote the Bible or translated the Bible. I think he was killed. Him and that was his name, Wycliffe or something like that.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, burnt by the Catholics
Well,
for
he
translating the Bible to
probably
English.
did not. He probably did not have scholarship. That's why.
He had more scholarship than like the 30 people that put, or the 18 people that put the King James Bible together.
Mm.
That one man.
That Jesus guy that was in here last night, one of the things that really bugs me is these like King James exclusivists. Yeah, I just used that word. I just made up a category there. But these guys, it's got to be the King James for some reason. And I remember my grandma had this friend, this guy Don, and I mean he knew the Bible and he knew geography and he was really interesting to talk to actually. But he was like he was old school and it had to be King James. Like this guy, he actually thought like this is how God talks. Like thee and thou, and it's more accurate, and it's like the King James version is like the worst translation of the Bible. Like because when it was commissioned, it was pretty bad. It's pretty bad because see a lot of the scholars that they had at the time to commission to put it together didn't understand Hebrew and they used Latin. They used like the Vulgate, and the Vulgate's like full of errors. And then they just kind of substitute stuff in. I mean that's how you end up with unicorns in the Bible. I mean the only version that ever uses the word unicorn like 7 or 9 times is the King James version. Like the Hebrew rachaim, it does not mean unicorn. It does. It was used just to mean as a symbol of power, like bulls. Like when they use the word bulls a lot, like kings or bulls or things like that, right? And then King James in his time, I mean, you see it in the crests and that. You know, the unicorn was an animal of prestige and that, so they just substitute unicorn. And then I hear in like debate rooms people bringing up, well, there's unicorns in the Bible, and the unicorns might have been real, and unicorn, you know, and it's just like. No, there's no unicorns in the Bible.
Unicorns are real. They're just fat and grey, and we call them rhinos.
Yeah.
No,
Well, atheists actually using the unicorn thing. I've heard a lot of stories of atheists, going to Christians and they're like, "So, Mr. Christian, you think unicorns are silly, right?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, sure, yeah. What's your favorite Bible?" King James. What does this say? Unicorn.
I remember.
Actually, the point about the King James Bible is it was written with the express intention of supporting the divine right of monarchs, which is why the unicorn's in there to support King James.
Right.
But the other interesting thing about it is that I think about 30%, they ran out of money doing it, and so they basically just stole 30% of the Tinsdale Bible. And just substituted that in there straight.
Right.
Kings are cheapskates, aren't they?
Yeah. I mean, it cost like 3 years gross domestic product of of England.
And that paper cost like a fucking liver or something, kidney.
Yeah, more than that. About 3 times the domestic product of the UK. For like maybe 5 years or something. I know it's 3 years.
Hey guys, there's okay. No,
Of course, there's the conspiracy out there that Shakespeare was commissioned to write the King James version. I'm sure you guys have heard that.
You mean the black dude Shakespeare, who was under the Black Queen of England?
Yeah, but that's 100 years difference, isn't it? At least King James is 1506 or something.
I never really paid much attention to it. I just always thought it was funny, but.
All right. Okay. No, there's at least about 3 kings difference between them. At least 3 or 4 monarchs.
3 kings. Is that how you count centuries now in Britain?
Yep.
By kings.
Wait a minute. I'm seeing a conspiracy here. 3 kings. You know where I'm going with this.
Oh no, not 3 kings.
Crack the code.
Yeah, I've let the secret out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in fact, you're right. It was the British monarchy that went to the Middle East to
You're
for
going
Jesus'
to
birth.
be hanged for high treason now.
Yeah. Actually, what happened is they went before she got pregnant and then brought her back to England for her to quickly have the baby and then take her back. Just so Jesus could be born in England. obviously the rightful birthplace of God.
I know when a lot of that, well, I mean, I think that the Da Vinci Code crap kind of made it popular, but years ago, that the book that came out, The Holy Blood and the Holy Grail, that kind of put forth this idea that, you know, they went to France and they went to, but there's actually, I was searching around, there's actually, because you were talking earlier about Druids, there's actually a school of thought out there that tries to argue that Jesus actually, like, at one point went over after he was supposedly crucified and went over, I guess, to the Celts, and, like, there's like a school of thought that actually believed like Jesus was over there with the Druids.
Well, that's where that song Jerusalem came from, right? It came from a poem that suggested that Jesus might have actually visited the British Isles and did those feet in ancient times. Na 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 na. You know how it goes.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
No, yeah, it was also that we claimed Jerusalem as ours.
Jerusalem. Of course, they really get mad when you sing like, and we was born in ancient times, for wasn't much for doing.
It's
really
cheap.
get mad.
I'll say that much. Always stirs my emotions when I hear it.
People singing. When you get a whole bunch of people singing, and we have built Jerusalem on England's green and pleasant whatever.
Yeah.
And bringing the house down.
Yeah, man. It gets me every time. Every year I go to the proms, and I take my Union Jack bowler hat, and yeah, I get a bit teary.
Scott's bringing up one of those things about Shakespeare and the side that I'd read years ago. If you go to like Psalms 46, because that was supposedly the age of Shakespeare, and you count 46 words in, you get shake. And if I remember, I think if you go backwards, it's supposed to be spear or something. But I tried to do it, and it didn't really work out. I was like, nah, doesn't really add up. But whatever.
Yo, Scott, genius. Really, was it 1610? Fucking hell, I was 100 years out.
I'm pretty sure. I think Shakespeare was around at the time it was commissioned, but I don't believe that. I don't think there's any real hard evidence that he had anything to do with it. But it's out there. It's out there.
There are people that argue that Shakespeare wasn't even one person.
Really? King
Yeah.
James?
Oh,
Well, I mean, Shakespeare was one person, but I think the only argument to be had was were his plays written by one person, and he was totally gay.
I think he had a thing going with Francis Bacon or something. I think that's the other person too. That was like they say that he might have wrote some of his stuff or something. I don't know.
Well, he had a ton of love notes to another guy.
Yeah. Blasphemy. Anyways, I got to go to this thing called work, guys. We'll talk to you later.
Work? Okay. See you
See you
soon.
later, Psycho.
Four-letter word there.
Stay frosty, Canadian.
All right. Keep the syrup on the boil.
For you and only you, sir.
See you later.
Oh, Vermont maple syrup. Yep.
That's enough out of you, Fudd Mutton.
Yeah, but yeah, you know, the gay thing, I could totally buy that. I mean, you know how theater people are.
Whoa.
Yeah, I mean, Rock Hudson.
Oh man, Fudd. Really? Fudd. Really? Really?
Begun in 1604, yeah, okay, fair enough.
No, not really. Yes, really. Oh, I killed the room. No, it was the guy leaving. He was the only one holding the room up.
it's dead now. No, just leave.
And now we're all doomed to sit here in awkward silence.
Okay. Yeah, there's very little crossover time, isn't there? But there is a little bit. He was certainly an old man by the time. 1604 came around. 16 died in 1616. No. Yeah, 1616.
I thought it was weird you guys couldn't hear me.
Yeah, we can
Oh,
hear
yeah.
you.
Am I live?
Hey, Armin, and hey, Matt.
So I noticed that I had to be unhidden from broadcasts.
Yeah, now to use AFK.
Yeah, it's just.
We had a streaker this morning.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, really? Oh, damn.
Yeah,
Well, I'm sorry.
glad
He
that
wasn't just streaking. He was
We had a
making play
wank monkey.
signs. Yep, we had a wank monkey. I like that.
Oh, wait, no. Was he was this a helicopter or a...
No, he was
Really,
using his
Matt?
hands.
Oh, we really need to...
Was this a helicopter?
helicopter song?
Lord have mercy.
But
That's not
I'm glad
Christian
that
in
we
you.
I'm glad that we Excuse me. I'm glad that we adopted the hide from broadcast thing when you are entering the room.
What's that?
So you have a reduced amount of trolls.
Uh-huh.
So if you see a stock account and like he's hidden from broadcast before he has a chance to say anything, so the moderators or whoever's in the call has a chance to say, "Hey, this guy looks fishy. Let's not present him to the hangout." Maybe
So-
take time to look up his name on the Google Plus, G Plus thing, see if he's a private account or whatnot.
Who's,
So how
who's
is it?
eating? Who's crunching away on microphone?
Me. Sorry.
What are you laughing at?
Crisps no good for you.
No. How was the weed whacking?
Weed whacking what?
I'm talking
what?
Oh, yeah, that reminds me. Right before I joined the call, Armin told me it was weed day, and I was pretty excited. But then,
that was
you know...
yesterday.
Oh yeah, it was Hitler's birthday.
She said today was weed day for her, so I was like, oh, Armin.
Yesterday was weed day.
No, not for her though. Today was weed day for her.
Whacking weeds, not.
No, we
Not
can say whatever.
smoking weed.
Yeah.
Now you're eating and laughing and giggling. It's okay.
Oh.
Huh?
Y'all are foolish.
Yeah, I forgot to wish people happy Hitler's birthday yesterday.
Seriously?
No.
We can only be so happy.
Wait, I gotta see this. Hitler's birthday? What?
Hitler's birthday
Hitler's
was
birthday is
the 20th
on
of April.
420. Yeah. So.
I'm looking this up. Oh crap, you're actually right.
Wow.
He died on April 30th.
Whoa.
That was a short life, eh, Matt?
He did a lot in 10 days.
I've actually seen people argue, like, how can God not be real if Jesus was born on Christmas and died on Easter and did all the things?
Oh, no, really? Oh.
Yeah, I've seen people do that.
Oh. No.
I'm being entirely serious.
Oh.
We gotta pose that one to Jim.
Are you sure we can't? Are you sure we can't bring back eugenics?
Eugenics, I don't know what that is.
Eugenics was the idea that some
Selectively
people are
sterilizing
inferior.
people we don't want to reproduce.
That means
Right.
like you have to be this smart to ride this ride.
Oh, yes, I know what you're talking about. In the early American,
Yes,
early 20th
Matt.
century.
Yes, Matt. We know what eugenics is. We know. You don't need to tell us the definition of something that we know just because you discovered it. You know what the definition is.
Y'all are right.
What?
Y'all are
Don't
wrong.
give us backward speak.
I said y'all, as in you all, are wrong.
Oh, okay.
Okay, for
How
one,
are we
I
wrong?
say y'all, so don't insult y'all. And for two, how is that the wrong description of eugenics?
Explain. Explain
I don't even
yourself.
know if that, I don't even
I'm
know if
not
that's what.
talking about the description of eugenics. I'm talking about how you dogging that boy out.
Oh.
All right, let me translate. Let me get my let me get my black folk translator out or something.
I think my notebook out for this. I think my notebook out.
Next English translation.
Instead of just saying I know the definition of eugenics and going on about it, you make a dig at the other person. So and then go on about it. So I'm just like, you know, you was wrong for that. That's all.
Right.
You know that was not okay.
It's the way the question was asked.
Simon, stop making fun of me and my freaking ghetto linguistics, please.
No, I think that was me that was lobbed at.
Yeah, it was Gus.
Gus gets that from me. Gus, you gotta say y'all too now. So sorry, not sorry.
No, I can only say it when it would enhance the sentence. Really, I can't just sort of throw it in whenever.
Oh well, you two married people, stop it.
Yeah,
Stop fighting.
They get up to all these shenanigans all day long.
All day long.
Of course, you know, it would be helpful just for the sake of avoiding 10 minutes of trying to figure out exactly who you're talking to if you just say, Gus, you did a bad thing.
I said Gus, that was wrong.
Well, I see, there we go. That's probably the technology that ate that up because I didn't hear the Gus part. Because if I'd have heard the Gus part...
Yeah, there was a cut there, yeah.
Yeah, it would, to me, it just sounded like you tried to say something, but it was played backwards.
It's all right.
I don't understand Canada either, mate.
Yeah, the United States.
I only speak American.
Oh yeah, no, I understand American, no problem.
Wasn't there this one Texas politician that said, if English was good enough for Jesus, it's good enough for me?
Oh, no.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Wait, say that again?
If English was good enough for Jesus, it's good enough for me.
That guy was an idiot. Whoever said that.
Oh.
It was a Texas politician.
Oh my god.
I think it was a Bush.
I don't think it was Bush. It was the more local politician.
It's called
If it was a Bush, if it was a Bush, if it was a Bush, he needed Bernie. I'm just saying.
Maybe it was Rick Perry.
The sad part was probably when he said that, there was at least 2 people in the crowd that were shaking their head up and down saying, yeah, I agree, I agree. So it wasn't his like they just discovered something.
They were Mormons, though. They don't count.
No, they count for 80 generations. Do you know how many kids they have? My God.
Oh, boy. I don't even want to think about it.
It's because of that polygamy, dog.
I just found out the perfect Christian coffee shop name.
If it was good enough for Jesus, it's good enough for me?
No. It's Hebrews Jehovah Java.
Hebrews. Hebrews. Oh, man.
Jehovah Java.
Well, there you go.
Just Java. Hebrews Java.
Oh.
Except in Latin, instead of J, they used an I.
Okay, here we go. Fun button reading the show.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know what else. Alcohol.
Movie reference, but you probably won't figure that movie out.
It's the
Even though
Last
you've probably
Crusade.
seen
It's
it.
Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. It's not that hard to figure out.
Well, I've never seen it because, you know.
I haven't seen the Indiana Jones movies in years. I need to see those again.
No, you
I
don't.
think that the Christian blah 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 blah. I'm gonna start over.
The Christian blah 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 blah.
You should debate too, man.
Christians
You'll
blah
have
blah
it
blah
easy.
blah.
That's the kind of shit
It's
you
like,
can't handle.
Yeah.
we named the dog Indiana. You were named after a dog?
The dog? You were named after the dog? I love that.
I have very fond memories of that dog.
You were named after the dog?
Yeah, they even have a website dedicated to that dog.
X marks the spot.
So
That's what I've been
MK,
doing.
you added some animation to your image.
Oh, fudge, yeah.
Yep, that's it. Nothing else. No further discussion needed.
Yep, that's
The animation was added. We brought it up. It's done. Nothing more needs to be said ever again. We stand in a circle. We shoot to one to our left.
Okay, Benjamin, I love you to death, but okay, we're not
I'm
gonna
not dead yet. Clearly, you do not love me to death. You liar!
You hurt me, Benjamin. You hurt me and my lover, and why would you do that?
Benjamin.
Benjamin. I hurt everyone.
Benjamin.
So much fun.
Benjamin. It's a bad idea to hurt Mackie. It's a bad. All sorts of things can happen to people who hurt Mackie. None of them pleasant. It's a bad idea.
All sorts of things could happen to anyone.
No, baby, it's not worth it. Don't do it, baby.
Okay, Gus, I'm now emulating your style.
I know you are, and I think it's sweet that you are. I do.
There's only one Gus, though. I'm sorry. And he's all mine. Stay away. Stay away, Matt. Matt, he's mine. Okay? I'm gonna need you to step back there. Behind the yellow line.
You could be a bit more generous there, couldn't you? Surely.
No.
I don't stand in her way when she gets possessive. She's decided
Didn't
tonight.
you hear her earlier? She claimed she loves me. I don't know if you picked up on that.
She's decided that I'm hers.
I gave her a sore throat.
Yeah. MK even said that she loved him to death. So.
And then I declared her a liar.
I love, for one, I love you all to death, and it says till death, not
we can be
death.
that
Okay, so freaking Benjamin, there's no like I have to kill you. Okay.
Yes, you have to kill me to prove that.
Maybe.
Benjamin, why do you want like this like Russian like roulette like type deal, man? Like we can work this out.
Benjamin.
Work it out. That would be a good game, actually.
Work it out, Benjamin.
Oh, we'll work
Hang
it
out
out.
Russian
Don't worry about
roulette. Hang out
Wow,
Russian
Benjamin.
roulette, right?
Everybody knows Gus is the only one for me, and I don't have a revolver. I only have a freaking stock magazine, so that would be pretty bad for me to play that game.
Yeah, that's right. One should never play Russian roulette with a semi-auto. That's real commitment right there.
You can actually do that.
I don't understand how, but okay.
You can use blanks, and then
Blanks will kill you from immediate range.
Yeah.
Or dummy rounds.
I'm not even going to touch that.
Yeah, but someone will still know which bullet's going to kill someone.
Not if you have Johnny load it and slide it a few times.
Oh, God protect me from the terminally clever.
So if you could own any gun, what gun would it be, Gus?
You asking me?
Yep.
Well, you're the only Gus here, aren't you?
Well,
Yes.
I didn't hear the Gus right away. Listen, Benjamin, you're already treading on thin fucking ice, star.
Cat fight.
Norwegian douche canoe. Listen.
Well, if I go, who's going to talk Star Wars to you?
I know. Well, it won't be exactly the same, but believe me, there'll be plenty of people around to tell me what's wrong with me. Where was I? Now he's having to thinking. I don't know. Honestly, like seriously, I wouldn't think I'd want to own a gun unless I absolutely had to, because while I like guns as an engineering principle, like I think they're kind of, and I like things that go bang bang, but I don't know. Tough to tell.
Like, is it on principle that you don't wish to own a gun, or is it on, like, they're not really to my taste, or I don't need them, or...
Well, I don't know. I mean, a gun's not like a knife. Like, I've owned some pretty big Bowie knives and stuff, and, you know, I don't know. They're dangerous, to be sure, and I mean, if you mishandle them, you could really hurt yourself or somebody else, but guns are really an order of magnitude greater than that. But I suppose if I had to choose, if I suppose I had to choose, I suppose I'd just like a good old-fashioned match grade 45 semi-automatic M1911A1 somehow. But something in a match grade so you can actually hit something more than 50 feet away.
Oh,
Okay,
so you like the classic 1911, okay.
Well, no,
Yeah.
like I said, something in a match grade like a Daytonic Scoremaster or some such.
Oh.
Hello, Nadia. You've returned.
Yep, Bob just carted me all around town, and so I could get all the stuff I needed for my ID. And when they showed me a slip with a male gender marker, I couldn't find it.
Did you go to see the doctor today?
No, I went to get a local state ID.
Well, there we go. So you're now
I didn't get it because
so you're
couldn't
now
bear to sign one with a marker.
So you're now officially a resident of Michigan?
No, I couldn't sign it because it had a male gender marker on it.
Oh, sorry about that. I didn't hear that part.
Emotional, psychological level.
So, Gus, personally, my favorite gun would be the Dragunov, the SVD. The iconic 60s Russian sniper.
Wouldn't you like a gun? Wouldn't you like a gun with an outside chance of hitting something?
It's very accurate. It's 1.3 MOA.
Soviet state notions of accuracy are interesting concepts.
The MOA is not exactly that good.
It was mainly used as a DMR, but hey.
It's probably with the unobtainium silver tips, too.
I saw what you did there, Fudd.
Oh. Soviets could do accuracy. Soviets could do accuracy when they needed it. The trick is, of course, they weighed it against other considerations instead of making, military boondoggle monstrosities.
Because it wasn't a purpose-built sniper rifle. It was meant for someone who is rather unskilled. Just like say, hey, you're the designated marksman. Go out there and support the squad with this rifle. They can shoot far. Go shoot people. That's basically what it was.
Illuminated reticle. And
yeah. It's like basically here's this gun. It shoots a little more accurately than everything else.
And has a 20-round box magazine.
Yeah.
Shooting the fairly powerful 54R.
Yes, the same
power as a 716 NATO.
Yeah, it uses the same cartridge as the very mass-produced Mosin Nagant.
Yep. Plenty of ammo for it.
Yeah, so I think actually, in terms of reliability, the Mosin was better. It was
The
much simpler.
Mosin, I don't think the Mosin is even beatable by anyone. It's still in use. It's the longest in-service battle rifle in the world.
I actually own one.
A 9130 or one of the original 1891s?
If I knew the combination to my dad's safe, I would be holding it right now.
Thank God you don't have a combination to your dad's safe.
But it's a 1944 model, so I would have to look at the stampings to see what.
Okay, well, if it was made in 1944, then it would be a 9130.
Okay.
Question is, does it have an octagonal barrel or a round one? Not barrel, sorry, receiver.
It's a round one.
Okay. Yeah, I have a transitional model. It's got the octagonal receiver. The modern sights.
Yeah, the surplus ammo for it is so cheap.
Yeah, when I bought mine, I actually paid more for ammo than for the rifle, and the rifle was cheap.
I got mine for $100 even.
Yeah. I mean, if anything more than 100 meters away, not likely to hit it, but the problem is you have to clean the bugger shooting because the ammo I have is military surplus corrosive ammo.
Yeah, when you're dealing with surplus ammo, you always have to clean it. Like every single time you go out to the range, you're done shooting, you're gonna have to clean it. You can't just say, "Oh, I'm gonna put it off for now."
Now you immediately pour soapy water down the barrel to get the salts out, and then clean out the water, and then oil it. You do it.
Yeah. Yeah, and the Cosmo.
Otherwise, the Cosmo, there's no Cosmoline left on it. It's got the shellac wood work. I mean, they had that shellac, and there are a few places where it flakes off.
Yeah.
And of course, the nice, comfortable steel butt plate.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I noticed when I was holding it. I was like, this is
it's like
fun.
Not a super heavy rifle. Shoots a powerful steel butt plate.
Yeah, I haven't shot it yet, mainly because I haven't checked the barrel stuff and made sure all the measurements are correct before I go blow myself up.
Those things are built like bricks. I mean, unless the barrel is like plugged, it's pretty much a guaranteed shooter. It's just a question of how accurate it is because their accuracy is all over the board.
Like I'm talking about headspace.
Headspace is not a huge issue. I mean, you can check it.
Because as I said, I don't want to blow myself up.
Typical rifle cartridge has.
You're cutting in and out. I cannot hear you right now.
Sorry.
Well, why don't you try using protein to get satiety.
You were seeing a doctor today too, weren't you?
No, I was going out for the state ID or photo ID.
Yeah.
Oh.
But that didn't pan out, right?
I couldn't bring myself to do it.
Yeah, because it's a matter of principle.
If it has the wrong sex on it, then that's no good.
Actually,
No bueno.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, I was just saying, yeah, it's just no bueno. Hopefully you got other good errands in, at least.
Well, we got prepped for future ID things in case, like, well, on a different day I don't get hung up about it, or driver license might be long enough or whatever. And, of course, fixing up paperwork, too.
Something at least.
So, Fudd, do you know a lot about firearms?
Not consider myself an expert, although I do have.
You just cut out again.
Yeah, my favorite gun really is probably my love gun.
Well, now we know.
Just while we're on the topic of military hardware yet again, that's all I want to put in there.
Small caliber stuff.
Can we get off guns and boy toys just for a little while?
I thought guns were boy toys.
They are. I just don't want to talk about boy toys.
Ooh.
I also enjoy the play.
You like that, Brad Pitt?
No, I don't mind.
Okay. I have no idea who's in the popular media. I mean, it's like names I've heard from 20 years ago.
I go back to Justin Bieber every time I need a boy toy.
Oh, that's gross.
Oh.
What did I just come back to?
Doesn't look like a child.
Looks like a child, but he is of age, so it's fine.
I've got no fucking...
Legal adult now. And of course, Canada's age of consent is 14.
Who cares if he actually looks like a child? It's like, yay. Grow up or something.
Yeah, it's just objectifying men's bodies.
Betcha. Objectifying men all day.
I don't mind as long as you let me objectify women's bodies.
Longer.
Well, point was maybe.
It's good for the news.
I don't know, Yuri team? Was that a Yuri anime?
Who was it that asked me about the guns thing? I'll just say the one.
No,
I'll just say one thing.
No.
Simon wants you to forget everything.
Really? Just not today. No military hardware today. We've had tanks, we've had planes, we've had boats, we've had fucking everything.
Have you had trains?
Probably. I lose the will to live after like 20 minutes talking about what type of gun has a faster fucking barrel velocity or whatever.
No, we were not. Good grief.
But if you would like us to talk about that, I'm sure we could start a conversation.
Oh.
220 Swift. Or the 17 HMR. That's a tough call.
No, the Gem 777 has a 26.25 inch reach on it.
I know. I actually got a set of clean underwear today.
Nice.
Hooray!
Congratulations.
Always a pleasure.
Yep. Well, yeah, when underwear is not itching because of all the bugs that have been hatching in it, and who knows what's been building up over months.
Throw it away.
Yeah, it's,
Throw it away. Burn it.
Burn it.
Yep. Throw it away.
Yeah, burn them. Burn your knickers.
Make sure your laundry detergent is hypoallergenic. You know, dye-free and odor-free.
Yeah, and stand well back when you pour the petrol.
Okay.
well, main thing is like, it's nice not to be stuck like living like you're homeless, even though you technically got a roof over your head.
Indeed. Indeed. It's the little luxuries that make life.
And for some reason, I think I've glitched the touchscreen and it is switching to another window when it shouldn't be. Oh hell. Trying to minimize the window. The windows. Oh, now switching to a different one.
You know, Nadia, what would be really good is if you got some computer skills.
Okay. What do you want? Is that I don't know. I guess
that was tongue in cheek.
Yeah.
Us aliens call it humor.
Lip seems to.
So primary goal was not accomplished, but secondary goals were. Okay, that's militarily, that's considered a successful strike.
Yeah, I'll call it that.
Oh, God. I just reread
Also,
Scott's comment.
try to adhere better to dietary things and making some concessions on overall calorie count, so I don't just blow it.
What happened to my picture?
Ed.
What do you mean what happened to it? It's normal.
Yeah.
It went very strange for a while. But it seems to be
I just
back.
No, I'm not joking. It's totally normal to me, at least. Maybe I'm a weirdo, and I don't know.
Normal on my end.
Yeah, so like he's like laughing at me like I'm poking a joke. No, it looks normal to me. I don't know what you're talking about, Matt. I can screen share if it'll make you feel better.
Yeah, what I find disturbing is the cat licking so close to a bloody Gus.
It's not bloody, it's spray paint, and it's spray painted red because that's the color of the Gus. Gosh, people just don't understand how it is to be my age.
What is your age?
Gus. Oh, sorry.
14. I'm not 21, you lunatic.
Okay. Yeah, that's when those hormones are kicking in.
You don't work for the CIA, do you, McKay?
I work for a branch of the FBI.
So what you're really saying is you're a 45-year-old bloke.
Oh,
Okay, depending on internet lag, I beat you in, Simon.
I missed that, Bud. Sorry, you lagged.
New Scotland Yard will be knocking on your door, Simon.
Oh, right. That won't surprise me.
Is it just me, or is Green Soul an extremely visual person?
Yeah. He likes beautiful things.
Am I fading out, or are you?
No, me. Always me.
Fading out? What?
He's
He is.
fading out of existence. No, his sound was fading out, silly.
It's better to burn out than to fade away.
Simon
Well.
time traveled, and now his parents aren't getting together, and now he's just fading out of existence.
What a way to go.
And now you've got to make them kiss at the prom or whatever.
You're not wrong, actually, there, Ben, because I used to be black.
Can you do Johnny Be Good?
Fuck yeah. With my toes.
To be, as Huey Lewis put it, just too darn loud.
Oh, yeah, the old days.
Hey, Gus. Okay, Gus is falling asleep on me again.
I'm here. It just took me a minute to unmute the microphone.
Okay, yeah. No, that's what I...
Yes, what would you like, my dear? Oh, light of my...
Okay, check your Skype, dog.
Yeah, okay, please don't use the phrase Gus is falling asleep on you again.
Okay, you heard my correction. Okay, Fudd, I think you lagged, but you heard my correction that I'm actually 21, right?
No, I heard you saying something.
You're lagging. Yeah, you're lagging nuclear. Okay.
Yeah, we
I'm not
can't
really.
we're going on
That was a
about
joke,
because he
Fudd.
liked too much.
That was a joke, Fudd. It was a joke.
Your mama is a joke.
Okay, she might be, but that's irrelevant to the conversation.
You like a joke.
Lagging.
I like this thing where Simon sort of strums away as we talk. It's got that feeling of like a Portuguese cafe to it.
You've said that before.
Well, at least you know I'm consistent.
Yes.
Yes.
The way you said yes there sounds like Fedora speak.
Sounds like what?
Fedora speak.
What's Fedora speak?
People with trilbies have a particular way of speaking because they're wearing trilbies.
Yes.
You mean a trilby or a fedora?
The trilbies are a fedora.
Are they?
They're a subset of fedoras.
Alright, I know nothing about hats, so except that they cover your head.
They're like thumbs. Except stupid.
Made fedora, but it's wool, not leather. I really wanted an Indiana Jones. They don't seem to make those.
Wasn't the one for Indiana Jones like made specifically for the movie?
Quite possible.
Indiana? You mean Indiana's father's? Because what
No, the fedora Henry Jones Jr. was wearing, or whatever the fuck his name was.
Henry, Indiana Jones doesn't wear a fedora. That's like
Yeah, he does.
That's a fedora.
Yeah, he does. That's a fedora.
The leather.
Yep.
All right. All right. All right.
I thought it was kind of cool in Last
See you later,
Crusade.
Scott.
They had a little bit of story about how he got the hat.
Yeah, I like that part.
Interesting little thing to throw in.
You're right. It was very interesting. I agree with you, Fudmutton.
I'm writing that down in my notes too.
No.
I feel as though I am among the ancient courts of Aragon or Castile.
I thought you were in the crowd that was being consistent.
Oh, man.
If you're going to be perfectly grammatically correct, a group of owls is technically a parliament.
What?
Yes.
When did I mention a group of owls?
You went on about the court, and I decided I'm going to mention that a group of owls is a parliament.
Yes, a royal court at Aragon or Castile at the height of the Spanish city-states powers. I didn't say
but
about owls.
my autism kicked in, and a group of owls is a parliament.
Okay. On that note.
Well, I guess blue really does sleep faster than the West.
I'm here.
What?
Yes, she is, apparently. Yeah. Hello.
What brought that on?
Never mind.
What?
Even when Hermine is not in the dashboard, never assume that she does not hear what you're saying right now.
Everybody's autism is kicking in now. I've spread it to everyone.
Autismo autist. I do create a new cult religion of autismic people.
I didn't.
Mandatory vaccines for everyone, so everyone gets the autism.
I didn't say that you weren't here. Why do you think that I said that you weren't?
Okay, I am now searching for the name change kit, Florida kit. I think it has the wording for Florida gender marker changes on birth certificates. Just for name change. Or she. There's no name change. Appendix F, sample, physician's affidavit, and supportive amendment to birth certificate and other identification documents. Okay, here we go.
You know what?
Okay, so I can get this changed, and it happens. Page 30, Appendix F, the sample, physician's affidavit, and supportive amendment to birth certificate and other identity documents. So, well, the irreversible genital surgery that has been done. You say generally legally qualifies, so. Yes, that's what I was discussing on the phone. That was not on transgenderlaw.org. 3 years ago, or even in late 2013.
Well, unless they can sew them back on, to borrow a line from Basil Fawlty, I would say it's irreversible.
I love how Simon is still strumming in the background.
How closely are you trying to emulate Gus?
Not very.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder there for a bit.
I'm still the disturber.
Yeah. I'm not going to say Gus is a big person, but he does have his own moon.
What is that supposed to mean?
Okay.
I'm the one trying to be a rally car driver here.
Well, you're right. You got me there. I'm not trying to drive a rally race.
Bomb is asking if you're playing the PS2.
Yep.
And that explains how flat all the trees are.
Oh, version on the PS2.
I like the PS2. I have a PS2 myself in my house that I
my
use.
best friends are PS2s.
No, I legitimately have a PS2. Just the trees were flat on PS2 games. It's a fact.
Sorry. Wasn't it the PS2 that the US put an embargo in the
You've gone Cylon.
90s or something?
You are.
To be fair,
retard Cylon right now.
the only non-flat trees I know of are in Unreal Engine 4. Every engine up to now still uses flat trees.
I'm fixing the flat trees right now.
Oh, can I be full Cylon?
Yeah,
Where is my map?
The U.S. military was really afraid. I Gran Turismo 4. Yeah. The U.S. military was very afraid that the Middle East would use PlayStation 2s to build an evil superweapon to destroy the world.
It's actually kind of possible that has some halfway truth to it, mainly because the United States was able to use a PlayStation 2 to remotely control a car.
Yeah, but you didn't build a death ray.
Signal to noise ratio is okay. Yeah, the idea was that they were afraid that basically the
Nope.
do all the calculations required to build a nuclear weapon. Which is actually technically feasible.
Oh, sorry.
It's very well.
I saved just Appendix F, and still trying to find out email address. I should have my contacts. For those who are wondering, don't spread it around, but this is the guy. They were a little bit obvious to find online.
You should now see trees that are not as flat anymore.
Lovely.
Was willing to write letters
Yep, willing to write letters.
I needed a doctor excusal for something, and he fucking charged me for.
Am I still here?
Yeah, hello.
Oh, welcome, Desert. Yeah, their office hours are actually till 8, so I could principal call back and check to see if he got the email.
This isn't broadcasting, I think.
Yeah, you have to actually click on his name.
Well, I gave him a control room so he can broadcast himself. But...
Oh, I didn't see that option. It was weird.
Oh, the option didn't come up?
No.
It should have.
What's up, Nadia? Where did you go?
Oh, sorry?
Where did you go off to? Did you go shopping?
Well, I had a little bit of an embarrassing day. Bob, way off his way, spent hours driving all around town like a chicken with his head cut off. Get all these ID documents together, and it's kind of like doing it with our hands tied behind our back thing of trying not to surrender the out-of-state IDs with the female gender marker on them, and then I get to the office. I got all lined up right there. All thing I gotta do is sign down a line. I couldn't do it.
Oh no, that sounds like one big pain in the ass.
Yeah. I couldn't freaking sign the form and said get an ID with the male gender mark on it.
Yeah, I'd be aggravated too.
Ironically enough, it was bureaucracy like that that is why I now have a passport.
Oh. Passports would have helped. I mean, with essentially no other proof of citizenship and no ID documents contradicting the female gender marker, it would have gone along with it. But now they've got a record on file saying otherwise.
Yeah, it really sucks when bureaucracy gets in the way like that.
Indeed.
I seem to recall
Can you get them to change the gender marker or identity on the thing?
No. Okay, I have it. Info on my computer. Oh, let's say it. Okay, I know. I found the email address back in my backlog of email. Send it to him.
I really hope you can get all that sorted out. I know that just has to be extremely annoying.
Fingers crossed. It'll all go okay. Turnaround time is pretty slow, so kind of like, okay, well, I could get a driver license. But actually, I mean, as far as it being useful, I have enough stuff already to get jobs around town, assuming they hire. Especially, of course, kind of get around to get to the job. Who knows?
I hear you, for sure.
The yeah, the out-of-state IDs will do fine. Just kind of proves them. I say, yeah. Only real things I have a reason to deal with are essentially Social Security.
Oh yeah.
You guys have applied for jobs in the U.S. except for one in Norway, one in UK, and one in Czech Republic. So, oh, one in Canada, I guess too. Okay, so almost half of you haven't still.
50cc scooter would really do you a world of good.
Yeah.
You'd probably
We'll
get
figured out.
Probably get a used one for less than $1,500, and then sell it for the same price you got.
Worry about that when it comes to it. Get away. Oh wow, that's kind of almost like positive thinking, new age crap. I shouldn't be talking about.
Oh yeah, you don't want to fall into that positive thinking crap.
Yeah, let's keep it real.
Yeah, transportation is going to be a son of a bitch, but no matter what. Cabbing it out and getting a paycheck eaten alive by going out somewhere in a local area. Not obvious. This is too far. It'd be bigger than my paychecks. You know. And of course, I have to have the startup money for the first paycheck to even roll in.
It's a catch-22. If I had, if only I had this or that to get this. Yeah.
That's assuming I take like a local, like, let's say on-site call center job or something, or warehouse or something. And given a kind of reputation for the economy, not expecting too many local opportunities, but
well,
always fish.
You know. You might have to do something that's objectionable to you.
I said you could always fish. What's the objectionable have to do with it?
Well, I mean, if you get a call center job, your natural voice or whatever.
Yeah, I have a vague idea that, yeah. What I try to do to sound more feminine sounds pretty darn fake and put people off on the phone. Yeah.
I mean, I hate mentioning it, but it's just, yeah. But as far as call center jobs, I know there has been certainly a lot of backlash against offshoring them outside the United States. So there are a fair number of call centers inside the United States because American. Apologies to any British folk who may take offense to yeah, American English. That's what people want. And Bangalore is not very good at pulling off American accents. They can do British ones. So some of them.
Fud, you killed the hangout.
No, I didn't. Yeah, the local options are pretty far-fetched, but you gotta roll the dice, right? But yeah,
Man.
the remote ones definitely enable some movement atop, especially to areas where the health insurance will offset the cost of the well, last two hormones and so on.
Yeah,
Take
definitely.
Okay, we got 1 hour left, looks like.
1 hour.
Sorry?
You say 1 hour of the hangout is left?
Yep.
Actually, I'm gonna make it 45 minutes to get it on, starting back on an hour mark.
Oh, you...
The number 68.
On
What do you think number 69 would be like? Godless LGBT goodness, number 69.
Just title it.
Sorry?
Just title it Men Only.
Realize that's exceeding the number of episodes of the original Star Trek series.
Oh, sure.
That is true.
We've won now.
Well, as far as the men only bit, I mean, this is Google Plus. It's already like 82% male.
That's true.
And worse than that, it's a great debate, like atheist related thing. And atheists are 67% male, so that's who you're drawing upon a filter that produces 82% male from 50-50.
82% male. Where did you get that statistic?
It's an old one. I think it's actually gone down to 70-something.
Oh, it's going fast.
What's that?
Said it's going down fast.
Going down fast? I don't know. 82% was back in 2011 or something.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Uh, 2011, that's like yesterday.
Yeah, it kind of is.
January 2011, my knee was destroyed. And such. I've been like aching and paining for my knee all day because like I don't know, the weather, electrical storm stuff, like really set it off.
Electrical storms?
Maybe walking around.
I didn't walk around that much, but it was like I think it was the electrical storms. I think like when you get rain in like Manhattan or the San Francisco Bay Area, like it doesn't actually throw out a whole bunch of electrical activity. But you get like a thunderstorm in the Midwest, there's all kinds of lightning and stuff. It just sets off horrifically. All the weird, like, joint injury, aches and pains and stuff. So, wow.
So can you like mark off an injury or
what?
Can you mark off an organ failure or injury or something for each year this century?
No.
Well, there's something positive at least.
Really? I mean, this is kind of baseline, isn't it?
I mean, it's like someone else. Oh yeah, 2008. Yeah, that's when I had my heart attack. 2011. Oh yeah, that's when I blew out my knee. Wait,
I have a heart
do I
attack.
see?
7th of January, 2012.
Yeah, 4-year difference.
Hi, y'all.
Hey, Jackie Kite.
Hi, Jackie.
Boo.
So, how did that tornado siren turn out? Was it a false alarm?
Well, I think the tornado might have touched down in a county over or something, but I don't think it was a tornado in this county. So yeah, everything's fine.
Yeah, the weather's been getting to be over here too. I'm not sure if you heard right before you came in, but I was saying the like electrical storm activity you get with rain out in the Midwest, like really sets off like whatever aches and pains you get from joint injuries or other orthopedic injuries.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really sunny here. But it's been raining for the past week or two, so it's nice to get a little sunlight now. That's why I'm out and about.
You get similar kind of joint pains, or are you
Joint pains from weather?
Yeah, like
No. I do have problems with intense amounts of heat, which is why I'm.
what again? Yeah, I didn't even hear that. You have problems with what again?
I get intense amount of heat really affects me because of my syndrome, so I can't stay out in the sun, which is why I'm in the shade right now. I can overheat like within seconds and faint and have a heat stroke, so I have to be really careful.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, so Savannah was a perfect choice for school for you.
Oh yeah, totally perfect. No worries. No, but I'm also from Southern California, so it's like, what is with me and living in hot, sunny regions where I can barely survive?
Yeah,
I
but
actually had doctors pretty much demanding my parents to move up north where it's cooler because of my condition, but they kind of refused.
So you had to go to Savannah where they throw the humidity in with the heat.
Well, the humidity's not bad. The humidity actually kind of helps me because I can't sweat.
Oh, that'll hit you hard.
Huh?
I said that'll hit you hard.
Yeah, but at least there's like moisture and like I'm not drying up and shriveling into a dead thing. I don't know. But I find that while it's harder to handle the humidity actually helps me in the long run because I get moisture and I don't, my skin doesn't crack open.
Okay,
Like it
so
does back in California.
your inner pod person doesn't come out.
I have a demon inside of me despite my cuteness, and if my skin cracks open, then I start cussing like a sailor and telling the rest of the world that they're terrible people. I don't know. No, I'm too nice for that. Never mind. I'm just kidding. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm not running on much sleep.
Beep.
Beep beep. Yeah, it's a really pretty day out.
Yeah, it looks fantastic out there.
Yeah. And over here, behind me is one of Savannah's famous squares. The park thing. Yeah. I love this place, but I can't stand it anymore. I need to get out of here.
Yeah, I lost a lot of tolerance to temperature variation, but it sounds like given well, you've got issues that are vastly more serious. But at least in contrast to kind of my own experience and such, it seems like my own kind of resistance has gone way down. Well, the real impact isn't any kind of medical crisis, just a bit of lethargy and not really actually falling over unconscious or anything.
So you said you were doing the changeover in 40 minutes instead of an hour? To
Yeah,
keep it on the
45
hour
minutes.
mark? Okay.
Yeah, trying to realign it with the hour mark, yeah.
Okay.
Can you guys hear the background noise of the bus?
Yes,
I just saw
no, you're good.
Alright, cool.
Good.
Yeah. Just making sure. Yeah, I don't vary it, so whether I can actually handle coldness, like really cold temperatures, a lot easier than I can hot temperatures.
I keep forgetting that the PlayStation 2 Slim does not have a power switch. You just have to turn it off manually.
I got one of the old school PS2.
Yeah,
Big squid monsters.
That's I used to have that one. I was a retard and I sold it for the Wii.
You idiot!
I was an absolute retard.
Wow,
I was. Keep in mind, this is when I was like young. When I was like very, very stupid. My parents were all like, "Let's get a Wii." And I'm like, "Yay! What is this thing? This is awesome, motion controls." And then I was like, "Wait a moment."
I'm sorry, I think less of you now.
Yeah. So,
you deserve that as well.
Yep. So then I'm like, screw the Wii. I get tired of it, and then I get the PlayStation 3. I come back to reality somewhat.
Okay.
The PlayStation 3.
Whoa.
Okay, now I can hear the bus.
That was loud.
That was Benjamin, not Jackie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, was it me? Sorry.
No, it's all good.
No. I'm on my phone, so I can't mute people right now. But
Okay.
no, you know all these consoles and stuff, they don't matter. PC gaming is master race.
Yeah, I agree. So
Sorry,
when I was like 10 years old, I didn't completely realize that PC was master race. I didn't realize that the Wii was a piece of crap. Yeah.
Well, it's not that the Wii's a piece of crap. It's just that your PC can also be a Wii. Like
Yeah, I didn't
us
understand
users
that.
can't. Yeah.
And the PlayStation 2 has a better selection of games and is just more awesome in general.
Well, plus your PS2 can also be played on the PC.
You don't have the same nostalgic effect.
Exactly. No.
You can just leave all the high graphics settings off.
I do PlayStation and PC because I do it all.
Can you plug in? Hold on. Can you plug in a controller to the PC and still play it?
Yeah, you can plug in any controller.
Yeah.
Any of the Xbox controllers or anything.
I'm gonna have to turn the volume up, Jackie, because I can't really hear you that well.
It's probably bad because I'm speaking over as well, and I'm not meaning to.
McKay, are you actually 21?
Yeah, why do I sound younger or older?
You sound older.
Okay, I took that as a compliment. Fun didn't believe I was 14, so I was in shock, but okay.
No, I thought you were in your like 30s or something.
Well, I never.
Yeah. It's because I'm 22 and I sound really young, so I compare because of my voice. So yeah, I really shouldn't.
Jackie, are you on a bus?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I thought I heard some bus.
I just didn't think that there was anyone else in the community who was female in their early 20s.
So back to the PlayStation thing. So I recently I'm like, man, I have all these PlayStation 2 games and I wish I could play them. I was like, wait, I can just go on Craigslist and buy a PlayStation 2 for $25 and relive all the memories. So that's what I did.
Weirdo.
That was smart.
So I have a PlayStation 2. Yay. So I have a PS2. I have a PS2, a PS3, a PS4, and a gaming PC. So I'm set.
Why do you have a PS4?
Because I won it.
Oh, well, I mean,
The
graphics capability. Compared to what? It can be outdone by your.
Compared to the Xbox.
No, I agree with. No, you're exactly right. The Xbone can do some pretty crappy ass graphics, but the PS4 isn't much better.
It's better than the Xbone.
Yeah.
No, you're exactly right. It is better than the Xbone. But PC Master Race, you spend $500 on a PC and you can get way better than a PS4. Then you can still buy your PS4 controller and hook it up to the TV, and it's the same damn thing.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You can even use the Bluetooth on the controller. You don't even need to connect it.
I know, it's 10 out of 10. You can use the little touchpad as like a mouse, or you can use Steam Big Picture mode and just use it as a regular controller. Like freaking, I don't understand why people buy consoles anymore. He just died off for me, but it's whatever.
Yeah, I have a gaming, fan? A huge, it has two 150mm fans that seat right beneath my laptop. So I have ultimate cooling power.
All right, the email is off to the surgeon who answered the phone and told me to send it that way, and there we go. He may not actually do it. Hey, it was irreversible genital surgery.
BIB.
You may ask where to send it. I didn't really include somewhere to send it to. Yeah.
Knowing the government, it probably needs to be faxed.
Oh, well, they might accept it that way. I actually haven't checked. I had it sent by mail last time from a copy I had kind of my own possession.
Yeah, when the court wanted it faxed to them, I was like, fax? People still have fax? This is the 21st century.
Well, I also tried to line up a therapist in Ann Arbor, and at least left the message with my name and number.
Is a therapist that can write prescription?
I am not asking for them to. I'm asking for them to write letters.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Still licensed, I'm assuming.
Yeah, odds are they aren't going to put me in with a real shrink. My preference to use like actual MD psychiatrists instead of like master's or PhD in psychology psychotherapist. It's not something they're going to honor on Medicaid or Hartford for life.
Yeah, the reason I asked about the prescription thing was basically, the reason I asked about. Okay. The reason I asked about the not, a non-medical professional. That is, they have a DEA license number and all that crap that makes them, real doctors as far as hospitals, Medicaid, insurance, and whatnot.
Yeah, unfortunately, there are a few barriers to getting that far. I mean, a lot of nurse practitioner, et cetera, kind of foisting you off on lesserly licensed professionals. Go ahead.
Yeah,
This one might work out. I mean, I have suspicions that I am not the first one he's written such a letter for. So.
Guys, I'm really scared.
Sorry?
I'm really scared because when I walked out of my house this morning, there was a dead cat on the side of the street, and it made me cry and stuff. When I got on the bus to go downtown, I called animal control for them to pick it up. But now that I'm back home, I hope they picked it up, or else I have to see it again. I don't want to see it again. It's really sad. He must have got hit by a car. A poor cat.
Try to avert your gaze.
It's almost right on my front porch.
I have no idea that thing. But you could always pop a Xanax.
I love Xanax. Just kidding. I'm not a pill popper. Don't do Xanax.
Well, I'll let you guys know if the cat is still there. Yeah.
I have heard that people do abuse Xanax, but I've never understood massively large doses to do so.
Am I cutting out
those drugs? It's fine, but it's fine cutting out. But FUD, one of the reasons you would abuse it is because it's a very easy and simple downer. If it works for you, it basically makes you a zombie, and I mean that's what a person wants who wants escapism. So it's not a bad downer if that's what you're looking for.
I don't know why I would be breaking up. I'm not sure what to do about it. But
Well, if we're still coming in clearly, then it's your mic connection.
Internet.
Because it's not like skipping like Simon does sometimes. It just like blatantly stops, and then you like just stop talking whatsoever, and then like halfway through the sentence, like you'll start talking again.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's network. Xanax is very good for panic disorders.
It ain't helped me, dog. It's just made me weird.
Where'd the big tweeters go?
Klonopin is the best for my anxiety disorder. It doesn't make you a zombie, and it just releases your anxiety.
Klonopin is actually a stereoisomer.
I don't know what that means. I just know it works. I'm not a doctor.
It's a mirror image of the molecule.
Of Xanax? Oh, damn.
Yeah. I forget what the name for the mixtures are, but the name for isolating it down to exactly one of the two mirror images is like enantiopure. Like enantiomer is another name for stereoisomer. Racemic. Racemic. That's what it was.
Yeah. The general practice in my area good. So Klonopin is
I'm sorry, Fed. You're cutting out like a mother.
okay. Let me see if I can try a different channel here.
Okay. Somebody is clearly snoring.
It's a Gus.
Gus isn't here, and the only other people unmuted are Matt and Ermine. I hope Ermine doesn't snore like that. Well, right, but I mean, you're clearly not snoring.
It seems I was able to switch channels without getting dropped. Am I coming through okay now?
You seem to be, yeah.
But I mean, picked up the cat. Yay. Okay, we're good.
Oh, cool. All right. I was just basically saying that because Xanax is so highly restricted now, Klonopin has become the de facto replacement.
It's a really good drug. I mean, like, because it's really simple. I feel like Xanax does a whole lot more to you than Klonopin.
Could well be. I don't know. All I know is that Xanax works in a emergency situation.
Of course it freaking works. It freaking turns you into a zombie, but just I'm giggling at the fact that somebody in here is freaking snoring.
I'm glad I remembered the name, racemic mixture. Although that's a bit more specific because, well, once I looked it up, I saw it demands equal proportions of the two stereoisomers.
The snoring has stopped, so apparently my complaining has woken them up. Good morning. Matt, I attribute it to... No, it was Zermine. Mystery Soft.
We put her to sleep.
You boring fuckers.
Yeah. Of course, an SSRI is also sometimes prescribed in addition. Depends on the severity.
You do a better job.
Yeah, just freaking play some weed, dude.
She used to being homeless.
I mean, you can get Adderall or Xanax for about $2 a pill. That's expensive as ish.
Well, Adderall should counteract the effect of the Xanax in terms of the zombiness.
No, right. That's what they try to do. Like, they have me on uppers, too. Like, they put you on Klonopin, and then you become a zombie, and then you're like, I don't want to be a zombie. So then they're like, oh, well, here's more pills, and then more pills, and then more pills. And then you have to cocktail medications.
Yeah, I asked about over-the-counter caffeine, and the doctor was like, yeah, there can be some bad stuff with that too, apparently. In fact, it seems statistically, Adderall is safer than over-the-counter caffeine. Because over-the-counter caffeine, because it's not a regulated drug, is not subject to the same quality control restrictions.
Yeah, but I'm hell scared of Adderall, dude. Friggin', you try that ish once and you love it.
Well, I've heard that for some people it works very well in terms of improving concentration and such. I've also heard the bad stories about it, of course, because Adderall is made out of 2 different amphetamines.
I need to, like, I don't know, anti-freaking fatigue stuff, and I'm hearing that'll help with that. And I've got all the hormonal shit that should qualify me for it. So.
I wouldn't recommend Adderall. I would just recommend a general upper.
Yeah, I'm still considering the caffeine pills. But,
well, you see how much freaking Mountain Dew I chug.
Yeah, I've seen that. But, I mean, I've also noticed one of the qualities you have, Nadia, that I think is what makes you very good at what you do, is you have laser-like concentration.
Yeah.
You do not derail. You do not lose sight of your goal. You just zing, and.
But just take some
and that's well, that's my problem. Is the I'm just like all over the damn place. It's like channels flipping in my head. And believe me, it's really just, anti-concentration. Lexapro.
Well, wait. Are you on Klonopin now?
No, but I am
what are you
Xanax.
on? You need it. Wait. Well, then how are you still all over the place? Holy damn, dude! You must have the freaking ADD of a freaking bull.
I guess I've always had ADD, but it's only like a recently diagnosed thing. But I'm on Xanax and an SSRI. And if I do something stupid, taking the SSRI off schedule, it has interesting effects, like sleeping 24 hours a day.
Welcome to Xanax.
It's a problem that has increased recently and has nothing to do with any changing in doses of anything else. So, don't know what's up there, but it's really bloody annoying.
How many more minutes, Nadia?
Smoke weed.
Just under 10. Artificially doing a changeover a little bit early, but still.
Okay, weed would be something that would be a bad idea for me in my state. That is the geographical state that I live in, because it's like very illegal.
No, yeah, I'm in Missouri. It's super illegal here too. I would never do weed.
And
the way you said that, I would never do weed.
And of course, at the risk of offending Simon, a marijuana bust is an immediate loss of right of carry permit or purchasing power in that
No,
area.
I agree. That's that's why
It's
you
a
don't do it
lifetime.
whatsoever.
It's a big,
Just don't do it.
yeah,
Just don't
big
do it.
fuck up. Yes, I can do without.
In principle, I mean, the gastroparesis, nausea stuff would get me eligible for it, but kind of the reality of the way it works doesn't actually line up. It's like, it's kind of an inhaled, I don't know, not very fast acting kind of thing, right? So you can't really administer it very well. You act on a continual basis, and then you can't really.
Depends on the weed you smoke.
What?
It depends on what you smoke.
Well, the anti-nausea effect, I don't think really does that good, or does that fast, right? So.
That's
another. Actually, kind of better off for like, the ODT and the suppository affairs for emergency response, like PRN, and metoclopramide, the Reglan stuff. I mean,
No, I get what
that's
you're saying.
be used like on a continual basis without being too disruptive or requiring some kind of weird environment and so on. Go ahead.
Well,
I get what you're saying. Oh.
Yeah. Another thing for me is I don't smoke, so I would need a different delivery mechanism anyway.
Oh, they have Marinol for that. Oh, go ahead.
I was just asking him why he smoke.
I've never been a smoker. The
you ain't
idea-
smoke it. You ain't smoke it out of a freaking joint. What do you read from the 90s, dog? Freaking use a pipe.
There's something called Marinol. It is essentially THC as a pill, and that's used for nausea control and THC prevents nausea and vomiting caused by cancer medicines when other medicines do not work. Also used to increase the upside of people with acquired immunodeficiency syndrome. So there are THC pills, Marinol, on the market, and etc. So there you have it.
I mean, his date's ways illegal, so I mean, I'm sure he's not going to get any pills that have THC on it. That's why I'm just saying, don't go out and get weed, Bud Mutton.
I'm not going to. I don't need it.
No, Bud Mutton, don't do it.
I'm not going to. I don't need it.
Bud Mutton, you're misunderstanding. You're misunderstanding me here. Don't do it.
Hang on, Marinol is a industrial produced affair in the United States. And so the Schedule 3 is I guess pretty hard and heavy as far as medical requirements for being eligible for it, but even so, I mean, doctor writes a script, you'll get it.
Wait a minute.
So
I can
no
get
matter what. Go ahead.
But what symptoms do I need to read to my doctor to get this?
Probably severe weight loss from cancer treatment, like chemotherapy, and or HIV acquired immunity, like full-blown AIDS.
Don't get that.
Sorry, what are we talking about?
Marinol.
Yeah, and so are there anything? Is there anything like back injury, like back pain?
Oxycontin.
No, I ain't want no oxy, dude. I don't want to be knocked out like a horse. Damn, I should have let a buzz.
Worked for Rush Limbaugh. He had didn't he have
Rush
a big...
Limbaugh is deaf.
Like
He went deaf because he OD'd on freaking oxy, dude. That's why he yells all the time. He doesn't yell because he's angry. He yells because he can't freaking hear.
Yeah.
Here comes
whatever. Basically, I do not. That is not need THC or weed for any reason that I can think of.
Right, Fudman. But I'm just saying, you know, don't try it.
Not even planning on it. I'm not even thinking about it.
Fudman, you're misunderstanding me.
I am rejecting the concept of trying it outright.
Why?
There's the link for the changeover.
Because I have enough. I'll see you at the changeover, hopefully.
Okay, we'll finish this discussion there.
Jackie second. MK's third.
Okay, fingers crossed we'll get it.
Okay, so you're saying why, Fudman?
Yeah. Basically, all right. I went, let's see, 10 years with progressively worsening symptoms, not doing anything about it because I was afraid of any form of medication to begin with, which was probably a very bad idea in retrospect.
Okay, I'm sorry, I misheard you. I was trying to broadcast Desert, but yeah, I did the same thing, Simon. There's no... Okay, whatever. Anyway, I'm sorry, go on, Fudman.
Yeah, I went 10 years refusing to get any kind of treatment for considerably worsening symptoms because I was afraid of psychotropic drugs.
Okay, weed is not a psychotropic drug, Doc.
Well, it's still a drug.
Madness is not going to have... Right, but so is the pills you're taking, Doc.
Yeah.
Like, you're not going to, like, light up a joint and see like a magic dragon outside your window. You're just going to get a buzz, and you're just going to be chillaxed. You're just going to be like, okay, ready to focus.
Yeah, marijuana doesn't have like nearly the same effects as other drugs. It alleviates headaches and stomach pains and calms you down.
I prefer Pip, the magic dragon. That dude's a freaking beast. Have you seen him? Have you seen Pip, the magic dragon?
It's a song. Okay, now
No, I'll show you Pip, the magic dragon. You guys are just missing out. You don't know what it is.
Let's just say that I was very, very, very drug adverse, but because I have like the medication I'm on has like dramatically improved my quality of life, I'm giving it a pass.
Oh, if the magic dragon.
Realize that you are feeding back into the old hangout that's not off air yet. So, I mean, granted, there wasn't a big assumption, but even so, you should know that just because this one you're sitting in is not on air, doesn't mean you're not getting broadcasted. Sorry.
No, right. None of us in the room do any illegal substances whatsoever.
Well, legalities centers around like, various kinds of efficacy and regulation and so on. Not sure where Art and you are.
Isn't it just illegal to possess most of my things? Like, it's just illegal to possess, not do, right? I don't know.
But then, yeah, I mean, I'm no longer in possession of it. Yeah, sweet.
I think, I'm not 100% sure, I think that applies to, like, I think marijuana is just illegal to possess it.
Oh, don't worry, I don't possess it anymore.
Yeah. You know, you've given up your drug dealing career, have you?
No, I don't deal drugs, okay? What happened was I had marijuana and I didn't want to have marijuana, so like I didn't know what to do with it. So I mean, I wanted to get rid of it, so I just had to, smoke it, right? I had to get rid of it somehow. Right. So now I know.
That's right. Do it all.
I just happened to be around it at the time it was burning. Like, I don't under,
Yeah, I got 5 pounds of this stuff. How do I get rid of it? I know. Fire. That works.
Yeah.
Rolled into little bits of paper and supply to it.
I hate joints. Too.
Yeah, you should probably
gotta use the pipe.
burn it, and then you could accidentally inhale the smoke.
No, I didn't inhale. I'm like Bill Clinton. Yeah.
Yeah, you smoked it, but you didn't inhale.
I neither confirm nor deny.
Okay, well, you have a comment on 67 from Robin Glay. Says Marinol pills are good for people with nausea, IBS, moderate chronic pain, general aches and back pain. He also recommend Ultram, which I've also tried because I get pretty bad nausea from real opiates. So I have to like take some promethazine on the side. what do they call it, Finnegan?
Well, if it treats IBS, I would not want to go through life with IBS. So we're live and we're all being quiet. And two people fire up at the same time. What's the odds of that?
I can't hear you.
Yeah. The yellow light is on.
Yeah, whenever it's really quiet, it always ends up being two people at the same time, breaking silence.
Magic. Dragon.
Did anybody watch the Magic Dragon thing? I mean, everybody like renagging there.
I clicked the link, but then I saw it was 8 minutes, so I decided not to watch it now.
You're killing me. You're killing me, Benjamin. You took out a knife and you stabbed me. That's what you said.
Oh, we'll go for 2 hours then. Did anybody watch the Puff the Magic Dragon?
Okay, it's not a freaking music video. Damn.
It's a Vimeo thing. But,
right. Vimeo is just like YouTube, except it has more lax DMCA rights. So basically, so you just upload, ish there. It's like Dailymotion, except a step higher.
What?
And then a step lower than Dailymotion is Lively. And then a step lower than that is torrenting. You just go torrent it.
I wonder.
Hold on, am I muted? No.
No, we can hear you.
The videos on Lively, like, there's some stuff on there that's questionable. Is it even legal for Lively?
I think in the country, Lively is in. It's legal, which is why it gets away with the stuff it does. Just like with the Pirate Bay, it's legal that the country is in until it's pushed out.
Gotcha.
Isn't Pirate Bay originally Swedish?
Yeah, that is. But the two guys who made it are in prison. But I mean, they made it 56 megabytes. So I mean, it's not like if you kill it, it's not just gonna pop up somewhere else.
Well, they just were setting up a torrent tracker, though. That anyone can set up torrent trackers.
No. The Pirate Bay is not a torrent tracker. It's just a torrent.
It's a torrent sharing site.
Yeah. It's like a hub of sorts. But a torrent tracker is like what's going to give you your seeds and your peers.
Well, you have downloaded a torrent file, I'm assuming. You ever actually opened one up and looked at it?
I mean, no, I have never done that in my life. I purchased all the software I have legally. And if I were to download a torrent at any time during my life, then I would have looked at it and saw that the trackers on it are like, stuff like Demonoid Before It Died and a few other things I've never heard of.
Yeah, well, that's the point. The thing is that middle torrent file just basically points to the trackers. And it's actually a format, I mean, the technology has been used on numerous occasions for the legal distribution of content. That is, it is not designed for the express purpose of copyright infringement. It was designed back in the low bandwidth days when buying a big pipe was super expensive, so that it was easier to or cheaper to distribute your content by simply maintaining a tracker, and anyone else who was seeding at the time would be able to speed up the download.
Are we talking about pirating on the high seas today?
Nope. Talking about the legal distribution of works to which people have express rights to download and obtain.
Holy heck, Jackie, what are you shaking the hell out of there?
Hair dye.
Well, so long as it's not a shake weight.
It's just bottling the shit out of it. Yeah, BitTornado, I think, is the original torrent implementation, and that's actually written in Python. So, the genie is out of the bottle as far as that technology is concerned, regardless of how it's used. But the original purpose was for legitimate distribution of digital content.
Yeah, well, I fear that it's another case of the kind of first mover effect, killing superior technologies. Like, I've seen like maybe better peer-to-peer type things like Unitella and some, I don't know. I guess there are some specific technical superiorities like having fewer essential points of failure, having national search capability, and so on. Go ahead.
Yeah, there was like BearShare and other networks that were actually, and Napster, of course, that actually were being used pretty much exclusively for copyright infringement. But the thing with the beauty of the BitTorrent software is it's free. It's available to anyone, and you don't need a fancy GUI client, although you can certainly get those.
Simon's face disappeared.
The reference implement.
I used to actually use one of the text ones back in the day. I don't know what it was called though.
BitTornado was command line interface.
Yeah, that sounds like the wrong name.
Are you referring to the encoding that was used for using binary distributions?
Nope, it was torrenting.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, granted, I had and still have really different interests from majority of people involved here, but still. I wasn't downloading movies, so put it that way.
The torrent protocol, though, is a reasonably clever algorithm. The only weak point in it is that it does require a centralized tracker.
Oh, check it out. That
131, is that good?
Yeah, well, relative to my usual.
What is the range that you're supposed to be in?
80 to 120.
80 to 120. Oh, so you're a little high.
Well, by an insignificant margin. I mean, usually it's like 500 or off the scale or something. If I'm really off.
Okay. Is that when you get appear to be fairly listless, lethargic, and sort of swaying about?
No, that's probably drunkenness. Yeah, I don't actually feel it anymore because I mean, 20 years I'm kind of too used to it, too inured to it to really have much of a response.
Okay. So, all right.
Yeah, the danger is, of course, since I don't feel it, and people can't really see it as well. It flies under the radar and can get to points where it's like, life-threatening, dangerous, and so on without people knowing.
Well, I remember seeing that one time you were at. I was like, oh my god. It was like, beginning of the day, you were perfectly fine, and at the end, you were on death's doorstep.
Yeah, ketoacidosis is kind of a sharp knee kind of affair going on with it.
I was just stunned by how quickly it moved in.
Yeah, a lot of the sort of like chemical indicators, like pH and CO2 levels, actually show up gradual, where like the observable symptoms like vomiting, customal breathing, and tachycardia are pretty sudden when they kick in and such. So it's kind of weird.
Yeah, I can imagine. I've woken up with tachycardia before, and that is downright scary.
Yeah, it hurts a fuck of a lot worse than a real heart attack. I know, because I've had a real heart attack.
Like, it's worse than a real heart attack?
Yeah.
I was afraid that it was like leading to my eyeballs popping out or a brain aneurysm or some such.
Oh yeah, tachycardia hurts that bad. Real heart attack? Yeah, nowhere near it. Yeah, basically just kind of feel like